As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those in Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in the speak shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to alive with passions from his breath that flow. Healed your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, festa in danza, donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
Hello, and welcome to DreamLeague Season 26 Western EU Closed Qualifiers. My name is Nomad, I'm joined by T-Governor, and we are getting into another day rammed full of Dota 2 action. We are down in the lower bracket now, and we have got a bunch of teams facing up today. But, T-Governor, firstly, how you doing, and what are you looking forward to today?
Ooh, looking forward to. Of course, eliminations. I'm looking forward to the hopes and dreams of Dota players disappearing in front of their eyes because they weren't able to defeat two Ancients in a best of three. No, that aside, redemption. I think a lot of the teams, because we're looking at lower bracket, probably didn't show us their best Dota yesterday, and I just hope to see them kind of redeem themselves, show us their true form, and maybe create some lower bracket runs.
I do like a good old lower bracket run, of course. You know, 3 series, it's not exactly a marathon, but it would still be exciting if one of these teams were to make it. So I guess the natural follow-on from that is, which of these 4 teams that we've got dropping down to that lower bracket round 1 do you think is capable of making a lower bracket run?
You've asked that question as I'm reopening my qualifier
Just
button.
say Team Secret. The fanboys
No,
will be happy.
no,
It's
wrong.
probably the realistic answer.
No, you know what? They all seem equally as average. I think if you asked me this question a month and a half ago, right, before the Avalus roster swap, I would be laughing at you. Like, what a silly question. It's always going to be
True.
Avalus, right? But the
Yeah.
fact that, like, I saw Secret play yesterday, they had a good game against Tundra game 2, but they kind of lost the game themselves, right? They outplayed themselves, they made some mistakes, Tundra to capitalize and win, right? Zero Tenacity, they looked quite empty against Gaming. Avalus, nowhere near the quality that they had a couple months back, right? So it's like, every team in round 1, I'm like, you're all equally as, you know, qualify your team, but not qualifying team. I don't know how to word that nicely. I was trying to find a way. I didn't want to say average, but they all seem to be the same skill. So it's really hard to say which one's like the top right now.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at like Secret, obviously they've got the likes of Parker, they've got Puppy. You know, these are players we kind of expect to eventually be making it to the international stage. But at the moment, this team is in a very sort of and Theological. Sorry, no disrespect to Mr. Theological. Supreme Mixer, they've kind of haven't had quite the same amount of international exposure, but we're expecting Team Secret to get to the point where they are a serious qualifier team. It's just not there yet, and I think we saw a bit of that yesterday. Admittedly, they came against Tundra, who's a really tough opponent, but we also saw them struggle through the open qualifiers as well. So this is a team where, unfortunately, the name ain't quite matching up to the skill level just yet. They need to keep on developing, and they will. I have every trust in Puppy and the gang to get to the point where they are going to be looking at these qualification slots, but at the moment, not quite there yet.
Question to you, Nomad. How many times... We've done a couple qualifiers together. Again, I took a break in January because I was coaching. How many times have you said that statement in regards to Puppy and a roster about Secret in the last 6 months? I feel like I've heard that exact line at least 5 times.
Look, they'll get there. They'll get there. You know, it's maybe 4, 5, I would say, of these qualifiers have said it. I mean, I think on the first one, it was probably a slightly different tune to like, are they just going to come out and own everybody, or are they going to just like be like a normal team that just formed? And they were just like a normal team that just formed, unfortunately. But yeah, I think they'll make it. I think Avalus is definitely the interesting team to talk about, though, because it's super, like, I don't want to use the word questionable changes, but I think a lot of people will look at those changes and have questions.
Can I give you some answers? Yeah. Can I give you some? I say not answers, but more like, can I give you my hot takes on it?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have any yourself before I take the floor?
I think definitely looking at the mid laner switch up seems like an interesting choice, and I'd love to know more about it. But obviously, we can only know what we hear from the players. So take the floor, please.
All right, so I think the entire logic of Avalus was built around kind of the aggression and kind of the 1-2 punch of Stormstormer and Eki. Stormstormer was quite a kind of, he wants a bit more information before he makes a move type of player, and Eki, he created so much information. Like, if anything, all his interviews that we had across his span on Avalus and the teams that he played on was always, I'm too aggressive. Sometimes I overplay my hand. But it was that overplaying, that aggressive nature, that brought life to Jibbe, that brought life to Stormstormer. Right, and it's like he was like kind of the heart of the team, even though we might not talk about him as much as other players, but he kind of like created the chances for them to thrive on. So then they move him for Desire. Desire, mechanically gifted, one of the best free agent 4 players there is. He played on a kind of a mixed stack Night Pulse, they qualified, made upsets. He's here, but his play style is kind of the opposite of Eki. Eki go in, Desire plays on the backline, right? So now you've lost your starting force of the fight, right? And then you switch Stormstormer, who, sure, he might not be like star player. Oh my god, I expect this guy to win a TI, but he does his job consistently well, right? If he has an Eki player in front of him. So now that like he's gone, Mobai, he's okay. I think he's a decent, high ranked pub player. If you were to compare him 1-to-1 v Stormstormer, I would always personally take Stormstormer because I think the natural quality of hero pool is better. Like Mobai plays like Viper, and then Stormstormer plays Invoker, right? Like the different style of play is very different. So I think those two swaps alone, your entire kind of logic of your team, you've broken it apart. Like this is not like an Avalus who can quickly go, you know what, how are we going to play now? It's an Avalus who every bit of success that we've praised them on in the last year or so, it's technically been deleted because their entire playstyle has changed. They've changed like the two of the most integral parts of their team. So I'm expecting this qualifier to be rough for them, as there's no way Desire is going to change from being, the Desire that we saw him on Night Post and now go, hey man, can you play like Eki? Like this is not some like Seb meme where it's like, play like Mind Control or whatever. It's like, this is not going to happen, right? He's got to, where does it play like Seb, Mind Control? I can't remember the meme. Either way.
Yeah, it was.
All right, nice, fuel. But yeah, I think for me, it's like, this is the most jarring change Avalus could have made. Like, I could have seen, like, keep Eki, change mid, you keep some identity. Keep Stormstormer, change Eki, you keep some identity. But, like, to swap both, that's like, that's such a strategical, like, crazy move to make. And that's why, maybe now, it's like, it's easy to talk about it in a negative way, right? Because they're not doing well. But maybe in like a month's time, we see the pieces unfold. It's like, oh my god, that aggression was actually what was holding them back. Maybe Eki's playstyle was the reason why they couldn't get into consistent like top 6 places, right? Like, but right now it's like it's hurting them so much because their entire team was built around it. I had to get off my chest. I hope that was okay, Nomad. Back to you.
I mean, you kind of summed it up right. Like I have these questions, and it sounds like you do as well. And basically, the short answer is that Avalus, they want to try something new. They were making the qualifier runs, but they just were not performing on the international stage. And yeah, I mean, what do you do then? You either try to find someone more experienced, or you just try out some like really fresh new talent, which I suppose is what Mobe is for Avalus here. He has been around for quite a while at this point, but he's also kind of unexplored in like the tier 1 scene. We haven't seen what he can do on a big stage. So yeah, maybe he's just displayed that confidence they're looking for, and they want to try out something else. So we'll see how that works for Avalus. But right now, I'm not rating them super highly in these qualifiers. I'm sorry, Avalus, but I'm hoping that you can prove me wrong and we can see what this team's made of. But I think they might need a few more rounds of qualifiers before we see them firing on all cylinders, as it were. So yeah, that's going to be a really interesting matchup. Our second matchup of the day, super hype. Zero Tenacity versus Avalus. I don't know who's going to take that one, honestly, because I think Zero Tenacity are a pretty good team.
Hey,
I think it's even.
Should we talk about Avalus now? Now that we're talking about that matchup.
Yeah. Anyway, let's look into our actual matchup. The matchup we've got coming up in just a minute's time. So super speedy on this one. We got Team Secret versus Passion UA. We mentioned Team Secret a little bit. Tell me about Passion UA though, Tigov.
Passion UA, of course, a 5-stack of Ukrainian players. They have good quality in them. Passion UA has kind of been lending out their players well to the other Ukrainian teams, because it's like once you do well on Passion UA, you get picked up by a Navi Junior or a Navi or just any other stack in Western Europe. It seems like they have created a lot of top players, but they also struggle to, as a team, get through into any closed qualifier winning position. Right? They're very good at getting into qualifiers, but I don't know. It's hard to say what they're missing. It feels like they're kind of like a weaker version of Navi Junior, where if they added one more kind of like commanding player of like tier 1 strategy, the quality of their players will be able to step up, but they're just missing that one piece, and it's hard to find it, right? Like to find a tier 1 player that can like elevate the other 4, and also like who would you have to remove in that scenario to bring that life to the team? But at the moment, they turn up to their qualifiers, they put on some relatively good Dota. They don't qualify, but they also don't get eliminated too early on normally. So yeah, it's just a nice little team that just is here. Yeah.
I think they're slowly gaining more and more support. I think people have seen them constantly turning up to these qualifiers, and like they always put up a good fight. They're always there. They're always like the same kind of 4 or 5 players coming back each time to give it a go. And I think that's kind of like that's kind of the essence of a Dota team, right? Like these guys, which just like our chance of qualifying pretty low, but we're going to keep getting that practice in. We're going to keep improving. We're going to keep bringing our best game, and eventually, who knows what will happen. Maybe these qualifiers could be it, but judging by their opening game against Navi Junior, which wasn't too pretty, I'm not too confident. But nevertheless, always excited to see what they're doing, what they're improving, how they're looking each time around. So, yeah, you know, if you are looking for a niche team to support, if you want to be that hipster, then Passion UA is a good one, because they're probably just going to keep on turning up and keep on doing this thing. And I'm sure at some point we will have that point where it goes, oh my god, they've eliminated both Tundra and Gaiman and taken a qualification slot, and you will see that Reddit post and you'll be like, I was there day one.
You have to focus though, Nomad. There's clearly one key thing here, and I can hear the draft, but we can wait for that. It's fine, whatever. It's the point when TI comes around. We saw the announcement, you know, late last night. Not an April Fool's joke, by the way. If the likes of Tundra and Gaming and Liquid all get invited to the international, like Western Europe, Avalus currently major roster changes, looking quite weak. Zero Tenacity, you know, hot and cold. Navi Junior looking decent, right? Imagine you're a Passion UA, you're a Capybaras type team, maybe even Secret. All you need to do is find some form in the upcoming 3 or so months, and you'll be able to, you know, maybe steal that one slot. Because if the good teams get invited, like, there's no powerhouse who's stuck away from the invitations at the moment, because we're expecting a lot of them to get there, and normally it would be Avalus, but they've fallen off immensely. So I don't know, it's like, yes, it's a niche team to support, but that niche team, if the invites go correctly,
is gonna win.
Has a good
That's
shot.
What T governors say.
Woo! Let's go!
Called it here first.
Exactly.
Hey, when it happens, we'll come all the way back. We'll look through the VODs. All right, of course, on the side of the coin, we've got Team Secret. You guys know Team Secret at this point. I'm sure you've been following them. It's Parker, Supreme, Mixer, Yol called Puppy. And as with any team with Parker in it, and any team that's newly formed with a bunch of international players, things are a little volatile right now. But these guys can put on a show. I mean, they put on a show versus Tundra. Sure, they got 2-0'd, but the second game was really, really close. They showed some great stuff, so let's see what they can do. I don't know who's going to take this one. I'm excited to find out. Let's jump into the draft for game number 1 between Team Secret and Passion UA. Any flavors we're expecting here? Any particular heroes which you think might be really high priority outside of the norm for these two?
At the moment, I would say the bans seem to be pretty stable based on what we saw yesterday. Passion UA, their offlaner, Gambit Paris, or what's he? Oh, he's got 3 different names. His Wikipedia name is B-Body, his pub name is Gambit Paris, and his professional name is Batyuk. Like, my guy, come on, pick one. You got 3 names. But the offlaner for Passion UA is like a big bristle player, big beast player. You know, very annoying, very early game. Also plays like Broodmother and stuff. So I think he's always kind of like got to think about that guy in the back of your mind, because if you ever kind of just misdraft, he will try and take over that, you know, that offlane really nicely. But already picking up the Beastmaster, most likely going to be his hero. As we've seen in the last, you know, 2 to 3 months, Beastmaster is getting played in the carry role, even played mid yesterday from BZM. So you can never truly assume that it's going to be the offlane.
You always want that consistent player as well. Like, it's great to have these sort of like interesting or like niche players, or players that will just like play like, you know, 20 different heroes and you can just draft them whatever. But also having that guy that's just going to pick like the same 3 or 4 heroes each time isn't necessarily a bad thing sometimes. It gives you a nice staple. It gives you a nice kind of base to build the rest of the draft around, and make things much easier to find yourself some consistency in your drafting patterns, especially if those heroes are just generally good heroes which can't be countered too easily. Nature's Prophet coming out for Team Secret. It's one of the teams where I think it's probably not too likely to be a Parker hero. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like this is like a Supreme or Puppy thing.
No, I actually just love the way that Puppy played it.
Yeah.
Of course, like yesterday we saw him play. Was it Snapfire, or was that me remembering his qualifier?
It was Chen
his
and then
qualifiers.
Prophet.
Okay. So in his qualifier, he played Snapfire, and he was playing like really annoying. Like in lane, he just shoves wave. He then buys like a Glimmer, any utility, but because he's shoving so many waves, it's not a support that has like 1 like utility by 20. He has like 2, maybe even 3 in certain games, right? And like Puppy's playstyle that I've seen him utilize a lot is, I will shove as many waves as possible and show myself on the map, but then my, you know, like Mixer and Theological will then smoke, or Supreme and Parker will make that move, right? Because Puppy's the one, you know, doing a third of the job, right? Because you have 3 lanes you have to deal with it. So I think Puppy, even though that also could be disguised as greediness, or explained as greediness, right? I think it does enable a lot of moves to be made that are quite cool. So when you put him on a Nature's Prophet, not only can he do that, but he can join the fight, right? So I'm not too much of a fan of 5 Prophet. I feel like it maybe concedes lane a little bit. But in his hands, the way that he plays, like from minute 7 to like 20, it does so much. But Passion UA, they do not care about, hey, you want to pick Prophet and try and play map? We are just going to out farm you and ensure that our fight is always better. Like, you'll be afraid to fight us. That's going to be like the theme of Passion UA's draft, it feels like.
Yep, I'm a big fan of that as well. Always make sure that you have that late game secured, the PA. You can pick it this early. This hero, I feel like, is not in a place where it needs to be some gotcha last pick. There's just not phenomenal answers to the hero. Tidehunter going to make her lane a little bit annoying. Just stop her really being able to jump in and get any kills. But still going to farm pretty decently. Windranger coming out for Team Secret as well. So pretty standard stuff here. I feel it's just 3, 4, 5 coming out for Team Secret. Obviously, there's flexibility in the Nature's Prophet, but for the most part, I think things should be read pretty easily here by Passion UA, but Passion UA not exactly trying to flex much either. So, next 2 picks for Passion UA. What are we anticipating here? They need to get some supports under their belt, and I'll start with the Ringmaster. Makes sense.
Yep. And Ringmaster is quite a nice hero against Tidehunter, right? Having the Impalement Arts to percentage-based damage to throw onto the Tide, just kind of poking him, even with the Windrunner. If she ever wastes that Windrun, steps up, you are going to get a PA and a Ringmaster kind of double jump you. I guess the main nerf to PA is her jump range on her Phantom Strike is now scaling rather than it just being at max range level 1. So there are going to be some moments where the PA can't connect, as you saw in previous patches. That alone is, Passion UA. Good farm, good skirmish. They do have tools to kill off the Tidehunter, right? But I just love the PA Tidehunter matchup. It's such a, there's so many different ways to approach it, right? Like, if you're a Tide player, it's like, oh, you have good laning, you can buy Ghost Scepter, you can buy Yules, you then punish the PA the entire time before she gets Nullifier. And if you do it well enough, the PA will never really get to Nullifier as she's, buying a Battle Fury. Then she has to buy a BKB, and if she goes Nullifier 3rd, then she doesn't have damage, right? So, but on the flip side, a PA that has a good lane, well, we'll get to the Clinks in a second. A PA that gets a good lane, it's like, you just eat the Tidehunter alive, right? So, such a fun little matchup. And Clinks, we have been seeing it in the 4 role, in top-level pubs. It's potentially there.
Crit.
Yep. Along those lines, Crit has a... He did start it as a... I mean, that's the thing. I saw Crit playing it.
That's the thing.
Yeah. True. So basically, Crit plays Clinks when he has to play core. But he's always dabbled with it, maybe going 4, right? And he tried it a couple times, but with the Orb of Frost plus the Tar Bomb, if you're a ranged support and you leave the lane, you go to 100 boost speed. It's so oppressive. I played against it 2 weeks ago, and I'm like a Warlock, right? And I'm like, haha, I'm gonna fade up on the lane. I walk out a lane, and I'm like, oh my god, you just can't move. You're just dead. It was, insane. But maybe it's 4, maybe it's mid. It's kind of hard to call at the moment. They do have last pick. But the key thing is, you normally buy Orchid, and you still play Hunting the Map. If you don't go Orchid, you go Deso, and you just try and take towers. So maybe a Deso Clinks to take objectives, open up Roshan for PA, maybe an Orchid Clinks to hunt the Morphling in the jungle, whilst he still doesn't have Manta, as of course he needs to buy the Treads, the Vlads beforehand. And normally, Tidehunter lineups, they kind of play a little bit spread on the map, and then when they group up together, sure, the Clinks won't be able to find pickoffs, but in the first 15-20 minutes of farm where Tide doesn't want to overlap, that is a relatively good window for Clinks in a good game to start trying to make pickoffs and annoy them, and open the game so PA can farm behind all that kind of Clinks annoying aggression. And you eat the tree.
Indeed.
I guess we didn't mention that one.
You eat the what?
The tree from Nature's Prophet. You can just eat it.
True.
So you can stop the siege. Yeah.
Just eat that guy. That's a great little interaction there, which
all right, Nomad.
Enjoy.
Feisty.
Gobble them up. So final 2 picks then again. What's Team Secret expect? They're expecting this to be a 4. Okay, I think that probably means it is a 4 most likely. Morphling meanwhile for Parker, obviously. If you didn't see that one coming, then I don't know what to tell you. It's Parker, it's Morphling. He's going to play it if he sees an opportunity for it. Never likes to be out carried in these games, so
It
in the
is
team picture.
one of the few carries that can play into PA, mainly because you just have good armor, so you're not really threatened with a crit, and you eventually can get Silver Edge. And when PA jumps in, you can then waveform to reposition to another part of the fight. So you kind of you're kind of playing cat and mouse with the PA. So I think PA Morphling, if you ever see a PA, you'll see a Morphling picked up, right? It's like kind of the expected carry, but no, very, very good. What are we seeing though? You mentioned last picks.
Decent body to steal as well. The thing is, Clinks is also a really good body for a Morphling to steal also. You grab that strafe and life is, that's pretty good, so. Cool options for Morphling this game. Probably won't see him just lock in on the PA body every time.
And interesting, they're banning out the 5s from Passion UA. They're trying to protect the identity of their draft, right? Beastmaster laning phase, so Warlock getting banned out, and then the Winter Wyvern, there's so much physical damage with the Clinks and the PA. So they're respecting that potential profit going to the mid lane. But Passion UA, they don't care about the 5 profit. Hence why they're banning out more of the 5s to ensure that doesn't what's it called? That was weird English, but I knew what I meant in my head. I won't re-explain myself. Moving on.
Okay, sure.
See you later.
Stun locked. So the Storm banned out into the Sanking pick. And yeah, I was going to say, I didn't think this Prophet was mid, to be honest. I feel like it would have left them with a pretty big damage void. Like, Nature's Prophet does okay damage, but it's just, you want something a little easier to blow people up with. Sanking is absolutely that. So that'll be the final pick for Team Secret. We'll
Yeah,
draft
it's like
together.
the bans from Passion UA, it's kind of like a... It really was a we don't care what Supreme plays middle, it seems like. Because it's like they expected profit mid maybe. They don't care about Sanking, they don't care about these tempo heroes. So they get rid of these like hyper flex to ensure a better lane. I don't know. It's just yeah. The fact that Passion UA really respected 5 in this position. Like when we both were like, oh, this profit's probably 5, right? Like they probably had this discussion as well, but interesting.
Yeah, I guess
they do
they
give
just
away.
decided that Warlock and Wyvern would have completely ruined their game, and they didn't want to play against it. But now they've got a short amount of time to change things around, and they are gonna go for the Doom. So it will be the Beastmaster mid, it will be the PA as you carry, and it will be the Doom as the offlaner.
Yeah, Doom is the when you pick Morphling, if Doom is not banned, that is the key thing. Oh, I should probably put my headphones on. I was in draft mode, and I'm on panel mode. Yeah, Doom is like the auto ban against Morphling, right? You do a Morphling, he can't do any cool attribute shift stuff. He is just gonna die. Is one of the best counters to him. But of course, a good Morphling, if you have the lane, you can get like to Manta, to Lincolns. Like you can do some good itemization to try and deal with him. But yeah, I think I like Passion UA getting that last swap, putting the Beast to mid, getting the Doom off lane. The Doom can just either Doom the Morphling or tie it every fight, and it will open up a really good engagement. You either stop the Ravage or you stop the right click from Morphling as he has to retreat. So no, I think Passion UA, quite a quirky little draft, right? To pick 2 cores straight away, to then get a Clink support, last picking a Doom, putting the Beast that you traditionally see offlane into mid. Like a lot of changes were made in that draft, and I don't think Secret was really ready for all the changes made. But when you look at their draft, I don't think they cared, right? Like they're picking themselves, their own profit. They got Theolical when running it again. You got the Morphling for Parker. Tide Hunter, a staple of any draft like this. So I think Secret didn't really care about what was flexing, but we'll see if they can execute on what is a very kind of stable lineup versus what is a very creative lineup.
Yeah. My big fear with this Passion UA lineup is a lack of throwaway stuns. Like, obviously, you've got the big ultis, which are going to be really good for locking heroes down and getting yourself some kills. That Roar, that Doom, obviously going to help you out a lot. Beyond that, though, you just don't really have any sort of easy, just throw at the Morphling, force out some spells, throw at the Sanking. And that makes it really easy. Like, if Morphling or Sanking are looking to enter a fight, and then Doom or Roar is already used, then it's like, oh, okay, I've only got to worry about one spell here. That's easy. Like, that's such an easy way to play these fights. So I'm very worried for Passion UA when it comes to how they're going to control these scary heroes, these farmed heroes in the fights. I think that's going to be their biggest issue, and we'll have to see if they can do anything about that. Maybe itemizing into that with like Atos or something like that, but I don't know. It feels like a big ask. Perhaps Basher on Crystallize. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think what you're describing here is just Passion UA, they need to make sure their lanes are good, because their entire game plan feels like it's based on, like, can they construct a fight around every Doom, every Roar? If the Doom and Roar are not used correctly, then Secret will flood the map. They'll shove the wave with the Prophet, with a power shot. Very quickly they'll be able to, break the positioning of Passion UA. So for Passion UA's sake, it is, they need to control the flow of this game.
Yeah, big time.
Fast forward 45 minutes into it, like, it doesn't matter if you don't have, the perfect lockdown on your team, because a farmed PA, you get deleted. A farmed Beastmaster, you'll kill heroes, right? Like, their cores with farm are disgusting. Even the Clinks, right? If you scale to have Orchid and Hex in the late game, like, I think the scaling is fine. It's just that weird post-laning phase. How do they attack the map, where Secret will be
100%.
very ready to do it? That's the key question that we'll be looking to answer.
Yeah, they got to come up with some good answers beyond just using the roars and the dooms and the whatnots. Could cause issues.
Oh, that's really cool. The Clinks. We'll look after the bounty runes. So 3 runes go the way of Passion Away, but Clinks, if we look at top quickly, he started with a Quelling Blade, which meant he could cut the tree because your tangos can't reach it, and then he places a sentry inside the tree spot. So now Puppy, to deward that camp, he's going to have to eat a tree to find it, because obviously he cannot see it from the low ground. So yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, this one is really annoying.
Yeah, that's nice, but again, only because he has a Quelling Blade that he could do that.
And look at Puppy's facet as well. We do not have the Ironwood tree. It is
What
soothing
the
saplings.
Huh? No, my guy is cooking. What are we? Okay, hold up.
He doesn't want his
Sorry.
he doesn't want his little guy to get eaten, Tigo. We've talked about this.
I know,
he's
but
gonna
it-
get pacted.
I get it, but
And now watch, he's gonna heal up Parker when he gets low. He's just gonna go full agi. Then he's gonna get popped in the trees. He's gonna be nice and
That
happy.
it- you know what? Fair play. I understand. We did already talk about the whole Clinks will eat the tree. And yesterday, Puppy, he did go for drinking buddies to try and dodge Cataclysm, right? So Puppy is looking at every facet to ensure, like, can I maximize my impact in the game, right? Like, he's not just one-dimensional, haha, must take the facet everyone else takes, right? Puppy's been reborn with the with the death of Pro Tracker, it seems.
Yeah. He's like, anything could work now. Nobody can flame me and say, actually, 68% of players took
Okay,
this
but-
facet now. Nope.
Let's focus up though, of course. Like you said, it is going to be
Sorry.
at max level 5 treants, right? Rather than the 1. So yes, it is good against Clinks, but you lose the reinforced. So that 150% bonus damage you get on your tree, you're not going to have that anymore. So the ability to siege towers, it's just going to be weaker. And we'll see how Puppy can navigate that, as of course that is the one of the primary reasons why Prophet is in play now. He is going to try and deward the ward top, so we'll see how Puppy wants to try and find this hidden sentry. At the moment, he cannot find it.
Nisha's being very annoying mid, senses bore top, he goes bottom, gets one water rune, denies the other.
Yo, I thought you said,
Not liking that.
I thought you said Nisha for a second. I was like, huh? What? Secret?
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? Yeah.
It's very, yeah.
Listen carefully today, guys. No half listeners. Everybody's got to be full attention, please.
Primary stream, monitor only, please. There you go.
And yes, thank you. Meanwhile, Theolacor makes it down to the bottom lane. The Tide Hunter and the Wind Ranger just kind of going to be trying to put some pressure onto Crystallize and Cracker.
Oh,
It's very annoying to play into, though. You'll always have a lot of damage coming out from the Ringmaster, as we've discussed yesterday at length. Ringmaster, he's just a really strong hero. He's pretty much strong at every phase of the game. He's got saves, he's got damage, he's got a bit of team fight. Very complete kit, as is the trend with newly released heroes.
Wow. Just looking at the 16 CS for PA, right? Like, they're doing extremely well in the bot lane.
Yeah, Theolacor's not really being able to trade into Cracker too well. I say that, he did kind of come out on top on that trade. Those power shots at level 3. They kind of hurt.
Of course, with Tide Hunting to PA, you do need to take a point in Kraken early on, which stops your kind of Gush level 2 timing to try and threaten. Also, PA with the Blink can just get away from the Gush anyways. Hence why the laning of PA Tide is kind of a skill-based thing. You kind of got to try and bait the usage of Kraken, bait the usage of Ankle Smash, then you can try and go for the aggression. And yeah, right now Crystallize doing exceptionally well. Just
I
trying
like
to
this
force
from
them
Niche
back.
at mid here. He's just using the axes. So like the Sand King is relentlessly pushing mid and he's just being super annoying. So Niche is farming under tower and then he's using the axes to stack this camp like right down here, the hard camp on the Radiant side. And I mean, that's just efficient right there. Very good stuff. So we'll probably see the Sand King start to pull ahead as he's pushing waves under tower, which is messing with Niche's last hits a bit. He's got that little bank to come back on later on.
And it's another change on the Sand King build. We saw yesterday 33 go for phase boots into Vanguard. We saw Ace go for Vanguard into Boots of Travel. And Supreme is now potentially going for a Treads. So 3 different players, 3 very different like boot choice, which I think also changes the style of game, right? Like into a PA and a Clinks, you'd argue phase boots would be pretty good. You know, early cheap armor to deal with that kind of poke damage that they provide. And he's just going for the treads, going for the tankiness. Yeah, we'll see where his build goes.
Do you think that means he levels up Stinger over Burrow Strike then?
I would like to say no, based on the mid map play that you naturally create, but again, like you could be right? Like if he goes for treads and wants to just be more efficient on farm, then yeah, he might put some more points in Stinger, right? I think it really depends on what he wants to do from like minute 8 to 12. If it's playing map, it's Burrow Strike. If it's farming, it's Stinger.
I love this at bottom as well. Fiolaco's kind of getting a bit low, so he just hugs Mixer, and then the moment Crystallize tries to go in for the kill, Mixer's just there with the Anchor Smash to make sure that his buddy's okay.
And Supreme being an absolute menace. Meanwhile, he takes all the stacks that you were like, wow, Beast is making. Supreme takes all of them, or one whole stack of them.
Yeah, you took the hard camp. The medium camp, Niche is trying to get now. Supreme's going to TP back and focus on the lane.
He does complete the treads. 6-minute rune. Clinks goes top. He finds it. Or just be taking the arcane away from the Sand King. But Supreme, he does show that he has no TP mid, which could open up for some aggression elsewhere on the map, knowing that the secret mid laner can't bring that additional damage. It's just somewhat difficult for Passion Ray to make a gank. You're running into a Morphling or you're running into a Tidehunter. These aren't the easiest heroes to kill in the early game.
Are you surprised that this Beastmaster's been sort of forced out of the lane so heavily?
I think it's not about you're not being forced out of the lane. It's just Sand King is being efficient, so you're trying to match the efficiency.
Oh,
Supreme, you by yourself.
Is he just ulting this camp?
He tried
He
to.
gets roared out and gets killed off, and that's actually a first blood going to Greca there, so... maybe a little too greedy there for Supreme, seeing yet another stack and going like...
It's mine.
One more? Don't mind if I do, but... They did mind if he did, actually. And they stopped him in his tracks. And yeah, that's very nice for Niche as well to kill the enemy mid laner like that. Closes the gap between them, which was starting to build up in net worth.
I think that play works for Supreme if, when he was aggressive the first time in the enemy jungle on the bot side, if he'd placed a ward to then know which jungle Beastmaster was in. Because then it's like, okay, I see you bottom, I'll steal your stack top. If you go top, I'll steal your stack bottom, right? The fact that he made the aggressive move, didn't get any vision out whilst he was there, then kind of blindly walked into a triangle at a stack making time, which naturally, you know, a support should be there from the 4 roll. So I think, yeah, Supreme did overplay his hand a little bit. But on the flip side, if he doesn't get punished, we're praising him for, look at him, you know, reading the map, stealing every bit of, you know, every stack possible. It's, sure, it's volatile, and it didn't work out this time. Supreme at least is playing with the mindset of, let me try and annoy them as much as possible. He just can't die again, though. Like, 1 death's enough with this playstyle.
Gets unlucky with the rune once again. It is top side. There is a treant, though, which is going to reveal that it is a haste rune, and Supreme should be able to pick it up this time. Let's see if they can get a kill with this. Is up on the top side. Well, that's a dead Morphling.
It's very skilled. When Doom players hit 6, there's this mechanic called Doom for Doom, and you press Doom, and they're doomed and they die. It's super cool. It's one of the highest skill spells in the offlane, actually. Massive fan of it.
No way to know when it's coming either, because
no,
yeah. Random, so.
Bro, imagine what the hell. You start. Oh shit! I'm level 30.
Neat.
It's like best of 1 low bracket TI. Oh, don't worry, guys. Like mid-morphlings level 30. Minute 1.
Now Parker's going to steal the Doom, but unfortunately doesn't have Doom. He does get the neutral abilities though, which is kind of cool. But of course, you just want this
Devour is also nice.
Increase your farming speed quite nicely. A little awkward death there, but literally doesn't really change a whole lot. It just stops the Morphling being ahead of everybody else. Slows them down a little bit.
And after all of this though, I think the hero to take the biggest L from the change of Passion UA's map position is the PA, right? She went from having, what, 20 CS to the 8 of Tidehunter, to her supports rotating to her own triangle, and now what? Only maybe a broadsword or gold available? This is not a quick Battle Fury time for Crystallize and Supreme. Ooh! Missing the Burrow Strike, but good jump, yes, true.
Evading the Burrow Strike, but not evading the Ravage, though. That one's going to come
Got another blink?
Well, Fernandez is here to give him the opportunity to try and get away, but Supreme, he's so fast. He's got the haste rune, jumps through the two of them. They don't even know the Clinks is there, and they've almost killed him. Under the cover of invisibility, he will be fine. Nice moves from Supreme, utilizing that haste rune very, very nicely to get them a kill onto the enemy carry.
Sorry, can we look at bot lane real quick? Yeah, we are. Nice.
can.
This is a rare moment in Dota history. Look, there are 2 little treants. It's been so long.
I didn't know they could do that anymore.
That's crazy. Wait, when he gets level 4, that's gonna be 5 treants.
Wow, that sounds broken.
No, it's not.
5 ironwood trees.
Okay, so what is it? It's just this 30 heal per second, right? I saw him using it in laning phase. It did nothing.
It did nothing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, he's going to heal at the Morphling, and Morphling was just like...
Because also, it's 50% rate for towers. And how long does it last?
6?
4, okay, so 4 second max level, 4... It's 80 heal on a tower. So sad. I think my math was right there.
Fernandez is going to get dropped, gets caught out on the backlines under the sentry. Dusted up as well and taken on down. Kind of diffuses the mid push which was going on here, so that'll be Passion UA back to the
top
jungle.
lane. Oh, okay. Puppy was faking it. Sorry. He was like... Puppy keeps doing this thing where like he puts teleportation to like 80%, then he cancels it. Because of course the enemy will see the animation, right? So it's like, whoa! Trees! And then they run away. So it's kind of like annoying the enemy. That is technically something you can do on Prophet. If you just minimap click your TP, or you can move your camera in the fog, you can just like make it look like you have vision on someone by faking a TP. It's pretty funny. Doesn't really work out too much. It's not that beneficial, but maybe one day.
Just do it
Supreme
randomly in the jungle sometimes. Just freak people out, make them think you have vision.
Yeah. Exactly. Supreme has the blink dagger though. Looking to play on the 12-minute room, but it is bottom. Even Mixer joined. All of Secret turning up for this one.
Yeah, they want this tower. Will they get it? Well, not without a creep wave, they won't. Illusion rune grab by Supreme.
All of
Might
Puppy's
just-
sentries are close to wards, but not getting them. Top lane, there's 2 sentries, but they don't get the ward. And then bot lane, they have a sentry again in the river, but it doesn't get the ward. So really nice vision from Passion UA, just to kind of like, you know, put it on just the edge of the usual ward spots, and maybe not the top one, but the bottom one at least. I like that ward
Supreme
spot.
is hunting.
He's annoying this game, that's for sure. And
Crystallized. No, he's gone in for the wave, and that is going to cost him his life. Nice moves from Supreme, actually. He started charging up the epicenter, saw the health which Crystallized was on, and just like, screw it, just kill him the old-fashioned way. No epicenter needed. Nice, efficient plays. And Crystallized is dead again. This is a very miserable Phantom Assassin. It's just awkward. Like, Niche can't really play the game until he finds Aghanim Scepter. His stacks got taken. He's still a mile away from it. Well, about 900 gold at least. Wrecker is going to have to use the escape act here to try and get himself to safety. Batcher comes in. I mean, Doom is available, but there's the Manta Dodge coming out. Is it going to make a difference? No, it is not. They're not even going to bother with the Doom. They've got the damage regardless, and Crystallize comes in, gets a kill. Nice moves from the Phantom Assassin to get herself back into the game. Puppy's been seen here as well. The Methodical is available. Should be able to get the big crit onto Puppy. And slowly but surely,
The heal!
down to the Ravage from the sideline, saving their captain. Mixer doesn't want to get kicked, and making sure that he keeps Puppey alive is going to ensure that. And Batcher caught very awkwardly here on this high ground, but still alive for the time being. Nobody's dying here. Nobody can finish the other off. We talked about lack of stuns, and seems to be coming through for both teams here. Is no one really dropping other than the Sanking to start this off. So awkward stuff coming out for both sides.
Yeah, very, very awkward. But I think it was only awkward because the Doom was a little hesitant, right? Like, he didn't instantly Doom the Sanking, so then they used more spells to kill him. And now the spells are on cooldown, and now he doesn't use Doom mid, which is fair. I don't think they'd get the kill anyways. But it's like that, those moments of thought did enable Secret to, disengage the fight a little bit better. Of course, I think the Sanking dodging the Doom originally with the illusion was somewhat beneficial to Passion Yue. I think using Doom on Sanking there, it's good, but keeping it available for another fight is always way more annoying. That is a spell that you want to get put on cooldown to then try and play around it.
Yeah, especially in this game where we mentioned there's no throwaway stun, so like all of your kills are going to come from Aurora Doom. That's it.
And Sanking is the hero that we expect to die from Doom. Like, he's jumping into the fight, he's getting Bar Strike, he's going to be like explosive in nature. Like, this playstyle, you're always going to, you're going to overextend at some point. It's hard to play a flawless game with this type of Dota, so I'm expecting Supreme to tank a Doom or two, but in the later portions of the game, we will be having to look at how he tries to navigate that. Will he go for a Lincoln's? Will he try to maybe just position in a way that he respects the Doom? But if your Morphle Tide's getting doomed at the start of the fight, that's when Passion Yue will just walk over Secret.
Three and 3, pretty low kill game coming out for both sides here. I mean, really, the only one that's tried to do anything on the side of Team Secret has been Supreme. He's been the only one making plays, trying to make things happen. Everybody else just kind of chilling, looking for the farm. So far, so good for most people. Crystallize still pretty far behind, trying to find that Battle Fury. We'll be able to catch up when he gets there, but looking for the second broadsword and the recipe still.
Are we in agreement? A facet is really, I'm gonna swear it, really shit when Puppey's not actively trying to heal towers. His spell allows him to heal a tower, but at no point have I seen him go to a tower and go, you know what? Let me just heal you up real quick. Like, I'd argue half of the facet is just worthless.
Yeah, it's so small. I mean, to be honest, the other side of it is not that useful either. It's a fine niche over in the river.
Oh, Puppey's walking to mid lane. Maybe he does it. Oh, he sprout the tier 1 tower.
No.
Oh, for God, no.
Like, I just want to see it. I just want to see how useless it is.
Whereas 80 heal is just like, okay. Parker, though, with the Invis rune wrapping around.
He finds Cracker. Ooh, he needs to wait 3 seconds for the escape act, and it's just not going to come. See you later, buddy. Wheel of Wonder just awkwardly exploding beside them. Not catching anybody. Nice kill for Parker, putting him ahead of net worth even further. Having a great game on this Morphling so far. Play against a Parker Morphling, you gotta have a good plan to deal with it. And they do. It's called Doom. But Lincoln's already out for Parker.
And the PA just completed the Battle Fury. Like,
oh, Parker could be in trouble here.
Oh, no. Oh,
he didn't get down to the low ground.
That felt...
I'm looking at the cast range, T.
He should be able to get to low ground. If we go straight back to... Okay, can we please click the death spot of... Go back to Morphling real quick and hover on waveform? Yep. And then again, like, technically if we shift a little bit left... Yeah, easily. No.
What do you think? What do you think, Web has? Yes or no? Should he have been able to get down to that low ground?
Yeah, I saw that was a subtle camera, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just looked a bit small, yeah.
Didn't go the distance. Pays the price for it. And there you go. Doom comes out. The Morphling counter working out once again. Oh.
So much damage.
Oh, Crystallize trying to get away from Fiolacore here, but struggling to do so. So Cracker, Vernan's helping out, trying to slow them, but Supreme just jumping in. Vernan's did not cancel that blink. I don't know if he didn't see him or what, but that was not ideal. And now they'll go forward, look for Cracker as well. Batcher going to be another target here. Nice trees coming out from Puppey. Not only is it blocking up Batcher, but it's healing his teammates. BKB pops from Batchik means
Oh,
they
he's
can't
dead.
quite finish this job, and Puppy's going to get killed for his efforts from Niche as well. So, I mean, that is a raw, to be honest. Like, these spells are so valuable that I don't even think you feel that bad about that one on Puppy. So, oh, what a weird couple of moments. And Crystallized dead again, just as he picks up the Battle Fury, is less than ideal for Passion Rain. This is going to come back to hurt them. As the Morphling hits his timings, the PA is still going to be just lagging that item behind and not being able to get into these fights.
I mean, he needs a BKB to deal with the Sand King and the Tidehunter, even the Shackle Shot from the Windrunner.
Yep,
Then
one.
after that, maybe he needs Shard, so he has to invest in a cheap item.
Alright, 2.
The bit of damage.
You'd
Maybe
hope so.
Nullifier. I mean, yeah, you're like 4 items away from actually being happy, but it just isn't likely to be coming through that quickly.
It was nighttime, but I do feel like Fernand should have cancelled that blink on the Sand King. That was,
I agree. If from his perspective, if he was able to, again, my camera was a little bit more to the right, so I didn't actually see the Clinks and the Sand King. I was staring at the PA and that side of the fight, but if he was able to cancel it, then probably should have.
Coming in for a bit of revenge here, though. Mixer wants to see what's up, but Fernand's just going to run away. Niche gets the TP out. They won't be finding anything.
This is what Secret need to be careful for, though, right? As the game progresses, their ability to pick up on the map will increase for Passion Anyway. Clinks will, inevitably get an Orchid. He will be able to kind of set up these moments that if a core can also kind of walk to that position, you'll happily kill off a hero very quickly.
Fernand's walking on division
Tide.
here.
Yep. Showing the Tide. They do have Doom, who is wrapping around on the top side of the Rush Pit, so maybe see. Oh, he's already doomed the Morphling.
Yeah, he's going for it here, and I think it's just going to get the kill. I think, yeah, Parker's just straight up dead. What a play from Batcher, coming in the backlines, killing off the enemy carry effortlessly, completely effortlessly. What a movement. Fernand is going to tank the entirety of a AP sensor here, so unlucky for him, I guess. And it'll be 2 kills for Theodore. Look at this scribbling on the back from Parker. Oh my god. He's like, what is this psychopath doing? You can see the wards coming out from your whole. My brothers, there is a ward, but it's not what you think.
Normally, when I see that level of minimap drawing, that's like 1 death away from my carry wanting to like stop playing the game. That was like PTSD-inducing level of minimap drawing, but I'm sure the communication was not as volatile.
Let's hope that he was speaking in Spanish. They couldn't understand what he was saying.
We'll see, but yeah, very good move there from Pachinue. Even the speed from the initiation from Doom, right, to jump up, to instant mana burn, get the Doom buff, not allow any time to react. Normally, Morphling players with the Lincolns, just hearing that Lincoln's pop sound gives them enough indicator to press attribute shift or waveform, but again, Doom just playing very, very efficient there. The trade-off: use Doom to kill a hero. Guess what? You now have a long window to do anything you want in Secret. They take that chance to walk straight into the Roshan pit and get themselves an Aegis. The hardest counter to do.
Truly. I'll go straight into the hands of Parker, allowing him to hopefully not get caught out by the Doom next time around. This does put Passion in a slightly awkward position, but again, they kind of want to be playing the map here anyway. Like their time to play the game is sort of naturally closing whilst they wait for Crystallize to be more of a hero. Might be waiting a while, but she's getting there. Yeah, Niche and Batyak are so rich. Like, the PA has struggled, but the top 2 heroes in the game are the Doom and the Beastmaster. Which isn't super surprising considering how these heroes play, how these heroes farm, and for the mid on Niches, we have Fernand just getting caught out super deep there. Yeah, the way you play mid on Beastmaster, you just get the Dagon Scepter, you do farm really, really fast. Just a very, very good farming item. I wonder if they just want to kill Theolacor here. I kind of feel like they might. Let's see. Can we use the Doom? Doom even required? A lot of damage coming out. Oh! Actually bring them down. Impalement. Giving them what they needed. You can see these kills, they're awkward, but they are possible without using the ultis. At least on supports, but now they're coming back through onto the Beastmaster, and I'm not sure they're going to want to commit to this one on Passion UA. I think they're just letting him go, and they are. Cracker going for the TP out on the high ground. Supreme doesn't have the stun. They will get away on Cracker at the very least, and Batcher wanting nothing to do with that one, just leaving. You don't want to be baited into a 5-on-5 in this game at the moment. Not whilst that Aegis is up, not whilst Crystallize is still farming.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to be a little bit cheeky, right? Trying to push the limits, right? As you said, like they're trying to get kills without using the big spells. I think that is a trajectory of the game where Passion UA can try and punish Secret. You know, like, wait, they killed us without having to use Doom. They're, you know, now using the item to do that. But every time a hero dies or a big spell is used, Secret will just walk down a lane and take your next objective. Yeah, it is very scary for Passion UA to make a mistake. And of course, we already spoke about PA having no game. Still, bottom net worth of all the cores. Just completed a BKB. And Fernandes is going to be getting picked off in the river. One of the most enjoyable heroes to kill in the game because he just wants to run around. Basically, he's just a ranged version of Nyx Assassin. One Warden Sentry and a way to stun him, and 3 kills every time.
Yep, no Spike Carapace makes it even easier.
True.
It's just free.
It's a new facet down the line.
Yeah, give Clinks. Give Clinks spiked Carapace. Well, Crystallized BKB is complete. I'm still not entirely convinced that it's going to change how Crystallized's game kind of gets played too much without a damage item, but Shard queued up next, so that'll be a next item. This Shard's just good for getting through Morphling and Tide, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty much.
Yoda caught. Gonna see Crystallize here. Crystallize, I think, just needs to pull a Nightfall here. There you go.
Very cool. First BKB use of the game.
Yep.
Running away.
I won't lie, it's exactly what I was expecting.
Such a rough game for the PA. It's like, it's a rough game because of Supreme, right? Not because of him killing the PA a couple times. It's the fact that Supreme forced the supports away from the safe lane so early on in the game with his aggressive, you know, stack taking nature that it broke the lane. Tide just free farm, pushed him to jungle,
Yeah, that's a
and
great point.
it's like the domino effect from Supreme playstyle. Yeah, really, really good stuff. And oh, a Doom onto Sand King now. Talking about Supreme.
Yeah, mid Burrow Strike, by the way. They're going to need a little bit more damage, and they want to bring this guy down, though. He's not going to die just from the Doom alone. Maybe... No, I don't think so. So, Fernand's going to die to Parker in the front. There's everybody else backing themselves away. And let's just see the Sand King survive through it all, coming back. And one of the really big ultis being used and not securing a kill. That is bad news for the side of Passion UA as Parker's on the high ground. He's still got 30 seconds left on this Aegis, and he wants to do some damage with it. Fortification is available here. Will be refreshed eventually if they take those barracks.
Look at all the trees! Dying!
So many! Oh, multi-shot.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
At least he can heal. Here we go. Tower to fall. Parker. I don't think he's leaving here. 10 seconds left on the Aegis. No creep wave at the moment, but one is coming through pretty shortly. Atiuk popping that link in, making him feel vulnerable. That's all you need to do. You can go for a little bit more here, chasing forwards quite a bit as the roll coming in from the sidelines. The Manta is not going to work out. They're on top of the Morphling. Parker, he's been brought down, not respecting the Aegis timing at all, as Batcho looking for Fiolacore as well. Over the backline, Supreme, though, does fall to Crystallize. They find a big one. Now they look towards Mixer. Crystallize coming on through. He's got the fan of knives. It's 9 seconds. They're just going to have to slowly but surely rip through this watermelon and bring down Mixer here, and that they will. Somehow Cracker grabs that kill. Huge high ground defense here from Passion UA. Parker did not respect the Aegis timing, getting caught out, and Secret unable to do anything about it.
Just a little bit of a disjointed high ground right from Secret. On Passion UA, their entire perspective was like, okay, pop the Lincolns, force the spells, use our BKBs, and then Secret's like, your Sand King's jumping in, your Tide still has Ravage, but he can't use it because the BKBs are active. Parker then dies, and the supports, you know, Windrunner and Nature's Prophet, they're not really the best at saving your own team. They're good at setting up kills, but once you're actually out of position and under threat of the fight, they don't really enable, right? They're not like a ringmaster with an escape act, and yeah, that was somewhat devastating for Secret. A couple deaths from Parker now that have been, you could argue, you know, in a different game, in a different time, probably wouldn't have happened. Now he's looking for the MKB, about to complete it. This entire game really feels like who jumps who, right? If Secret get the Ravage or the Burrow Strike, they get the kill. And now, wait, Batjuk just mid, solo killing Morphling. Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's why,
All
that's
right.
why Doom is the hardest counter in the game to Morphling, right? He just walked up, popped Lincolns, and said, go back to base.
That is insane. Bashik's style on it. I'll be honest. I think he's having a beautiful game. Is down at the bottom side. Mix is also going to get killed off. Just split plays across the map. Sure, double BKBs have been used. I actually want to try and grab a Crystallize here. The 2 supports. All right. Good luck.
Wait, Sand King is coming though.
Okay, okay. Backup
Clink's
is
in the back line.
arriving. Can he find Crystallize? Crystallize is very far away. Oh, he needs a blink target. He's going to get it as well. Sneech comes in from the side, allowing Supreme to not get the kill. Weird words, whatever. Crystallize lives. That's all you need to know. Yeah, I don't know. The secret of being unraveled before our very eyes here. Passion UA
Yeah,
completely outplaying them.
the expected map play from their draft is coming online, right? Sure, it's locked behind items. Your support Clinks needed to farm an entire Orchid before he felt like he could truly make a statement in the game, but he's dabbling between a Deso, maybe a Nullifier. But for Secret, they just need to execute cleaner. They have all the tools to take a fight, but they need to be on the same page. They need to, just, I guess, be together, protect your Morphling. But who wants to stand up front? That's what the Doom is countering. Mixer doesn't want to walk up the front of the fight. He'll get doomed. Now no Ravage. Sand King has to hit a Burrow Strike Epicenter, but he's often doing it blind. Maybe the answer is Puppy needs to start microing his treants. He has 5 of them. Why not in an area where you have vision? Start sending the 5 trees to scout out that target, to start the fight, and Fernandes in the mid lane will be going down. This is what Secret needs. They need to find a pickoff, and then play for the big jump on Tidehunter or Sand King. Passion UA, they're smoked up. They don't care about their Clinks dying. They also didn't care enough to jump
Used
when
to
they
it
saw
by
them.
now.
Yeah.
Minutes, 8k gold advantage for Passion UA. Feeling pretty good, other than their Clinks, who's just kind of been sacrificial lamb. Do you think there's any point where the Clink stops running around the map and getting killed, or is that just kind of how the hero functions?
He's just always present. It's like Clinks is a hero where you have like 15 deaths, but you're still doing the same level of annoyance on the map, right? Like, it just doesn't stop. Kills, deaths, run around, vision. Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it looks bad.
You can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. So, trying to be very defensive here on the side of Secret. Well, they're just going to use a roar onto the Tidehunter with their shots coming out from the Phantom Assassin. They can easily bring it down and then move over towards Yolikov. Yolikov also going to be dropped, but yeah, buyback coming out from the both of them. They want to take this fight as Batchuk going to doom the Tidehunter again, just kill him back to back. I'm not sure if that's going to work out for them, though. Parker's coming in to help his buddy out, knowing that neither of these ultis are available now. Parker's feeling empowered to try to take this fight, but he's been so awkward. It's very awkward here. He's just going to lose his life again. Parker is dead. They'll move on towards Supreme. Supreme to fall as well. It's just a massacre in the jungle here as Passion UA. They'll kill 2 of them. They both buy back. They kill 3 more. I mean, no Ravage.
I mean, it made me chuckle. That was like such a beautiful way to take a fight, right? You smoke around, you have the low ground ward, but you wrap around the top side. You see the Beastmaster, but the first fight is a roar with a shard break. Then you chill, you let the fight breathe. Then he buys back. Now the Doom, he was going to Doom the Sand King, but with the Tide buybacking, he stopped the Doom. He cancelled it. He waits. He then sees him TP, then he uses it. So in all the chaos of the fight, he understands, wait a second, Tide is the key thing. That's what we started with. That was our initial objective when we smoked, is kill this Tide. And I don't know, I just like the fact that in the small little choices, he was like, yeah, kill Tide twice. That's exactly what we're going to do. He is everything for their team right now. They've kind of overcome the Sand King aggression of early game. The key piece of the puzzle for Secret to win a fight is hitting a Ravage. Bot lane, they did not get the Ravage off. Parker died too quickly. In their triangle, he dies twice in a row. Passion UA, they are, yeah, taking these fights beautifully.
I'd really love to know the comms there on Mixer who gets broad killed and then comes back and gets doomed. And he's just like, okay, guys.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I don't know. It's like, don't worry, guys, I've tanked.
They have no ultis left.
It's
Get it,
probably,
boys.
it's probably, don't worry, guys, I have buyback. Guys, I buybacked. Guys, I've been doomed. Fuck.
Yeah. Please do something. Oh, you're all dead.
He's like, Parker, maybe you can do it. I've tanked everything. And Parker's like, no, sorry, I'm half HP. This Shiva is
Got
destroying
caught by
me.
a stray orchid.
Yeah, true. The support Clinks is kind of popping off. Yo, and for Nans, he was thinking Desert, he was thinking Nullifier, but guess what? Game's good. He's now going for Hex. Your support Clinks at 35 minutes potentially. He's going to be walking around with just solo kill potential on nearly any hero. I mean, obviously not Tidehunter, but any other hero than Tidehunter.
He's gonna be a monster. His hexes are just gonna be a real problem. This Morphling, like, Parker just did not want to go for a BKB this game, and who can really blame him considering the matchups, the lack of control. But at some point, when there's hexes on the field, when there's so many orchids flying around as well, it might just be necessary. Lincoln's orchid never feels good for a Morphling at all, but I'm not sure he's gonna have a choice at this point. Tier 2 tower. Going for Passion UA, finding the aggression after finding some really, really good fights. Parker gets out. I do love this lovely well-worded talent. Plus 100/12, base/incremental radius of epicenter.
Yes. It could have been worded as plus 100 base and plus 12 incremental or something. You know, it doesn't need to be two separate slashes, but there's probably some like programming logic which makes that look really, really clean. I guess I don't know.
Nah, just get rid of the low IQs from Dota.
I'll refrain from making the joke. Don't worry.
They can
Jump in.
They want to kill this PA. It seems like an obvious target, but it's only an Aegis, don't forget. Escape Act's going to be there, though, delaying the inevitable. They're getting crystallized out, and they don't want to chase this hard for an Aegis. They were just looking for a nice, cheap pick-off. Didn't happen. Ah, well. Oh, it's a battle of treants and boars.
Refresher on Doom now.
Oh, no. Niche came to clear up the... I was going to see who won between the boars and the treants, but then Niche just came and killed all the treants. Very disappointing.
God, how would you actually fight into Passion UA? There's a Refresher Nullifier Beast, there's a Refresher on Doom. You got the Hex now complete on the Clinks. PA just kind of chilling. To be fair, somewhat recovered, but about to finally overtake the Morphling. It has been a very, very difficult game for Crystallize. Moving towards bottom though, 5-man smoke. They have every single tool to kill a hero. They don't even need to use a Doom or a Raw if they want to, especially if Fernandes is leading the charge. And he might find Parker, he might find Mixer, and he's gonna find Parker. Oh.
There it is. The Hex is there. The damage coming in, and they will bring down the Morphling once again. Parker is just getting caught out again and again. He had a great start, but the tide has indeed turned, and Fernandes is on the case.
You know the sad thing there for Parker? His death is simply a 50-50. If he waveforms to the camp, he dies. If he waveforms to the other camp on the left, he doesn't die, right? Because the Clinks walks from the low ground to first check the Ancient. So during the TP time, he would have... truly sad. As I start blabbing, there they are dying top. Pump faking the Doom. Goes for the Lincolns, cancel first.
I think it's a new Lincolns, I'm not sure, but yeah, bad chick. Just realizing he has a Lincolns, cancelling the Doom, using the Banner Burn to cancel the Lincolns, then going back in for the Doom. He's just so chilled, this dude. He's just not feeling the pressure at all this game.
He's 5-0-11.
Yeah.
Just casually playing his game, running around. I mean, it becomes quite an easy Doom game, right? Because in his mind, it's very simple. See Morph, get Doom. See Tide, get Doom. And maybe the complexity is, like, depending on how the fight starts, the Morph or Doomer is a better target, but... He's just, yeah. His entry to the fight is very, very chill.
Crystallize went for the Sanjanyasha into Nullifier. Nullifier going to feel really, really good. against a lot of these heroes, especially the supports you just want to bring down. You'll go a long way off from level 25.
That is a shame.
28k gold advantage for Passion UA. They've never really been too far behind on net worth, but it's just been building so violently recently.
Building so violently.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, they built their gold advantage with loads of kills.
I'm trying to think what's something that you would build violently.
A mud hut where you use blood instead of mud.
I mean, a mud hut also by itself is fine. You have to slap the mud on.
Yeah,
You have to go all dark on me, man.
Didn't need to be that dark, but
No.
I really need to drive the point home.
No, I understand now. I won't be making any mud huts with you anytime soon. Weekend plans are cancelled.
I actually did build a mud wall with black ones. Good times.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me the story actually, yeah.
Yeah, we sung a song. Oh, Fernandez immediately sees the Tidehunter and immediately pops the Hex, and now Niche coming in around the sideline, the Roar coming out. They want to take down that Tide, and they will do so. Mixer, dead for 100. Buyback is available. A few resources used for this Tidehunter, but we've seen this time and time again. Passion UA more than happy to dump spells into Mixer and get him out of the fight. Beastmaster also hits the 25, so these Roars just have a ridiculously short cooldown now.
Yep, 22.
Oh, and an Arcane Rune. What the?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's already a backup.
Yeah.
Oh, and they have boots too on Doom, so he might just do some like Beast blinks into fight, he jumps in, then he blinks. Oh, I'm so excited for this next fight. It should just, they can just delete Secret in a matter of seconds. I just love late game Dota when you have all the big spells. It's
You start seeing some unique ways of playing the game that you just don't get normally.
We'll see how Secret can navigate this fight though. Whoop, Parker defensively trying to get out. Psychic Link is used on the Snorkeling.
Here we go, Refresher coming out as well, just blowing up poor old Viola, blowing him up. As damage coming out, Supreme might just be able to get the reset here. There's a Ravage coming through. Doesn't it create an opportunity for Parker? Parker jumping into the front lines here, just trying to take down Badger. Badger go for the refresh, but doesn't get a good advance from Parker. It's good enough to keep him alive, and he'll take down Cracker as well. Could this be the fight for Parker at last? Crystallize realizing that he cannot stand his ground any longer, but he kind of has to. Fernand's going to help him out with the Hex here as well, but there comes the stun out from Supreme, back from the Doom, coming in to wipe out Passion UA. It's an ultra kill for Parker. Took him 40 minutes in this game, but he finally finds a fight on the Morphling, and it is glorious.
And when you're excited for one team to take the team fight, then the other team finds the perfect way to navigate it, right? Doom jumps in, he kind of pop fakes the Doom, so you know what, I'm not going to cast it there. Then he gets it cancelled, he can't connect on the Morphling. There's a double Lincoln's thrown on him, so he's able to, you know, maintain his life and just
even when
finally
he
turns off.
He then like mantas just at the last second to just make sure the Doom can't like.
Yeah. No, that was a very impressive fight from Parker, but it's been a long time coming, right? The fact that he was 4-7-1 before the start of that fight, and Doom, as he bought the boots too, doesn't have buyback. He opted to fully invest in the fight, trying to win that one engagement, and that. I mean, it's,
look at this.
What, at least 2 racks potentially from this blunder.
Niche buys back.
Seconds.
They have a shield rune on Morphling though. Like that is no joke. That is absolutely no joke.
How does Passion UA lose a fight with double Doom, double Raw, Hex, double Hex? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, go back and watch it in slow motion, I guess. And you'll have
I need to. Yeah, after the game, I'm gonna rewatch it for sure. That was
crazy. Buybacks are always an issue, and yeah, I mean the Sand getting doomed. I think just dooming the Sand is always going to feel like a mistake.
I mean, the first Doom of Sand King was a bit awkward, but then Puppy TP'd in with a greater healing Lotus to then keep Morphling alive in the fight as well, so he amped him up. Supreme put the Lincolns on the Morphling, so there's a lot of like subtle things Secret did to keep Parker fighting. This wasn't just like Parker 1v5ing. It might look it from like from a perspective, but it really wasn't. I just realized they have 4 robes. They really want to keep that robe effect alive in the fight. I don't think it stacks. That would be kind of broken.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think it... Sorry, I should rephrase that. It shouldn't stack. There we go. Let's make sure no one thinks otherwise. And now, Passion UA.
Ooh, Puppy. Trying to get some vision inside of the pit here, and we'll just be feeding his life away here eventually.
He does have buyback, and they don't care. They're potentially trading Roshan for Mega Creeps. Look at Parker.
Power Range TP is coming out in every direction. The Hex comes out, but he's got Lotus, which means
Oh, he
he's
Lotus
gonna
in.
throw down the Doom's actually going in on this. Parker doesn't get down to the low ground again, not again. Twice in one game, he doesn't have the length. And now
But he has
Supreme's
buyback.
gonna fall as well. Gem on the deck. Parker and Supreme dead. Buybacks available from the both of them. Doom coming out now onto the Tidehunter as Batchet already looking for more. This man is hungry, he's thirsty, and he might just be getting killed off for his efforts here.
Doesn't
He's
have
surrounded
buy.
by Parker and Fiolacore. He needs some help. He needs a teammate here. No one's going to come back to join him. He will fall, but they get the dieback onto Supreme as well. So a dieback on both sides. Maybe nullifying each of them out, but Passion UA now feeling like they need to escape, and Greca kind of going to be caught out in the backlines. The Ravage comes through! It finds Crystallize! They'll see him! Escape Act is there, though they didn't deal with Greca, so Crystallize might just be able to get out of this one yet. All the way up to the high ground, finds a jump to Niche, and it's going to survive
Fernand's
now.
going
Buyback
in.
coming out from Fernand, that was not the play. Chopped down by Parker as the Morphling is back. But Secret, I mean, it's a little scary. They've got the cooldowns now on the side of UA. Sure, there's no Doom, but double Raw, well, singular Raw available.
This is the point now, Secret. It is going to be such an important question. Do they go for Roshan? Do they try and punish the two heroes without buyback? But they do go for the Roshan. It is currently walking to top, which will slightly delay the taking of this potentially game-winning resource.
Yep.
Is that another refresher? Who picked up? Okay, Morphling with refresher. I mean, the start of that fight was so weird as well for Parker. Like, he's on the high ground. He jumps onto a PA because it has a Lotus, and then he tries to wait for him out and he dies. And then Doom just TPs into the fight, running in, just fully overextending without buyback. And then Fernand's at the end as well, just tries to solo a Morphling next to his entire team. Like, the pressure is getting to both teams for sure. This is not a clean end to the game that we expected. Rewind 7 minutes.
Wait, you expected a clean end?
No, I thought Passion UA with 18,000 gold lead and refreshers on all their heroes and hexes. I thought they were just going to be able to, win a fight, take a Rax, reset, get Roshan, go again. But instead, they give Parker a slim chance and.
Yeah, I mean, they're at a 30k gold lead at one point in this game, so. Was looking kind of Jova, but in fact, still plenty of Dota to be played. Got to start looking at those buybacks now as well, see what the situation is there, and well, it's pretty grim for both sides, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, did you know the?
And Batchuk, the only ones who can have it.
Do you know who owns Passion UA, by the way? You might not.
No.
It's a football player. He plays for Arsenal. Zinchenko.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And I believe, fun trivia, once the CS team, one of the players was unable to play, I think maybe internet issue or something, so Zinchenko, the Arsenal football player, stood in for the team.
that is funny. Oh,
so imagine now in game 2, just, Cracker, fuck, gotta go to school, sorry guys, and then just
Zinchenko
casual
comes
footballer
in.
comes in, yeah.
Yeah, picks up Tusk, gets the Aghanims.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm good, I'm He is known for scoring a couple goals, so it could be
Being grabbed by Secret here.
I still wish Tormentor just had RNG values every day. That'd just be so, like, you wake up in the morning, it's like, it just says plus or minus damage, you don't really ever know your power limit. I mean, it's meant to torment you, right? I feel like it should lean into that a bit more.
Yeah, maybe it should be it comes and goes in waves over the course of the game, it just randomly gets stronger, weaker.
The first one is just, you have to 10-man it, you've got to make a pact with the enemy.
Yeah.
Can we please just all take it, help?
Maybe that's what we need in Dota, right? An objective we can do together, like a Roshan's pit, but where you can't damage each other when you're in it. And just take a minute out, go and take Roshan 2. That's 10 heroes.
As much as that sounds fun, it also sounds so pointless.
Maybe on Valentine's Day they can add that.
Oh yeah, that's
one
a good
day
idea.
of love.
I had a player say that they loved me in a game the other day. We were just laning together, and it was my carry player. I just did like I unblocked small, blocked hard. We got 2 kills, and he was like, "Oh, I love you," and I was like, "Oh, I love you too." It was just I just never had my carry player say it to me. I was just
And you're up all
flustered.
night. Did they mean it?
Yeah. No, he very quickly
reading
he
too much
very
into it?
quickly backtracked when I leaned into it. But
We
you
could
know,
start a life together.
we could
We could run away. Leave this
we
sick
could
and
we
twisted
could
world
dual lane
behind
for the
us.
rest of our lives.
Yeah.
Oh.
Move to the mountains, live a simple life, dual laning, just the 2 of you.
It's just nice not getting flamed in a pub, you know, because everything, like one little mistake and obviously people go angry, right? So it was just nice just having just praise for a second. It felt real.
Validating. Well, both teams
Yeah.
have got on board and are trying to catch the other out. Which means neither team is going
Can
to
they-
find each other. Which probably means the
Okay.
Parker's going to run up the high ground.
But like in Passion UA, they have all the tools, right? It's just I think the last couple fights they've only cared about Parker, and Parker's outplayed them, right? With Manta dodges, Lincoln's usage, and like he's found ways to threaten the Doom, to not feel like he's an easy target.
They had some grand
Forcing out the
plans, some
glyph.
grand ideas. They were circling the jungle, trying to go in that direction. Then Parker turns up in the high ground and it's like, oh, well, back we
It's
go.
like get back, yeah.
The objective taking this game has just been so much better on the side of Team Secret.
Yes, that is true. They have been very like when they see an objective, they commit to it, right? And they're not diving past the towers.
Yeah, I mean, usually they just try to poke, and then escape, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
They have 1, 2. How many Lincolns do they have? So they've got a Lincoln of Prophet, a Lincoln of Sanking, and Morphling. But all of these Lincolns are getting put onto the Morphling. Of course, you can only have 1 active at a time, so it's not like before where you could stack 3, 4. But if they just use them nicely, then Morphling will feel, you know, unkillable. The Aegis has now expired. Of course, this Aegis was to eat through the buyback that he had available. It's why Secret wasn't trying to overplay their hand too much. If he was to die twice, you know, into a Raw, then respawns, gets doomed, it would have just been GG, right? His buyback, he is 1600 gold short. Potentially could
Okay.
sell an item to get that. He does have a backpack SMY. Maybe it's like use refresher, then put SMY in, right? So
Yeah,
he probably
that
doesn't
was
want to sell the
that was
SMY.
idea.
Yeah. But still Secret needing to be very careful. They are probably about 3 or 4 minutes away from Parker getting that buyback gold. 1 misstep here. All the hard work Secret have done to get back into this game can come crumbling down. And the fights that they've won, it has been kind of like these like magical moments, right? Of like individual pop-offs. It is hard to maintain that form in every single fight.
It is, yeah. The consistency of these fights has been non-existent. Like every fight has looked entirely different from the last. One fight they doom up Parker, they take him down and then deal with the rest of the team. Another fight they'll just throw everything onto Mixer, kill him off twice.
I think the answer is just don't doom Supreme.
Yes. Supreme
That's
is a
the-
giant bait, as he has been the entire game.
Yeah.
He's just been an annoying dude running around trying to absorb attention. Which is exactly what you want in this kind of draft for Secret. He's fulfilling his role kind of perfectly. Maybe could have used a couple more kills, but with the teammates he has, it's sort of difficult. He doesn't really have many partners. Theolicore seemed... That's one thing I would say is I feel like Theolicore could have probably enabled the Sanking a bit more, but we'll see that happen here now if Fernand gets caught out on the map. Let's get brought down. I feel like this Clinks is kind of too valuable to be killed in this situation.
He's just hungry to be the Clinks, right? Like, the Clinks is kind of like the... At any minute, if you get the kill, your team loves you, right? It's like, guys, I got the pickup, let's go! Right? So I think he's just hunting for that, you know, the validation of, guys, we can get back into the game. I can do this.
Yeah.
He also doesn't sit in base
So
very well.
Theolicore or something like that.
No.
maybe.
Exactly. Next Roshan could be the epic fight of the game. Whoever gets this next Aegis will have buyback advantage. I think all teams should have buyback at this stage, right? Yeah. We are looking at that on screen, other than Krekker, who's just just poor, but it's fine. He'll farm.
Puppy does have an Octarine, which seems a little strange.
More Lincolns.
Okay.
Let's focus on more Sprout Hill. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Look at his towers. They're so healthy.
You know the sad thing is, if Puppy had the other facet, he probably would have taken like a Rax and a half by now, because he'd have forced the Clinks and the Doom to sit in the base, right? Both of them obviously with Devour and Death Pat. The other facet would have been very, very oppressive in that sense. But I can see why he did take it again, because of the fact that they could just eat his tree for free.
2 heroes can do it as well.
Oh, they go onto the Tide Hunter.
Down onto the Tide Hunter. Big commitment here, but the Shackle Shot's going to just completely counter Patrick's attempts here. BKB wasn't used. Okay.
Where was the follow-up Doom? Of course, like, it felt like a desperation blink Doom, but there needed to be that extra hero. You got the Abyssal on the PA, of course. Any Hex or like every hero has lockdown at this stage, but no one was there to jump on that Doom. Again, 60 seconds for the next one. Still has Refresher. He has Octarine. It's not like it's a major problem.
Here come the Treants. There go the Treants. Here come the illusion. The tower is gone.
I still don't get how Beastmaster players can play Beastmaster. Just the entire game, all you hear is dum 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 dum. It's just like, bro, he's been playing for 55 minutes, of which he's had ags for like maybe call it 45, maybe like 43 minutes. Must be so annoying.
Yeah, the fact that it's offbeat as well is just really jarring. I feel like we're much better at filtering out stuff which is on a rhythm versus stuff which is random.
Maybe that's what makes a good Beastmaster player or not. He finds his...
Gotta become one with the rhythm.
Yeah.
What's he looking for? He's got 8k gold in the bank. Looking at
no, here it is. Fernandes, he's drawing the line, alright? So he's running, but the Doom has said, hey, you go, I will TP onto you if you find the hero. This could be the pick-off that Passion UA have been looking for. The deep wraparound, invisible little scout. He has a gem as well to make sure he isn't underneath a ward sentry. Mid does go down to Nature's Prophet, meanwhile. He might find Supreme. Will he go into the Roshan pit? That does sound like a scary place. Or find Fiolacore.
Fiolacore, the best target.
Oh, the nighttime!
Oh! How did he not see him?
It's nighttime.
So close.
Yep.
There's lotuses everywhere.
He's going back though. He might find Mixer, surely. Okay. All the Doom TP.
Just making sure it's safe, checking it out.
Yeah. Understanding
Nope.
The scene. Nope. He wants a bigger target.
Yeah, but bigger fish.
I don't think you can get much bigger than a watermelon, but yeah.
Especially the Krillita watermelon is huge. But Roshan's now being attempted. Gonna go down very quickly here. They are coming, slowly but surely.
Oh, he revealed himself.
Oh, the Clinks has been seen on the sidelines. That's going to distract Secret for the time being. Is it going to create an opening here? It kind of has to, because the Clinks is already dead. Buyback coming out from Fernandes. The fight starts in earnest here. Doom's come out onto Mixer, which means no Ravage going to be able to come through. Crystallize trying to finish off the Doom, the Tide Hunter, but he's so damn tanky. Finally gets him gone. And now Supreme jumping in. Nice initiation from him on through Crystallize and Badger here. They're going to be able to take them both down with the help of Parker. Now moving across towards the Sang. The Cracker. Cracker's going to try and keep himself alive, but it's not going to last long. Buyback on everybody here as they're trying to come back into this one. Parker takes them all down. Ultra kill for the Morphling, and Passion UA just having to buy back, defend their base, but they're not going to be able to stop this Roshan.
They need to doom the Morphling. They need to find a way to stop Parker running through the fights. They did it perfectly in the mid game, but as the late game strikes, they are struggling to get Parker. And yeah. Poor old Mix, actually.
Like Batchuk's kind of being baited by like that really successful fight they had onto the Tide Hunter. Now it's just like
it's in his memory the entire time.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, you do need to doom him, but you also need to do something to the Morphling, and I feel like that's just not happening so far. But again, oh, Rapier picked up by Crystallize, by the way.
Oh, okay. But if you want to use like hindsight, right? Maybe Fernandes, when he saw the Tide Hunter, he saw that like Yeah, like why didn't they go there? Why didn't they try and break open the fight before the Roshan? Doesn't matter though. Crystallize and Parker, they're on top of each other.
The high ground here is going to get roared up and taken down. That's his first life gone. The gust of wind is not going to be enough to save him. Funnily enough, Wheel of Wonder coming down. Refreshing
the Hex.
Hex is there. They've got another roar available. They're just going to be able to take him down for a second time by the looks of it. They haven't quite finished the job, but they will. He did get the barracks, so Mega Creeps gained and buyback available. As in the backlines, Batchuk finds Supreme as well.
Doomed. Okay, he was doomed. All right. My camera was not on syncing. I was like, how the hell did he die? My Doom's farming the wave.
Where are we on the worthometer for Parker here, Tigo? Well, for both of these deaths. They get the Mega Creeps, they trade out 2 heroes.
Okay, so Parker's going to have to probably buy back as the PA Rapier is currently A-clicking down the mid lane. There's a refresher on Doom, so the worth on the worth meter, if he buys back, waveforms in, gets doomed and dies, it's just GG for Secret. So can I please answer that question after this next fight, please? Thank you.
He'll be a results-based analyst. Disgusting.
Amen. It's very volatile. It's very scary. I would argue maybe at the moment, not so worth. 2 Ravages are available, yeah.
It's so hard. This is so slow as well.
Teodokor is going onto Doom top.
Okay.
Don't really know what he's doing.
Well, I don't know what he's aiming to achieve with this, but
Yep.
he's showing that he can. One lane of barracks is going to go down, and that's probably going to be it.
Oh, alright, Passion. I feel like they've got to get more here. They're against Mega Creeps. They're going to get forced into their base. Like, as soon as you get Mega Creeped, the first wave, that's kind of your time to make your final move before you're choked back into your base, and to not even force to buy back on Morphling.
Yeah.
That worth meter is ticking up for Parker.
He knows it as well. Voice lines are coming.
I just thought Passion was going to go crazy there. I thought they were just going to like run into base, throw bodies in.
Yeah, I mean, it's
See what
Parker.
happens,
There's a chance he just straight up doesn't have buyback this late into the game. Like, it's happened before. Let's be real. Look at his inventory as well. He's disgusting to look at.
It's the memories, you know. Ah, the SMY of the early game. I like that one. To be fair, it would be pretty cool if he tabs in the SMY, if he thinks he's gonna get doomed to then keep the SMY. You know, it's like if he's actually utilizing every item, it's very cool.
Yeah. Because the refresher gets swapped out for the probably for the butterfly, and then once the second BKB charge is done, then you swap it out for the SMY. Tier 5 neutral items are now available. Parker gets to choose his. He gets either Spider Legs, Unrelenting Eye, Magic Lamp, or Keeping the Mindbreaker. Plus 40 primary attribute probably seems like the choice. He's got some really poo choices, so.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good. No, I'd say, yeah, Lamp is the combo break that is easy to use compared to like the other ones, which didn't feel as value. What did he pair it with, actually? He paired it with just okay, attributes. Sure. Okay, I mean, Secret are pretty happy. They got 3 magic lamps, and they're not going to be complaining, right? A lot of the damage has been like the burst of Aurora, right? So to have a strong dispel, that's going to feel pretty nice. And then the 2 initiating heroes have got a Fallen Sky as well, so you got more mobility on your initiators, and you have a strong dispel, kind of like an Aeon Disc on the other 3 heroes. The fights
Finance
will
also
only get
picked up
harder
his
for
Pirate Hat with the Audacious, which is really strong. Means that he can clear waves even easier, even against the Mega Creeps. He can clear them now because Burning Barrage is just going to absolutely destroy everything with the plus 80 magic damage. Ooh, has been seen here. Oh god, that was scary. Theolicor almost found him. And also because he's dying so much, the Buried Treasure going to go useful as well. 100% death reduction gold. Nah, I'm kidding. He's been staying alive in the late game a little bit more. Anything else interesting or to look out for? 2 Pirate Hats.
I think just the Minter Horn is pretty important for PA, right? Having a cheap BKB is going to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I do love it when my support Clinks is looking for a Dragon Lance at 63 minutes, so that is like the icing on the cake for the game.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, jump in from the Tidehunter!
Oh, big Ravage coming on down here. Refresher available as well. They're going to just immediately be able to tear through the Doom and the Beastmaster. Both dead. No buyback. Crystallize needs to do everything right now, and I don't know if that's possible with a Morphling tearing through them. Supreme dealing out the damage, and just like that, the game is over. Passion Yue, they took their fingers off the pulse. They were not paying attention for a second there. And Mixer, he finds the Dream Initiation, taking down 2 heroes. And just like that, it's all over, T.
I mean, first of all, what a game, right? It had the early game aggression from Supreme. It had then the kind of the mid-game dominance of Passion Yue. Then the kind of partial throws of the high ground. And then Secret capitalizing it. Parker Morphling just popping off. I mean, this game had a little bit of everything, right? And I think for Secret, they'll be happy they won the game, but winning in this style, it also feels somewhat like a loss, right? Because it's like, yes, you won, but a better team, you would have lost that game already on Secret. So it's like, it's not going to feel too good. But at the end of the day, when you're in the lower bracket, it doesn't matter how you win the game. It's about just getting that win, getting to the game 2, and resetting. And yeah, Parker, the last 50%, it was a treat to watch.
It was. Yeah, we won't talk about the 5 Doom deaths or anything like that. We won't mention those parts of the game, but that's Parker, baby. Like, you get this guy on your team, you know, that's gonna happen. Like, yeah, like sometimes he's gonna do some crazy shit, which makes you question, like, what was he even thinking? And then later on in the game, you're like, oh yeah, no, it's not worth even trying to figure out how this guy is thinking, because he's just on a different level. I don't know what that level is, but it's damn impressive when he's hitting and when he finds those moments when you can enable Parker. He's going to give you a game like this, and yeah, super impressive stuff coming out from him. Super impressive stuff from Team Secret. Game number 1 goes to them. 1 hour and 3 minutes, 34 kills to 35 to give you an idea on how even and how back and forth that game was. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we will be back with game number 2. We'll see you in a bit. Bless you, T.
Never met or never parted. We would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. We twa hearing about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he rode sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of...
It's time for game number 2, and I mean, I'm very excited. How could you not be after game number 1, a 60-minute barn burner, as Team Secret did take it in the end. Passion UA, despite having all of the tools, they just couldn't use them correctly. They just could not get off those spells. They couldn't find the right entry to the fights, and it looked so good for so long, but Parker had different ideas, and now we're getting into a second game. T-Governor, what do you think is the conversation they had after that game on Passion UA?
On Passion UA, it's honestly quite simple, right? It's probably just we need to execute better, respect the high ground, because everything up until that high ground siege was going really well for them. Then they just made like the rookie error of diving into tier 4s, overextending, trying to desperately, get their spells off, but they're winning every fight before then. So I think the analysis for them is pretty simple. For Secret, that's when it gets more complicated. It's like lanes went okay, but our choices were weird, and then we died too many times, but then we were giving this good chance. So I think I wouldn't want to be in Secret's position even after they won, because to kind of like recover yourself and to understand how to play better the next game is quite difficult. And maybe they just need to say, hey guys, new draft, new game, and they just ignore it for now, because there's a lot to unpack in that first game, and it's probably not the right time to try and overanalyze it if you're, competing on the team.
Yep, rinse, repeat, and go for game number 2, and try and make it a clean one. Alrighty, well, we do have a draft available, so let's jump into it and find out exactly what's going to be going on in this second game. Any Morphling bans going to be considered here for Passion UA? That is what I'm kind of curious to find out.
5 seconds
So far, no, but they got one more ban to come. Still some of those big heroes left in the pool. Jakira's still around. But they're going to go to Darkseer.
Oh yeah, they banned the beast and the ringmaster, right? So it's like respecting the previous game. That's kind of where Secret is going. You know what? We struggled. We respect why we struggled, and shifting it slightly. And Passion UA being first pick now, they won't have this like ultimate draft advantage of the Doom, right? I think the Doom played a massive part in them doing well. So not being able to like last pick it and have this like, haha, we got you type card should simplify it once more for Secret. But Jakira, just a basic old Jakira. Some Supreme's back to Tiny, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Not too much about this matchup, really. Tiny can kill Jakira later on in the game, but Jakira typically the higher stats support compared to some other squishier supports. So, if you're not ahead on the Tiny, then you might struggle to bring him down. Might get off a nice path and cause you some issues. Still a couple of those high pick heroes. Also, Mag not really being respected too much.
I like the concept of like the drafter. We said this yesterday, but I like when Supreme is able to get his mid hero that is the playmaker, and it opens the draft for Parker or Mixer to see more. Because like when you think about Parker, he had such a massive hero pool when they won PG of Lahia, right? Is it season 2 or 1? I can't remember. But either when they won it, 2. Yeah, it was 2. Yeah, massive hero pool, and then Mixer as well. Like he plays a lot of the zoo, but he also has a lot of teamfight contribution, and you want him to have a bit more information before locking him into a hero, right? And if Supreme can continue to find his heroes, maybe in the future Sanking could be the first phase hero that Secret plays, as they they respect Supreme doing his job on it really well, and I think it does open up for so much. But Windrunner once again not banned, so maybe Secret just picks it again. It feels like Fiodor is either playing Tinker or Windrunner. That's pretty much the only 2 heroes that I even remember him playing at this point.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, damn good heroes, but yeah, I'm wondering if he's starting to feel like he wants to mix things up a bit, but...
Oh! We've mixed it up. Yeah. Keep it light. I think, again, Windrunner would have looked fine in the draft, but the difference here, if most likely Fiodor is playing it, is the pacing of a mid-Tiny is now, twice as quick, because you're TPing the Tiny around the fight, or the map, sorry, you're buffing up his spells because they're low cooldown anyway. Sure, the chakra doesn't instantly replenish them, but they go from what, like 12, 14 seconds, now half reduced by chakra. So it's going to feel really good to just keep comboing heroes down. And you shove the waves so Jakiro can never really step out and pressure the offlane, as the waves are already always underneath his tower. So yeah, keep light, nice hero, good pacing, combos well with Tiny. Passionately keeping the draft. It's like a kind of Falcons of the past style draft here, right? DK, Hoodwink, high range damage there. DK jumps in, sharpshooter from the Hoodwink, Jakiro Macropire. You find hero, they are going to be dying.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I mean, it's just a good combo. Dragon Tail into Sharpshooter, Dragon Tail into Macropire as well. These long stuns really going to feel good with the Jakiro in play. Of course, there's also the slight counter synergy where Bushwhack into Macropire is going to break the tree and free the heroes. So just got to keep in mind that one. Always go for the ice path first. Also pretty strong. Jakiro gonna be the Parker hero for Team Secret.
Wait, what? Sorry, you said Jakiro.
I did? Oh, Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
Gonna be
So that would be hype. Twin Terror Jakiro somehow on the other team.
The Archons were right.
We got him. No, but Secret, they are protecting themselves from a lot of the kind of the zoo and the annoying offlanes that we see from the Batyuk, right? The tag team. Again, I'm expecting tag team from Puppy. Maybe if there ever was a time you take drinking buddies, it is with a Gyrocopter, as you just put the bonus damage on him and he flaks everyone. It was a classic combination during the previous TI. Of course, drinking buddies was nerfed, but tag team or drinking buddies in Tusk with Gyrocopter is a very strong lane. Protects you from a lot of the potential off-lane counters. And I think just the pace of the game that Secret's setting is just really strong lanes. Tiny plays most mid lanes. Kotal enables a lot of off-lane. Tusk enables a Gyrocopter. They've struggled in lanes, you could argue, a couple games now. But this draft should win lanes.
Yeah. Should. We've had a lot of teams in these qualifiers.
Yeah, we have.
Hey, there he is, Magnus. Very highly contested hero recently, but in these qualifiers, it's sort of fallen down the rankings a bit. I'm wondering why. I mean, the game we did see it between us, it was pretty bad, but that was also a pretty one-sided matchup when it came to the skill of the team, so I don't really put much stock in that in terms of affecting the heroes' overall capabilities. So happy to see it back. And last game, Passion UA definitely showed that they like playing around these big ultis, so now you've got the RP. And yeah, I mean, tons of combos in this draft. I mean, look at this. Like, you got the Magnus into Jakiro, you got the Magnus into Hoodwink if you want as well. DK also going to set up, so lots of options.
It feels more like a way in which they're respecting the aggression of Secret. It's like, how can we get our DK into a fighting position as early as possible? So Magnus with Empower will provide that. Again, good lane against Tiny, but I'm still worried for Passion UA. It's, other than the supports making moves on the map, it's just farm. DK wants to farm, Mag wants to farm. Sure, DK from like a mid lane or something can buy like Mage Slayer. From a carry role, it's just maybe like the Mjolnir, sorry, with the blue facet. But there is a large discrepancy in the fight in these two lineups. So
Yeah,
Passion
there
UA,
is.
their last pick will either need to be another hyper farming hero that just puts Secret on this like kind of this weird timer of you can never team fight us after half an hour, or it needs to be a skirmishing hero to just take a little bit of that engagement up to Secret. You know a hero that I would actually like to see that we don't see often?
What's that?
Kunkka.
Ooh.
Kunkka. Like a mid Kunkka into Tiny, you farm well. You have X against the elusive Kotal. Run buff against a lot of the skirmishing cheap damage of Secret would be able to mitigate that. It kind of just puts yourself in the position, but you're not last pick in the draft. You're then having like Mag offlane DK carry, a mid Kunkka, just 3 melee dudes. There's probably some like insane counter pick that would destroy them, because Kunkka's kind of weak. But like, I feel like if there ever was a time for Kunkka to be good, it is rising up, by the way, in top pubs. I am seeing some of the Kunkka specialists who are around like rank 100, 200. They are picking up the hero once more, but
We saw Bet being played in the grand finals versus.
oh, did they? Oh, okay.
Yeah, game 1.
I see. Yeah, I didn't
Did
watch
alright.
that one. Ooh, thanks.
It's alright. We have the Sven and the Doom banned out by Secret because they know that this Magnus can be flexed, as can the DK really. But Passion UA, they just need to ban some offlaners. First one will be the Bristle, just having a consideration. What would be a really good offlaner here for Team Secret?
Radiant team
We have the Passion UA pick. We'll get to see the Life Stealer here, so you know your matchup as well.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind the Life Stealer, right? Into Tiny and Gyrocopter, right? It's just you press Rage, you get through most of their damage. Eventually, sure, your Aghanims doesn't disarm, so it's not like the good counter to Gyrocopter, but it's annoying. You can brush off a lot of the aggression.
seconds remaining.
Tusk Punch, slight issue. It feels like it's like the insurance pick. It'll be able to protect his tower early on. I guess the main problem here is Enigma is available for Secret.
See you later, nerds.
So you can put Tusk Enigma as your offlane duo and just fully delete Lifestealer from the game. Sure, Kotl 5 is not the strongest, but you're playing with a Gyrocopter who pushes the wave anyway. So I think if you're able to maybe like change up the support roles a little bit, there are some very big counters to Lifestealer in the pool. Just depends on if Secret wants to counter the lane or if they care more about like maybe a missing aspect of their mid game.
Yeah, true. Could be interesting here. Let's see what the choice is from Team Secret. 25 seconds remaining. Slardar used to be a pretty popular answer to last year. I don't think we'll see it here. Oh, we will!
Choose your
I love when that happens. It's like, yeah, I just went, oh, yeah. Yes.
Fair enough. All right, Slardar coming out. The classic Lifestealer answer. Going to be thrown down by Team Secret here. I mean, the reason I didn't expect it is because A, the hero is just not that popular at the moment. And secondly, I think the hero sort of suffers from not being... It doesn't give you options, I think, in the offlane, which is sort of tough. Like, generally, you don't see Sliders building Auras too often. Like, you won't really see them going for non-traditional builds. It's usually the same thing we see from them, where it's more the Night Stalker style of hero. But I guess that's kind of what Passion UA were expecting as well, because they did ban out Night Stalker. So, yeah, going to give you that single target, which can cause the lifesteal a lot of issues with the anti-armor.
Yeah, I mean, Slardar is a mix of specialty though. He loves the hero a lot, and with Kotl, with the additional crushes, with the speed of running around the map, you kind of farm on your shard anyway and crush. So if the Kotl's in the game, then you never feel like you're out of mana. It's going to feel really good. Then you have Tag Team plus Corrosive, the Gyrocopter, who you could argue sometimes has damage issues in the early to mid game. He won't have damage issues when you jump with your team. And yeah, I like the pick. It's tempo based. Their draft is tempo. I think they could have easily picked Enigma or Slardar or any of the kind of like the big known anti-Lifestealer lane heroes, because that's what they need to do. Stop Lifestealer from having a good lane. He now is AFK farming. Your Gyro free farms, that's the thing that happened last game, right? PA struggled.
Yeah.
And then Parker was, even though Parker didn't have the best early to mid game, he was always above the net worth of PA. So PA never felt like he entered the game. And that's kind of what I expect to see here. Parker will farm a million times better this time. Don't obviously use those numbers because I think it's kind of impossible to have a million times more net worth. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Crystallize 2 games in a row. I think he's going to have maybe a difficult game to enter.
All right, let's see how this one goes down then. We got game number 2 of Team Secret versus Passion UA. Let us get into it and find out exactly how this one's going to go. I think I think this is looking like a pretty even draft, to be honest, from both sides. I don't see a giant disadvantage for either side. Obviously, there's a lot of comfort on the side of Team Secret. They also have their Gyrocopter, they have the Slardar. The combo with the Slardar is quite nice as well once he gets the Shard as well. Flat Cannon coming out, that can be pretty devastating, but also tons of combos over on the side of Passion UA as well, so yeah.
Do you think the roles have been reversed though in regards to like the difficulty of ending the game? Where I feel like for Secret, they should be ahead early on. They should be ahead with like first, second Roshan. So when they go high ground, you know, Parker by himself, he like there is no clean way to take a tier 3. It's Gyrocopter flacking the tower, right? But then it's like a Mag RP or the DK stun. Like, I could easily see the same narrative we saw in game 1 just fully swapped out for game 2.
There's a lot of potential for Parker shenanigans, isn't there, with Magnus in the game. At least this time he won't have the waveform issues of last game. Bit of fighting going on here. They've actually managed to find Parker a little bit, and with the shards coming out along with the dual breath, this might just be your first blood coming out, and Batchok's going to be the one to claim it. Magnus gets first blood on to the Parker gyrocopter. There's also going to block the creep wave as well to make things extra annoying.
I kind of feel like it's somewhat not rare, but like you don't really get the deaths early on at the bounty runes because I think teams are pretty good at positioning. So sometimes you have that lapse of judgment and you do go down.
Yeah, I think they do a nice job of like sending 3 heroes to the bounty rune and sending like 2 heroes elsewhere to show to kind of lull them into a false sense of security. It was a very nice bait from Passion anyway.
This is true.
Bananas and Puppy.
And,
Having
he
a
did
bit
good
of
drinking
fun
buddies
in the
again.
trees.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that again the last time we went drinking buddies though, it wasn't to invoke a cataclysm, so it made sense, right? Any repositioning against cataclysm kind of breaks the spell. And this time with the gyrocopter, he doesn't need to be in melee range. All he needs to do is slide onto his gyrocopter, and then every flak will take the damage. So it's probably better for gyrocopter to have drinking buddies than tag team compared to other cores. Very, very hero specific. But you can see Puppy is trying to sure, yep. It's gonna be helpful. You get RP'd and suddenly it's like, wait a second, he's now dragged away from the RP. Yep, it's gonna feel good.
I wonder if you can drag people out of skewers as well. Don't know how that interaction works.
Let's just blindly say it probably might, maybe, don't know.
Probably maybe does.
Yeah, probably maybe does, yeah. I'll keep a close eye in the game.
Indeed.
I mean, you can technically like imprison them whilst they're skewed,
Getting
right?
very low up in the top lane. Blood Grenade comes out, but there's not enough damage to finish him off. Or maybe... No. Blood Grenade won't do it. He lives for now. So, Cracker very low, as is the Oracle. Neither of them have a salve, so it's just a kind of slow wait to regen. Actually, the Jakiro is going all the way back to base. Whilst Crystallize farms up by himself, but Crystallize ain't going to be too sad about that one. Oh no, all his creeps and XP to myself alone? Oh, what a shame.
Real question is, do you think this will be a 60-minute game?
I kind of feel like it will, you know.
Yeah, it's like...
do you get that feeling?
I do. So it's either the 32-minute win secret or 60-minute anyone takes it. That's kind of like my vibe.
Yeah, exact same read for me, to be honest.
It's fine. The break between the first and second series is quite long, so if these teams can play 3-hour-long games, we'll be on schedule.
Yeah, that's true. We are well prepared for, for any triple hour-long games with the 4-hour breaks. How's our middle lane going? 18 CS for Niche at the moment. The Tiny sitting on 15, so getting a little bit out CS, especially with this wave coming out of the tower here for Niche, meaning that he's still got a few extra creeps to take. Yeah, Supreme struggling a little tiny bit. Nothing big at the moment though. As bottom side, the Gyro's just farming. There's constant harassment coming out though. Puppy is just fighting down
Oh, he denied
here.
it!
He's just punching anyone comes near him. Oh, yeah.
That was so close.
Supreme. That's okay.
Like, he was like on top of the rune.
Wait.
No, Supreme is the one that wanted
No,
the
it was
rune.
a visual bug.
Wait, did he get it?
Yeah, he got it.
What? Oh, okay, I didn't look up. Oh, scam.
Yeah, it's that visual bug where sometimes you can deny at the same frame they pick it up, and then it still reads out that they denied
I just
it,
pressed, I pressed enter and read denied. I didn't look one line up where he got it. What a shame.
Yeah.
I was still about to praise Fernandes for the hype, but fair enough. Well, Good job, Supreme. That feels terrible for Niche. Yeah, now I see what you're saying.
It's not a good time. And then Niche also has his career killed out by the tree throw from Supreme as well. So yeah, all around sad stuff for Phoenicia mid, who was really kind of laying in the hurt. But you know, he's still doing well. But yeah. Supreme finding small ways to keep himself in this lane. Batchuk not having a nice time down here in the bottom side, being forced to skewer despite already being under his tower. The Gyro Tusk lane is pretty brutal, it seems.
Yeah, I think when you think about like partnerships, it's probably as like strong as like a Warlock PA, right? The idea of you never truly play the lane, as your offlaner just get put to half HP, the wave shoved into you, you try to go for a CS and you just don't have enough resources to kind of maintain your position. Very, very annoying to play into. But that is where Passion UA will need to lean on the Dragon Knight. He's the only one having like the kind of the free lane.
Getting cooked up. Cracker's going to be able to run him down. To be fair, Theolicor was really low for a really long time. The support's coming in on mid here. Fernandez here. Puppy as well, turning up for the 6-minute rune. And there's going to be a regen, which Puppy picks
Supreme
up.
Yeah, Supreme was going for it.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries, Captain. Sorry, my apologies. You can take it. I love playing on Secret. Bye-bye.
I like to imagine he was like, "Why did you? Sorry, sir. Of course you can have it."
To be fair, the Hoodwink was on the top side of the river. Probably would have got there close before, unless Puppy like ran up the high ground and stuff. Yeah.
Besides, Puppy's got punching to do in the bottom lane. That's been the fun part for him. Beating up Batchuk, who is suffering a bit, has to be said. Has there been any stacks made for him? Yes, there has. Oh, there certainly has. All sorts. Good stuff. And Fernand's gonna go make one more as well and grab the Wisdom Shrine as well. Get nice and wise. Gyrocopter hits level 6. Nice damage injection available for him.
I think the biggest thing takeaway from laning phase is the Slardar into Lifestealer, right? Like on paper, you expect Slardar to have maybe 400-500 gold advantage over the Lifestealer. I think Cracker and Crystallize have done a pretty good job ensuring Mixer doesn't take over the lane. We are kind of seeing why Slardar should, on paper, be doing well, but again, the CS doesn't really reflect that at the moment.
Yeah, I think we'll start to see it really amp up when he hits level 6.
Yeah, that is true. It will force him to the jungle.
You do not want to lane into a Slardar when he hits level 6 as Lifestealer. It's just not possible. To be fair, the same goes for most heroes. Like Slardar's just very obnoxious at level 6. It's a huge power spike for him.
Dire's bottom tower
Minus
is under
10
attack.
armor. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, mate.
So much. Fernand's holding off mid. Puppy's here as well. There's 3 heroes closing in on the mid lanes here. They want to kill off this Hoodwink, and they might just be able to do it. Although, need one.
Oh, what a bushwhack.
Bushwhack from the side. Just about catching them both out and saving Fernand's life. Very, very close. And I've just seen a whole string of Orb of Destructions pop up on the right-hand side of my screen. I think that was 3 or 4 Orb of Destructions. Yep. DK, Slardar, and Gyrocopter all picking up Orb of Destructions. Lovely stuff. Post-nerf as well, but still a damn good item. An Ingot of Chaos suspended in Wizard's Ether, housed within an Arcanist's Orb. Cool.
Are you a lore kind of guy? Do you like reading all the descriptions, or?
I had a phase. I grew out of it.
That's fair. I've never had that phase. I've never been like, damn, let's understand the Mag versus Hoodwink backstory or whatever. No. I don't even know if there is one.
Don't type that in. Give me something else, dude. Batchuk running away from Parker here, who's gone way too deep for this one and looking like he will be punished. Batchuk gonna live. And yeah, it's just a very Parker death. Almost killed the Magnus by himself. Ends up finding himself between a tier 1 and a tier 2, being surrounded by dire heroes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Poking a little bit mid and top actually. They take the top tower for free, and with the catapult, keeping it alive for now. Niche trying to rotate into at least aggro the wave.
He's,
with the
he's empowered as well, so he can clear through it really quickly. Kind of
That's good.
destroys any chance they had of taking this tower for now, at least. Yeah, Niche is chilling. He's going to go in for the Witchblade build, but probably be a bit more active. Not going to get the Blink Dagger. I guess that's because you got a Magnus who's probably going to be building one instead. You don't really need that initiation from your DK.
No, again, like in all things in Dota, right? When you have an initiator, you need someone to be the kind of the guy who provides the information, right? Like walk up the higher ground, tank at the start of the fight, right? And here, the DK will be that hero. Lycider down the line with the Radiance and SMY will also kind of take that role. But in the early game, you need to have someone who can just weather the storm, and that will be the DK. That's Supreme with the Arcane Rune. Looks to toss back the Jakiro. One right click and a second one to get the kill.
Jobs are good, and Cracker goes down. Tower looking a little bit vulnerable, although Fortification comes out, forcing back the side of Secret for now. Fernand's heading out towards the middle lane. Supreme with the Arcane Rune, just going to shove out these waves with Avalanche, with Toss, etc., etc. And yeah, both teams sort of just waiting for these Blink Dagger timings. Slardar, is he going for the Blink? Is he going? Yeah. So Slardar's got the Blink coming out as we speak. Batchuk, he's getting there. He's not far off. And then you're going to start to see this game open up. There's the potential for plays. It's going to step up pretty significantly. I'm wondering if they immediately try for a play onto the Lifestealer with a Blink Dagger on Slardar, or look to take play on one of the lanes where there's still a tier 1 tower up. It's hard to say.
I mean, especially because they've taken the top tower and soon to be mid tower. Any play is truly possible, right, for Secret. With the recall, with the double blink that you mentioned, if they see a hero that looks a little bit vulnerable, they are going to go for that move and smoking up the Kotal and Slardar. It does look like he's going to be baiting Supreme a little bit. He has the haste rune in the mid lane, and his blink is actually on the courier waiting. And now he goes to collect it.
Okay, double blink timing for Secret. They don't make plays here, then I don't know when they will.
Oh, they are making it though. It's okay. It's a matter of do they execute. And RP, the blink reveal first onto Supreme. His team just isn't ready yet. Drinking buddies.
Got the
partial
haste, but
save.
it's not going to get him out of there though, as Pixar comes jumping into the mix, but he's going to get frozen up by Cracker. A nice ice path cutting through them, but there's a snowball in the answer. But look at the Jakiro on the sideline, just jumping onto Parker. Parker is going to lose his life. The entirety of Passion UA just turn on Parker. Parker thinking he had a whole team with him, but just ends up being completely isolated. No one could help him. Theolicore, unfortunately, his Cold doesn't do a whole lot in these situations, other than throwing out a big old Illuminate. They will lose their Gyro.
It's just an uncomfortable start to the fight, right? Like, Secret, they're trying to get their Slardar and Kotal with the smoke to wrap around the tier 1 tower to see who maybe is in a good position. Supreme's baiting with the haste rune and the blink. They weren't expecting the Magnus to have his own blink. If Magnus doesn't have a blink, the Secret play looks good, but the Magnus just fully breaks open the move from Secret, and they're just disjointed, right? You're like 4 or 5 seconds away on Slardar to reinitiate that fight. Tusk goes for the drinking buddies on the Tiny, but then doesn't snowball him, so he doesn't save. Snowball someone else. It's like every player on Secret just kind of threw spells randomly. There was no clean synergy of, and it's all because of the Magnus Blink Dagger. Like that element of surprise. Like even though Secret had their double blink reveal, the single blink of Passion UA was able to kind of provide so much more impact.
I mean, you bait with your Tiny like that, and you just kind of expect a little bit more coming in as a response, but
they didn't have to wrap around.
Such a good ability in terms of messing up attempts like that. It makes baiting incredibly difficult.
I mean, the argument is I don't think Mixer and Theolicore needed to, run off to the other side of the dire jungle with the smoke, right? Like they could have just AFK'd behind the Tiny, and now Puppy's going to go down as well. Yes. It's like your Tiny's hitting the mid tower for free. You have a blink reveal. Why not just wait at the top rune spot? Why not hold your position, see what happens with the Tiny, and then once that tower falls, then you can go a little bit deeper. It's just the fact that they wasted like 8 or 7 seconds of that smoke for no real reason. If they were to find a hero, is a Slardar and a Kotl gonna suddenly kill a DK, right? Like a mate? You're not, right? A lifestealer? No, he's gonna press rage. Unless you find a support, it's a very optimistic wraparound, and
Yeah.
that alone has given Passion UA a little bit of confidence as they now enter the kind of the mid game of game 2.
How should they be taking these fights then on the side of Team Secret?
Well, first of all, like we said for Passion UA having the DK as a damage soak, Secret don't have that at the moment. So Slardar or Tiny needs to have good vision to find a hero, put them to low HP or kill them off. Right, they are very good heroes at executing someone, but it all starts with the supports. You don't jump a Magnus. Oh, hey, you can actually jump the Magnus. So jumping Magnus as 2 is a good kill, or jumping the Jakiro Hoodwink. But they need to make sure that they find the reinitiators. And that is it. Fight in vision and stop the Ice Path, or the Bushwhack, or the RP. And kill whoever you see.
Make them scared to be on the map, but to be honest, they already are. Passion UA have not been really playing deep down lanes at all, and you can see that reflected in the tier 1 towers. Like, they're all still alive. Most of them still have most of their health left, so it's been very tricky for Passion UA to really get out and pressure the side of Secret. And meanwhile, Secret have taken every single tier 1 tower on the side of Passion UA. In fact, the fact that this only results in a small gold advantage for Team Secret is kind of impressive.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
16 minutes in. We expected more from Secret with these Blink Dagger timings, but after that play in the middle lane, they definitely see a little bit deflated, I would say. But Radiance coming out from Passion UA. It might be their time to make a play here. Slardar trying to get onto Cracker a little bit here, but maybe being baited a tiny bit. Cracker finishes off the tower. Spatchuk's waiting nearby. Crystallizes here as well. Has the Radiance jumping forward, but a blink out from Mixer. Doesn't want to get caught in this lane, knowing that things have been going on a bit too long here, and knowing that Passion UA have probably had time to gather their forces, which they have. And now they're going to find a hero. They actually find Mixer. Mixer did not leave whilst the rest of the team did, so he'll be left behind. The fish he killed in the river. Are we still calling all these watery areas rivers anymore? I feel like the map is so wet these days. You'd have different names.
Yeah, they're all just rivers. It's too complicated.
River, stream.
What is it? Is it like an estuary, like a small thing that like goes into then a river? So technically, the jungle rivers could be like the estuaries to the main river of the mid lane, and I'm pretty sure someone's going to be quoting the patch that they actually gave them this a name, and we just forgot the actual official name for it. But
Surprisingly slow game at this point. I was really expecting Secret to just be doing more with the double blink daggers.
yeah, that mid move just really took the wind out of their sail, didn't it? It's like, no, we really messed up this execution, and of course, a lifestealer with Radiance is the counter to a physical damage lineup, like a Slardar or a Tusk. Sure, the lane's good for the Slardar, but the game eventually does become pretty good for the lifestealer. Jarek wanted it. Still trying to farm up. Has the Aghanims looking for the SMY.
He's doing good. He's doing good.
Another jump with the Mixer.
Yeah, once again, looking for the Slardar, and we'll be finding him. It's a
game 1.
5-man of Passion UA just kind of running around the map and killing stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Secret not really putting together many plans of their own.
I don't know if they have a plan yet.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Off the 20-minute mark here. Bottom tier 2 tower has fallen.
I'm clicking
Lion's
around. I'm
taken
trying
as
to
well.
I'm trying to find an item or something which will go, damn, this is gonna reignite Secret's ability to fight, and there isn't a clear item. Maybe taking Roshan like they are now is an option. Having tag team, having Slardar if he can get to the pit in time, of course he will, is a good option. This Now, the real question is, does the Gyrocopter have enough net worth? He's behind the mid DK on farm. He's about to be overtaken potentially by the Lifestealer, who had, you know, an okay lane, nothing special, but an okay lane compared to Parker's completely free lane that he had. This is not the farm that we expected from this Gyrocopter. And now Smoke up instantly after taking Roshan. Passion Yue, they are aware. TK, whoa, so close.
Oh my god, over blinking, over avalanching, then blinking back
Big
the other
rush.
way. Nice jump in. Yeah, Mixer finds 3 on the backline. Going to give him the corrosive onto everybody, and Parker wants to follow up with the damage here. And well, he's really just going to be able to take down Cracker at the moment. The rest of Passion Yue just being held back by Mixer. Mixer doing a wonderful job here on the high ground of just messing with Crystallize and with the... Oh, Batchuk comes in with the RP, but Puppey is there with the snowball to counter it. Batchuk and Niche are just going to go down. Beautiful team fight from Team Secret, reading out Passion Yue wonderfully and really catching them off guard. Now Crystallize needs to leave. He can't rage TP, not with the Slardar chasing him. Does have... Oh, okay, alright,
neutral
kill
creep
off the Slardar.
denied.
Now maybe he could leave if he wants to, but he's going for more. He wants to go off the Olicor as well. That's not going to happen. Parker finally brings it down, and somehow Mixer was denied. Don't know how that happened.
The
Neutral creep called
Croaker.
in.
Yeah, the tendrils of the deep. Leaving the jungle and throwing out the stun. It's actually such a beautiful spell from the jungle, but no, for Passion Yue, right? Like a botched initiation from Secret. Tiny somehow finding the gap between 2 enemy cores but hitting none, and then as they run at the high ground, the corrosive haze from the Slardar, keeping vision on that Magnus, allowing for the flak to refresh the Blink Council. So we never saw the re-engage from the Magnus until the very end, and then he actually, you know, kind of missed the RP, only hitting a single Aegis Gyrocopter. Sure, they're skewering onto Puppey now, hoping for a quick kill, but yeah,
Not
Secret.
quick though, they do get the kill, but Supreme's coming in and the revenge is coming through thick and fast. Cracker and Niche are just gone. Batchuk on the run, trying to get away here. He's gotten under the tower, but they've got the corrosive upon him. The vision is going to be there. And well,
toss.
toss forward. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
From
What the-
downtown. The long shot from Supreme, sending Parker into the enemy base.
Like a whiplash looking at that one. My camera just went like, yeah, miles away. But this is what we expected from Secret, right? Like, that mid-fight, this was meant to be their game, but now, after the Aegis, they refound that confidence. They're refinding that pace that it was layered into their draft. And for Passion Yue, it's simply about execution of the fight. They have the tools to engage into Secret. They have the ice path into the, you know, the triple melee jump of a Tusk, Slardar, Tiny. They have the RP. They have plenty of tools, but it needs to be under their own vision. And Secret, so far, in the last couple of minutes, have not allowed that. They're, you know, running under the cover of smoke, jumping into high ground areas with no care, just really breaking Passion Yue's defensive abilities. And that, if Secret can maintain that, sure, this net worth lead can skyrocket. But any time they misexecute, there is plenty of punishment built into Passion Yue. They just need to try and, you know, just hit the spells. Easy to say, right? But under the double jump of Tiny and Slardar, it is a lot of. It's not as easy as it looks, right? On paper, it looks pretty easy. Let's see what they can do now. Beaky complete on the Tiny. Now give him some nice insurance as he does do these kind of wild jumps in. And, you know, I actually like Puppey going for the Ghost Scepter. I don't think he needs a Blink Dagger this game. He is playing on Drinking Buddies, so it's a lot of kind of just positional. You know, I just click on you, I slide towards you. He doesn't need the Blink, and Ghost Scepter. Keep himself alive a little bit longer in the fight. Another smoke though from Secret. What will they find this time?
I like the Ghost Scepter, but I would prefer a Blink, to be perfectly honest, but I'll accept it. I'll settle for Ghost Scepter, I suppose. Now, Parker leading the charge. Still a minute left on this Aegis. Tier 2's just dropping. Absolutely zero defense coming out from Passion Yue. It's their turn to kind of play off map and be a little bit afraid. Mag does have the Blink RP. Niche, he's got himself a Dragon Lance now, so a little bit more range. Can try to follow up on the RPs a bit. It's not feeling great at the moment for Passion Yue. Maybe when this Aegis expires in 20 seconds, they'll consider going for a fight, but Parker's just flying off the handle now. He's got himself a Satanic to go along with this Sage and Yasha and Aghanim Scepter.
You remember how when they took Roshan, we're like, does he have enough farm? Is it really going to be his game? You fast forward, what, 5 minutes? He's now 5,000 gold ahead of Lifestealer. He was about to be overtaken by the Lifestealer. He just generated 5k gold from all the fights that they've done. That's exactly what you needed to see from him. And Kreka is going to die, gets recalled from the Koddle on the Slada to then kill the Jakiro. Yeah, Passion U8. They had a good window to take control of the game, but did let it slip past them to go back to...
Also, actually joining Puppy and now recalling his team to come and join them. Mixer's gonna get involved here, but
misses the stun.
A little awkward. Yeah, now maybe they turn it back around on Puppy. I mean, Passion UA see an opportunity here and they are taking it, but the Gyrocopter has arrived up on the high ground, and yeah, Fernand's trying to leave but won't be allowed to do so. The honing rocket was upon him, and that's going to take him down. Puppy does eventually die. Niche flying up the river as quickly as he can, but the toss is going to be there. Force Staff is out, but doesn't stop him getting stunned up. And now Avalanche is going to connect as well. Lifestealer popping out the other side and just trying to rage and leave. There is not going to be an RP here. There is no savior coming for Niche. He is going to drop him out. Kreka, they really want to go for this one as well? I think they might, but there is an RP available. Cancelled out by the toss from Supreme, though. Very nicely done. And RP finally going to come down, only landing onto one, though. Parker now seeing they've just got nothing left to deal with him. He's still got this Satanic available through this entire thing, so Parker is just not stopping. Crystallize is going to drop. This is getting brutal. They've forgotten the creep wave, Team Secret. It's been baited right down this lane. MVP of the fight for me, though? Theolical.
The creep wave? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he's an absolute monster in the fights, right? Like, he's constantly amping up people. He's shackering the Tiny, dragging heroes into the fight, allowing them to disengage, re-engage. It's that is a good Koddle player truly can break a game. If his cores have items, he will bring in the perfect fight, and that felt like the perfect fight. Again, Passion UA, they don't have the position. They're just falling victim to the speed of the play from Secret. After this Roshan, it went from like quite a slow, methodical game to all Secret. We're yet to see the RP into calmly right-click them, combo them down, get a kill. But when has a team fight truly been executed from Passion UA?
It hasn't. I mean, the RPs have all been kind of poop, unfortunately, for Batcher. A really incredible game one from him, but this game two is not looking convincing so far.
Fernand's solo smoked. Don't know what he's trying to achieve here. This also isn't a ninja gear, by the way. This is just him smoking up.
Okay, using a team
for the wisdom rune, potentially, yep. But he's here very early.
Yeah, yeah. He's kind of dude arriving 5 hours early for his flight.
So keen. You know, so keen.
He just wants to get to Benidorm.
God. No comment. I have never been. Not that Benidorm's bad, it's more the stereotype of English people going to Benidorm. That's the joke, just in case any Benidormians. Yeah, it's very, very niche humor.
Alright, well Parker is going for the rapier. I noticed he had it queued up earlier and assumed he was just having some fun, some cheeky bants. But it does seem to be committed to it. It has the sacred relics, so interesting. I mean, you've got the Sanjin Yasha, you've got the Satanic.
Oh, this is gonna make the game so spicy, right?
It really is.
Like 5 minutes into the game, we're saying, like, you know, Secret, even though they're gonna win the early game, there is this like 32 minutes. There's a fear that he is the only one that can truly go up the high ground, right? Like Tiny could hit it technically with a tree, but Gyrocopter's like your big building hitter, and into a Magnus, that's always scary, especially when it's like just a Gyrocopter. And now you throw a rapier in the mix as well. If he gets fully comboed down and suddenly a rapier goes the way of Lifestealer, like,
we have a game.
We do have a game on our hands. Like, the risk versus reward. You could have probably just bought a butterfly and felt pretty good in this game. He's now also looking for the butterfly. Like, he could have just bought the butterfly here. But no, Parker, he wants to end the game. He wants to be the, you know, the MVP. He's buying the rapier. Again, hasn't assembled it yet. He'll let the fight develop before he commits to the potential throw. Or game-winning play.
Yeah, truly a 50-50. He would be proud. Crystallize has to find a way into these fights. He has to get on top of the gyrocopter without being beaten down in the process, which isn't going to be easy. Theodore just loves spamming these recalls. Like, he just does it because it gives movement speed, right? So, Supreme just running into the entirety of Passion UA. They found Crystallize. Crystallize gets off the rage, though, and can get himself back. Rapier wasn't assembled. We're just going to keep an eye on that one.
What a tease, actually. Imagine if he never completes it. He just bought the Demon Edge just to, like, psychologically torture his opponents. Like, maybe I have it, maybe I don't. That would be a pretty Parker thing to do.
Great ATOS. Supreme. Not enjoying that. God, what a tense game this turned into. I thought it was just going to be Secret just kind of rolling the floor, and they are, but there's now a chance. And building Rapier into RP is just so brave.
Supreme leading the charge, though. Shield rune going to be expiring in a couple seconds' time.
I guess if that RP comes down, then that's just the point where he assembles the Rapier, and then everything is fine. And here we go, they're going to jump in, RP comes down, all the damage coming out onto the Gyrocopter. Where is the team? Can they save it? They'll try to jump in, but everybody's just stuck inside the Macropire. Snowball finally coming out here. Now the Gyrocopter coming out the other side, trying to heal himself up with a Satanic, and he might just be able to do so. The damage is coming out. No, it will not. He is dead. No Rapier, though, as he never actually assembled it. So they don't get anything for this other than the Gyrocopter kill, but a Gyrocopter kill still a very big deal indeed. Now they're moving towards Puppey. Puppey, though, going to once again hide inside his Snowball as they'll toss up the tiny Lifestealer, and he's going to be dropping. Puppey also going to be in maybe some trouble here, but Niche definitely going to fall here as Supreme's able to take down both the cores. It is a 4-man team wipe for the side of Secret, even though they lose their Gyrocopter and their Slaughter.
All right, Nomad, do you please give me permission to be that guy?
Yeah, be that guy.
All right, if Parker just had a butterfly, right?
Yeah.
He's going to win that fight quite
Yeah.
easily. He's going to press Satanic. He's going to probably dodge like a third of the fucking, right clicks. I'm getting a bit emotional here. He's like toying with this Rapier. Like, come on. Commit, man. If you're buying Rapier, you either have the Rapier or you don't. All right? Having this like half-ass, ooh, haven't assembled it yet. I know. You're playing into Magnus. It's already scary. That's why the butterfly looks better. But then to not actually have the Rapier in the fight and then your team clutch it up after you. Come on, Parker. Give us a little bit more in the fight. Give it commit. Stop this. You're like teasing the viewership right now.
He really is. He really is. It's not really a Rapier game at the moment. It's a very safe
if he had
game.
if he had Butterfly, then bought Rapier instead of
Yeah, but then the
Falcon
game would be
I'm
over,
all
and that's
for
no
it.
fun.
That is true. It wouldn't be fun. But I actually thought in that moment there, after the RP, I was expecting him when he pressed Satanic to assemble the Rapier and then just to flak the entire fight with like Rapier Satanic, right?
I was
He
expecting
didn't
that as
choose
well.
to do
and,
that.
Like,
Yeah.
he would have just gone full health. Like.
But instead, he's decided to just prolong the game a little bit. They respawn. Again. Maybe the logic was, I don't want to assemble a Rapier into like an Aegis. That could have been maybe the counterpoint.
He has now assembled it. Ladies and gentlemen, we
Let's
have a Rapier
go!
in the game. We're going to have an Aegis most likely as well. No RP means no team fight from Passion UA. Even if they were as speedy as they could be, they would not get here in time. And here we go. Rapier, Aegis on the Gyrocopter. What do you do now?
I don't think you can do much. I will happily say an Aegis Rapier, that's an entirely different story.
Yeah.
Okay, what can Passion UA do? They got to blink, skewer him, kill him without RP. He respawns, then gets RP'd. That's what they need to do. But they do have the Agnums on the Magnus with a ninja gear. So the ability to grab the Gyrocopter is very much available for Passion UA. It's just finding that opportunity. And Parker has shown on a wave, so they do know the Rapier is in play.
Yes. They also have the Yules to use to kind of counteract the Satanic. So there is a way, 1v5, that they can kill the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, he, again, doesn't have a BKB, so they're...
Yep.
Oh, this game got so exciting. The fact like Parker, no Rapier for the bot fight, could have been Butterfly dies, still gets the Aegis anyway, so now makes the Rapier. They've already wasted like a minute and 10 seconds of the Aegis.
I was about to say, like, this is starting to feel awkward where
it's not a commanding rapier Aegis, right? It's not like, guys, instantly to the base. But like we've already said, it's not that simple. Going high ground will not be an easy task for Secret. You do need someone to sacrifice their positioning first and then enable Parker. And he also
Fiolacor, of
is
course,
relatively
gonna be able
close to the...
move everybody around, quickly grab his team all together. Like
200 gold away from Butterfly, to be fair, so... Maybe, yeah, complete the Butterfly, backpack the treads. Okay, this is go time.
Alright.
Secret wins the game, or will triumphantly give Passion UA access into game 2.
All eyes on Parker. There's just
All
one
eyes.
person we're looking at. Here we go. There's a Horn Toss coming on out. Stun to follow up with as well. Cracker's going to be there with the Ice Path. It's so much damage coming out from Parker, though. The moment he gets a second to start firing, he just absolutely melts them. 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. Nisha's going to go down as well. And yeah, GG comes out.
There it is.
That's how you do it.
What an ending, actually. It's like, this is what we wanted to see with the Rapier. You know, like when you buy Rapier, it's like you're the guy, alright? And that was the fight. He walks up high ground. Passion UA think they can combo him. They don't really do anything. He just presses one button, and actually technically 2. It's a flak and a satanic, but yeah. I mean, the confidence from Parker, of course. Like that itemization is just, you know, you've won the game if you're buying those items. If you are to make a mistake, it would be hilarious, but they don't make a mistake. They just cleanly win this second game. 35 minutes. Very, very good game from Secret. Of course, compared to game 1, pretty shaky. Game 2, sure, there was this weird mid tier 1 tower move, but other than that, it felt a lot more disciplined and strategical from Secret compared to some of the other showings we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's sort of funny. I feel like over the past couple of days of Team Secret, we've had Parker making these high ground attempts, and his team have just not been there. His team have not been able to help him out, or they haven't kind of fully committed when he's fully committed. You could buy the Rapier though, and all of a sudden they've got to go in. Like you're gonna let him die by himself? Hell no. Like maybe this is Parker's 5-head way of forcing his team to fully commit to his plays and not allowing them to fall behind. But yeah, that did work that time around, and that was so crazy. Like the moment he was unstunned, he just 2 flat cannons came out pretty much and just completely murdered the entirety of Passion UA. I didn't even check his damage for that fight, but I'm pretty sure it was off the charts. Yeah, great game, great series. Team Secret do take this one. They'll be getting the 2-0. Moving on, Passion UA, once again, unfortunately, we'll be waving them goodbye and good night for these qualifiers. Another time for them where they will fail to cut the mustard. But good effort, good games coming out from them. Always entertaining, always good to see them play. Always good to see them develop, and hopefully we see more from them next time around. Maybe they make it a little bit further, but this time around, the day is Secrets. They will move on to the lower bracket round of 2 to face off the losers of Gaming Gladiators versus Capybaras, which will be happening as the final series today, which means we move on to our next series of the day, which is going to be Zero Tenacity versus Avalus. We've got a bit of a break before that one comes out, about an hour and a half from now until that one's available, so stick around, go outside, touch some grass, and we'll see you in an hour and a half for Zero Tenacity versus Avalus.
Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around night me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he rode sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht gedwali wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht gedwali wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long until we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have fill of good old English ale, sir. Had a fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item dame. Miss, there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, yield your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Giova in luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora in bella danzare tiene a buon monterà. Giova luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora in bella danzare tiene a buon monterà. Giova la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Resta in danza quando donna mia va di del un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
buy that builds a boat, and I's the buy that sails her. I's the buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that precious thee that I grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
My thoughts are winged with hope, my heart's with love, fly up unto the moon in clearest light, and say as she does in the heavens below. In earth's soul wanes and waxes my delight, and whispers her softly to her ears. Hope often hangs the head, and thou shalt and in my thoughts you may mistrust my love. If thou mistrust my love, you do blame. Say though you alter, yet you do not look as she does change, and yet remain the same. Let us at love return to lead on. Dear my love, shine as she has done before.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang Lang Syne, my Joe, for auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet, for auld Lang Syne. We twa hearing about the braes, and poo the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old, sin auld Lang Syne, for auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet, for auld Lang Syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld Lang Syne, for auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet, for auld Lang Syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld Lang Syne, for auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet, for auld Lang Syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in a spiach shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love.
Hello and welcome back to Dream League Season 26 Western EU closed qualifiers. We have lost our first team. Pepe Han salutes and tears in the chat for Passion UA as they are now gone from these qualifiers. Who will be joining them as the second team to be eliminated? That is what we are here to find out. It is Zero Tenacity versus Avalus. T-Governor, how are you doing and what are you expecting from this series?
Oh, honestly, I was going to say not much, but that sounded kind of rude. But I have low expectations just for the fact that it is two teams that I think slightly underperformed in the upper bracket. So I just hope for both of their sake they show us their best Dota that they can today. Because Avalus looking to be not the same team that they were before the roster changes, and Zero Tenacity completely styled on by gaming. So hopefully they found some way to recover after two quite scathing defeats yesterday.
Yeah, it's difficult to come back after being completely beaten down, but that's the nature of forming as a team and trying to make it through these qualifiers. You just got to go again and again and again. And of course, Avalus are no strangers to that, and to us at this point, neither is Zero Tenacity. Both the players and the team have been around the block a few times now, so it's also important not to get complacent, though. It's important not to be like, oh, okay, well, we're going to lose that one, maybe we'll win this one. You got to try and win every series, so we'll see what they can do here. But I feel like Zero Tenacity are going to have a ton of motivation in this series because this is their chance to really take Avalus down. This is their chance to kind of get them. Avalus could be considered a weakened team at the moment. I mean, what do you mean? They're a weakened team at the moment. They've recently been through a shuffle. It hasn't quite clicked yet. So I think there's a real chance here for Zero Tenacity to potentially somewhat upset and take Avalus out of these qualifiers in the first round. What do you think?
No, I agree. I think the fact that we're looking at the lower bracket and let's say gaming are to beat Capybaras later today and qualify, the lower bracket teams, it really is anyone's game, right? When you have Secret, Zero Tenacity, Avalus, Navi Junior. Let's say Avalus aren't going to improve based on yesterday and they play at the same level. Navi Junior probably going to be the favorites, then Avalus, then Secret and Zero Tenacity are maybe tied. Maybe Zero Tenacity is slightly better, but it really is four teams that, depending on which way you look at it, you could argue has a shot at making that lower bracket run to qualify, and that all boils down to gaming beating Capybaras. If gaming get upset by Capybaras, then that completely destroys this narrative. But I think it is good to see that we are, entertaining multiple teams can do it. But for Zero Tenacity, overcoming Avalus, who have been kind of the gatekeeper of European closed qualifiers outside of the big team names that we are, very aware of, the Liquids, the Tundras, the Gamins. I think that's a very good step to progressing through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and on the one hand, I'm like bummed that that Avalus did kind of rejig because they're a fun team to watch, and they're very successful in these qualifiers, and now they've made these changes, which I think at the moment has made them worse. But we'll see in the long term how that works out for them. But then at the same time, perhaps the upshot of that is that another team gets a chance to make it through these qualifiers to the main event. Of course, if we have Tundra and Gaming qualifying, as we're kind of expecting, then we're going to have another slot available. And, who's that going to go to? Potentially Secret, potentially somebody else, potentially Avalus, or potentially Zero Tenacity, Capybaras. There's a few fun teams which could make it through. And who knows what they can do if someone else has a shot at the international events, which, even pre-swap, Avalus not very successful on the international scene this year. So let's see how it goes. Any final thoughts between these two teams before we get into the draft, T?
Final thoughts. Let me think. I think for Avalus, I just want them to show some identity and bring Mobai into the game. Yesterday, when I looked at the stats from the games, a couple highlights, it really felt like he he kind of like lost a little bit his like competitive form. He was like not really playing well on Tiny, DK not really entering. So I think just giving him some more confidence, lifting him up is a good start for Avalus. Finding some qualifier form that they are currently missing. So a lot of eyes on the mid lane.
Definitely a lot of eyes on the mid lane. Alrighty, well, let's get into this one and have a look at the draft for game number 1 of Zero Tenacity versus Avalus and see which team is going to be picking what. I'm going to start things off with the normal bans, not too much to talk about here. But yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit more about Mobe. We talked about him yesterday. Maybe we talked about him this morning, I don't remember. But this is a player who a lot of people won't know that well, but he was a Western EU Division 2 player. We're familiar with him. He's played in a bunch of events which have been adjacent to us, which either you've been playing in or I've been commentating or whatever. So I think we've been around and probably we've been exposed to more Mobe than most people. He's a pretty, as you mentioned, like he's a high identity player. People know him in pubs. He's pretty famous for like his Vipers. He plays a really good Earth Spirit as well. A few other things in the mid lane. I'm not sure I'd call him unconventional. Actually, he is unconventional by like reasonable standards. He can play normal stuff at mid as well, of course, but he's also got a few pocket picks you can pull out, and if Avalus can abuse that, then I think that'll go really well for them.
No, for sure. He plays the mid heroes with his flavor. I think that's the best way of describing it. And another little note for Mobai, he also played on the same team back in the DPC days, not at the same time, but the same organization, when Rue played for Ivy as well. And then now Rue's on Team Spirit. Of course, Mobai hasn't had the same kind of glow up in regards to getting to that kind of tier 1, team, but it is a fact that the DPC was able to generate a lot of players that even to this day are, competing at the top level. So yeah, it is nice to see him back. It is a name that it was cool to see kind of rise up through DPC. His first pro game was in 2022, like his first big team. So it was 100% DPC driven kind of competitive career. But again, the DPC isn't around anymore. And yeah, there have been, in the polite way, growing pains for the first series that we saw him play with Avalus. At least in regards to this draft, I'd say the Tinker, the Darkseer, very, very strong picks in the meta. I prefer, personally, if I was to be drafting, the Darkseer side of this draft at the moment. I think pacing is really good against Tinker. Tinker as a 5 position doesn't really threaten the Darkseer's farm. If Avalus do put the Tinker in the 4 position and find a strong 5 to maybe threaten the Darkseer, that is a good option, but so far I do like the response from Zero Tenacity.
Is it enough, though? It feels like it's never enough against Tinker.
Well, if it's a 1v1 and no other heroes are picked, then technically Radiant does win every time if you let the creeps just hit each other. So if Darkseer can find a way to keep Tinker away from the creep waves, then yes, technically Zero Tenacity would win every 1v1 based on them being on Radiant side.
That is the important way to analyze any draft as well. It's just what heroes are currently picked and how they go against each other and develop from there.
Yeah, the Radiant creeps are better than the Dire creeps. Phase 2. Okay, Darkseer might be better than Tinker. All right, Phase 3.
Yep.
It's a very weird way of looking at it, but sure, we can do it.
Zero Tenacity are about to get into trouble because... Avalus are about to get into trouble because Zero Tenacity are about to pick a hero, which means they'll have 2 heroes versus Avalus' 1 hero.
Get me out.
So Avalus will really need to be quick in picking up...
Yeah, this break is killing us, actually. We gotta chill.
I think it's important to break the mold when you come back in, because I'm always scared of like with a really long break, then just coming back and being like default caster, like NPC caster, is always it's scary.
No, you are a pretty good NPC, at least in the unranked games that I played with you.
Actually, a good NPC is a good.
I mean, you have good dialogue.
Actually.
No, exactly. Yeah, you got good dialogue. I got no complaints.
I'll take that. So, Warlock coming out. You got a lot of team fight coming out of Zero Tenacity here. Those Fatal Bonds with the Darkseer, Vacuum, Walls. Throw in a Golem, and all of a sudden things looking pretty damn good for ZT. Or Z10 they like to be known as. But Avalus going to respond with the Bear. So, you got one strong lane. Warlock is a really strong laner. He's just going to buff up that safe lane, basically make it unlosable. Ursa going to be pretty strong laner as well, maybe give you some kill threat.
This could be a bit of a bait pick though from Avalus. We've seen how even in good Ursa games, you fall short of being able to get the kill. Like Ursa against Tidehunter, a good position 4 can break that lane a lot. And Zero Tenacity, they haven't picked their position 4 yet, but that's the pick I was going to mention. I think if Muerta was available for Zero Tenacity, it would be a free pick with the cooling, with the dead shot, lots of defensive capabilities. You know, maybe if you were to rewind the clock, then like a Lion would be the example of a hyper defensive 4 that preserves the laning integrity for the Darkseer. But that's now what Zero Tenacity will need to find. As Ursa, at the moment, looks to have a good lane. And then normally it's the ban when you do pick Darkseer, but they opted for the Gyrocopter, and respecting the Gyrocopter Tusk combination that we have seen a couple times against the Darkseer. What are the Pablo 4s that provide survivability in the lane? We don't want to see Rubik.
A Tusk. Maybe Drinking Buddies Tusk. Just get him away from the Ursa.
It could be a Shaker. Sure, Drinking Buddies. Yeah, maybe. I don't think he would go Drinking Buddies on 4 though.
No, that's true. That might be a little bit questionable. But talking about questionable, Sniper Spirit Breaker. All right, I think if you gave us like a year of guessing heroes, I'm not sure where to come up with this one.
I think the Spirit Breaker we probably could have deduced, right? For haha melee body Darkseer, right? But the Sniper, probably not, right? Let's think about Spirit Breaker though. If you buy boots first against Tinker, especially now because the Muerta shows Tinker probably is in the 5 role. I know some teams do play, Muerta 5, but I think the laning makes sense for Muerta to be on Desire. He's more aggressive in that nature. Spirit Breaker, we'll just skip waves. They'll sacrifice the lane a little bit. And the Sniper block picking some of the mid laners prevents like Puck and these heroes. It does mean it's a good like Storm game and Ember and whatnot, but for now they just go for the DK. Nothing too special there. Do they have early game fight? I feel like if Muerta is not in the lane where the fight's happening, they probably just get run over. Like the supports are so critical for Avilis's early game. Like Tinker with the March to heal, the Matrix, and then Muerta, of course, with the control.
That's the nice thing about Sniper though, right? Is that you're not really in the March. You're not really worried about like this area denial which Avilis is throwing down because you're just going to be outside of it anyway. So these heroes don't really close the gap super well on Sniper. Like DK kind of can. I think it might be a bit of a struggle to kind of push forward enough to catch the Sniper and force him back and stop him from just shooting you from far away. You've already got fantastic frontline in the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker. Presumably, we will have a kind of skirmishing.
Both front lines are vulnerable though to some degree, right? Because both teams have really good ways to get past the front line. Spirit Breaker can charge through. Ursa DK can blink behind. Right? It's like sure you have a formidable kind of wall to get over, but if you do get over it, they disappear. Right? If Spirit gets on top of you with a hero, you're dead. If Ursa gets on top of you, you're dead. So I think positioning and the warding will be critical, of course, in this game. Avilis, though, probably looking for offlaner in the last pick. They don't have ultimate last pick in the draft, so it will need to be somewhat of an open pick that can play. I like Brewmaster. I know we don't see this hero often, but into Sniper with the early split, getting the Air Panda to cyclone up the Spirit Breaker and the engagements, even to dispel like the Iron Shell or Surge could be pretty cool. The Fatal Bonds, I don't know. I feel like it could be pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. There's good potential for breaking stuff, especially if this last pick from them, probably going to be a carry, is something which can also double down the strike. You need something tanky, which is going to do like kind of AoE damage.
I got the other option. It's Underlord. That's the other option. Boo! I forgot Tidal was not banned. Whatever, but I was trying to cook, I'm here, there's no more pro tracker, going for the spicy heroes, but I think Brew actually had life in this game if they wanted to be creative. I think Underlord, Shibe loved playing it into Spirit Breaker with the roots. You just teleport to the backline, but instead, they keep it simple. They don't want to be cooking. They want to just go for the tried and tested. They get the Tide Hunter, and Blink with the Shard, very, very strong to prevent any hero running away. Sniper, if he shows for a second without strong damage, he will probably get deleted.
Yeah, there's a high chance of that happening. But can they get him one more good bodyguard? I'm feeling like maybe Monkey King is a good option here. Not banned, kind of answers the Tide Hunter, gives you some sort of area denial to fight back into Avalus. Sure, it's not something you love playing into Ursa, but you also don't mind it either. I really like Monkey. I'll go for Lifestealer. Okay. So Lifestealer, obviously into Ursa is always a bit of a tough one, but then you've kind of got the Sniper to... You know, if the Ursa's not going onto the Sniper, then the Sniper's probably shooting the Ursa, which makes Ursa's life sort of miserable. If he doesn't blow somebody up inside that ulti, he just kind of has to leave the fight.
It also just helps with the protecting the early tower. Like Lifestealer can stand his ground. He can, you know, push out wave. He then has Infest to clutch up and save people. Like imagine Sniper's getting jumped. All he has to do is TP in, Infest the Sniper, turn around the mid fight. Spirit Breaker charges in. Then you have a vacuum wall. So I think there's a lot of like turnaround potential, a lot of clutch plays are available for Zero Tenacity. But then when you look at Avalus's lineup, it kind of plays itself, right? DK gets Blink, will connect with Tide, you get kill. Ursa farms Battle Fury, Blink Basher, he finds Hero, they get kill. And it's more on Zero Tenacity to have the good position, because it's inevitable that Avalus will find you at some point, will be able to pick you off and, you know, progress the map. They can take objectives with Ursa taking Roshan, they can take towers with the DK. So any you know, blunders from Zero Tenacity, you're going to lose an objective quite easily. And that does put a little bit of fear for their draft, but you never know. They can always make it work.
They can. I'm just not entirely sold on this Lifestealer last pick. I don't feel like it does enough for me. So we'll see how it kind of rolls into the game. But I just feel like there's not really like much of a matchup here I'm loving. Like, sure, it makes sense to have this survivable hero on the front lines who can kind of be a threat if he goes unchecked. Which then you've got the dual threat of the Lifestealer and the Sniper. Two heroes you kind of need to take care of. You got to choose one, in which case the other will kind of thrive. But I'm not sure that's how it's going to play out. I think it's relatively easy to kite this Lifestealer, especially with the heroes they have. You know, with Muerta, who can't really be caught, Tinku can't really be caught. Generally speaking, DK's got enough armor to survive him until later on, and he can slow him with the Crocs. There's just so many factors, which just like small factors, which I think add up to make this Lifestealer have quite a difficult game. And if you can ignore him and just focus entirely on the Sniper, then things are going to get very sad very quickly. For Zero Tenacity, and I think that's what's going to happen this one. So yeah, I'm going game one Avalus. I'll make that call. And I think you may be joining me, T. What are you saying?
Maybe, but the more that I think about it, there is this world where the cores and Zero Tenacity all have some type of like, you didn't kill me in the initiation, so now I can reposition and replay the fight, right? Like Sniper can get the concussive grenade, push back, Hurricane Pike. Lifestealer has Rage and Infest, can disengage, take another fight. Darkseer, you surge away, reset. You've got, you know, Shivas down the line, Halberd for the DK. Like, if Zero Tenacity can survive that Dragon Tail, survive the Ursa jump, they can really drag Avalus into some bad engagements, right? But it takes a lot of discipline, especially if you misexecute. Then Tinker behind this beautiful tri-core will have such a free game. Like if Seneko, I feel like he could honestly go like, you know, unkilled in this game, based on the fact that his team win lanes, right? It's one of those type of Tinker games, even though it was first pick. So yeah, I think Avalus have the easier draft, but there is a world where just better execution enables these heroes to pop off. Like you can never, you know, disregard Spirit Breaker Darkseer as a combination. It is, you know, devastating as the game progresses.
Stoikov kind of giving away the ward there. And does get de-warded very quickly indeed. And now Avalus will be able to secure themselves the 2 bounty runes. Zero Tenacity get themselves 2 bounty runes as well. So, let's take a look at some of these lane matchups. We have Lifestealer with the Warlock playing into Muerta and the Tide Hunter. This is a pretty good matchup for the Lifestealer in fairness, especially with the Warlock. In fact, I almost feel like because it's a good matchup for the Warlock, maybe it makes it not quite as great. Sorry, a good matchup for Lifestealer makes the Warlock not feel quite as great. Maybe you'd want something which can kind of enable the Lifestealer to.
So just to correct that, you think it's a bad matchup for Lifestealer and Warlock?
No, it's good for the Lifestealer.
Okay.
Lifestealer into Tide's like good, right?
Depends on if you get phase corrosion early on Lifestealer to be able to chase down. If you get like good points in Kraken, if you have Anchor Smash, if you have like no real early like pressure on Tide. I think he is just going to farm really nicely. But there's always a scenario where with a stronger 5 position, you can take the fight. I think the first like 2 to 3 levels will set the tone of this entire lane. I don't think you could argue that it's like super one-sided one way or the other. But I would lean, on average, Tide probably wins more of these matchups.
Okay, well that makes the Warlock a good pick then, because it's just going to secure a lane and make sure
exactly.
Retsu has a good time. There's the strength of the Warlock. You don't really need to worry about your laning pick on the carry. Meanwhile, we Desire just salving up, having some bad trades with the Warlock. Now, on Saneko, he is in deep here, and will be killed off by Nefred and Pablo. It's
The old vacuum, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta stay away from these fellas. One good thing about the Ursa though is that you can cut waves against this guy all day. He doesn't care. He'll farm under wave. I say that as he misses a creep, but he shouldn't miss many of these under tower compared to other carries.
Oh, Saneko just learned that you can't laser a D-ward. That actually just feels devastating. When you place a sentry to unblock a camp, and they place it in a position that you don't see it, and they instantly hit your sentry, you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
Show mercy. But it is going to feel pretty good, of course, for the Dark Seer and the Spirit Breaker. Although they actually don't get the wave, they need to get close. Yeah, it's not going to be...
Now what are they doing? They're just
They're
jungling.
just awkwardly jungling, yeah. Pablo,
yeah.
he's charging middle.
Okay, let's
They do
see.
have 2 shrapnels.
Yep, it could be enough to bring down Mobe. Let's see. Oh, good.
Bash,
Free fire,
bash,
though.
bash.
Is that going to make a big enough of a difference? No, it will not. Stoikov brings him down.
Sorry, I forgot I wasn't playing Spirit Breaker for a second. My bad. He didn't bash though. Clearly doesn't work as a caster.
Shame. He also
Only
didn't
when
go
you
for
play the hero.
The cool facet, did he?
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
I will happily force this facet into every pro player. It's the only facet I take when I play my pubs against them. I'll eventually teach them the way. No, bullshit. Or Bulls Hit, sorry, my bad.
Is that what actually it's called? Bulls Hit?
It's called Bulls Hit, yes, but it's pronounced Bulls Hit and not
Very
the other
funny.
way. Yeah, it's a banger. It's a banger facet.
It's really interesting how they're just not stealing these waves. They feel like they can't steal the waves without dying to Ursa.
Oh, Saneko doesn't know. Now he knows.
He's got
Okay,
it,
good.
he's got it.
There it
He's
is.
He's a smart fella.
Finally got the unblock.
Get away, Pablo.
Watch Pablo just body blocked at 4 minutes though.
Yeah. Smiling Knight, I don't think that's worthwhile, actually. He goes, he tries to chase away the Spirit Breaker, but just ends up missing, I think, 3 creeps under tower. Doesn't feel good at all.
So, yeah, doing a very good job on Zero Tenacity at ignoring the bear. Sure, they're giving him, free XP, but this is everything you need to do to prevent the Ursa from punishing the Dark Seer in laning phase, and he is the one having the best lane, right? When you look at the CS, but you could argue it's relatively even in the other lanes.
Yeah,
Nothing
and this
too crazy
has kind
happening.
of got a lot of fake CS as well from jungling, so take it with a pinch of salt.
But also Tidehunter, right? You know it's a good matchup for Tide when he is left alone and not really caring. He is maybe caring a little bit. Hold, I've lied. Nah, he pressed Kraken. I forgot how silly that spell was. Yep.
But we don't like.
Oh, he actually doesn't have Corrosion or Phase Boots. For some reason, I blindly assumed that Lifestealer would have one or the other by now, but nope. Still yet to complete either of the items that would allow him to threaten the Tidehunter.
It's a little underfarmed. Phase Boot's coming out now though, so that should speed things up. Make it much easier to secure the CS in this lane.
Now it's 5 minutes, it means you can go behind the tower if you want to, start dragging the waves and just do other shenanigans. Just drag it a little bit earlier, that is.
Shadow word used on Jibe, huh? I think, yeah, it's just going to be a case of Retsu running back to the tower to to farm under tower, just as the Ursa has been.
Sure, it's
Mid
5 or 6
lane.
minutes actually.
Pablo's TP'd into mid, and of course you can't refill bottles anymore, so this only means that he's going for securing the power rune. But maybe they can look for a play onto Mobe here. They certainly will, just at least charge into Shrapnel, just to make him sad. make him feel Pablo's presence. No reason to stay hidden and just try to sneak the power rune when you can go for a play like this and put the pressure onto Mobe. Ooh. Could have been a bit scary if the Tinker was a little closer, but he wasn't. It misses anyway, so it's fine. Dokov will just continue farming mid lane. It's kind of interesting how low both of the mid laners' CS is.
Been bruising each other for a good time, but okay.
Ooh, they managed to catch onto the sniper here. Nice dead shot coming out from Desire, and that will be enough to bring him down. LeBron TP's in, but it's too late to do anything about Mobe. He's just going to back himself away and be content as a cucumber with that kill. It's down to the bottom side. Retsu and Pablo do get on top of that Tide Hunter and bring him down as well.
Yeah. With the phase boots plus another hero, now you're able to kill him. And actually, after getting the kill, his crew just delivered. Poking a little.
Desire gets bashed. Pablo, he waits, he gets it. That's a really nice kill, and guess what? It's going to secure them the Shrine of Wisdom as well. But Smiling Knight at the same time also went aggressively to make sure that they get the enemy Shrine of Wisdom. So actually, it's one Shrine apiece.
Right, even can we make sure? No, but as a person who has like 1100 Spirit Breaker games, can we please make sure we differentiate a charge bash to a right-click bash? We cannot devalue the 17% right-click bash by naming it the same as a charge bash. Okay, thank you. My TED Talk's over. Mobile getting charged, not bashed in the mid lane.
Correct. But the assassinate's out of order with the Shadow Word. That means he's dead. Pablo getting a little bit zesty under the tower here. And it's not quite going to drop. Dota, of course, getting that refresh due to the kill.
I went full Karen on Spirit Breaker on you there for a second. Felt quite invigorating, I'll be honest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What do you think of Sniper's Aghanim Scepter now?
Wait, isn't it the same as it's always been?
I mean, they've just kind of slowly taken more and more things away from it to the point where it's just kind of lame, I'd say.
Let me double check the change. Did it got any changes? I'm pretty sure it's not had any change in 7.38.
Not for a while now, but it used to. Well, I mean, back in the day, it was AOE and applied your attack damage, and then they changed it to just be like this stun duration and
right.
cooldown
Okay, you're referring to. Okay, you're referring to 2023.
I'm talking grand
I see. Okay.
timeline here, you know.
Oh, I see. Okay, so for everyone who's thinking about Sniper recently, it still does obviously the stun and the reduced cast time. Okay. To be honest, I kind of forgot what it used to be. I'm just so absorbed into the current meta of that one Sniper player in your pub that thinks Act is a good build and he buys it, doing nothing the early game and proceeds to do nothing for the rest of the game. So I kind of wish it got changed so you don't get that one guy every like 100 pubs who tries it. I think the start of this game so far has been pretty good for Zero Tenacity. The only argument is they haven't shut down the Ursa, right? Of course, Ursa is meant to free farm in this lane. They're trying to kill Seneko with the level 8 Darks here, who's having a splendid time. Double Iron Shell, charge underneath the tower, and they do get the kill. But they can't lead any more kills. They have Surge, but Nifra is not using it. So just walk away. Pablo gets a courier kill. Ult to the high ground. Okay, charge up in a second.
Oh, very close.
It would have been cool. Yep.
Was stunning the Ursa maybe the correct choice there instead?
There was an enrage so to eat through the stun anyway, so I'd argue ulting away from the vision of Ursa to hug behind a tree. Then if charge was on cooldown, he could charge back through the Ursa. There was honestly, I could see the way in which he was trying to survive, but he just needed charge to be off cooldown. I respect it. I respect the attempt. Using your ultimate in that way, it's not everyone thinks about it, but it's good. It's good. He does die though, and yeah, I think the main thing for me here for Zero Tenacity is when do they transition their Sniper and Lifestealer from farming to threatening the map? Because these heroes, they never really become explosive until they have a couple items, right? Like Lifestealer needs a whole Radiance before he gets into the game. Sniper from the mid lane, you could argue like a Maelstrom or a Dragonlance could enable him to be aggressive, but they're at least trying to steal some stacks though. Pablo, Stoikov and LeBron using their spells, trying to stop DK or Tidehunter from farming this. Even the Ursa, soon to have Battle Fury, would have liked that.
A lot of heroes can come and grab it. But they do back themselves away. They don't want to get caught out here trying to force this unnecessarily. They're not that strong, so back away. Novelist will come back in and take their stacks.
One good thing about the Lifestealer pick that we haven't mentioned is the fact that with Radiance, fast forward 15 minutes, you can disassemble it, create that nullifier, and then play aggressive from there, right? So
yep. There's
some like quick itemization swap ups that a Lifestealer can do that other carries can't, just because he likes to buy Radiance. Uses the Infest very early on and runs away.
Definitely makes it awkward. Sometimes, like Infest, when you're running away, Infest is kind of like another BKB where you can just kind of hide from disables for a bit.
Still think the fact that the Ursa being this uncontested it's scaring me a little bit. Like, sure, the kills look quite healthy for Zero Tenacity, but are they doing enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel the same way. It feels okay because they've taken mid tower, they've taken top tower, they did good damage to bottom tower, so they'll get a little tier 1 soon. Maybe then they can start to really collapse the map in onto Smiling Knight. Yeah, I would definitely agree that at the moment he's on for a really good game on this Ursa. And I don't know if they can handle a really farmed Ursa.
Oh, Laird stunned for a second.
Whoa, Rage comes out. Golem holding them back. LeBron trying to save Retsu here. But I'm not sure there's much they can do to keep him alive. There's a lot of heroes on his ass right now. Double Blood Grenade coming out. Infest, 1 second. There's an ancient camp though, so he can't jump to that one. And oh, doesn't quite get in range. The phase boots, the Rage. Now he finds
the Infest.
Jump inside
the Boglet.
Oh my god, he's so quick. Look at him go. Whee! Coming out the other side. Plenty of health now to work with. But is it going to be enough?
They missed a fire.
Oh, dead shot.
They missed a brief fire. They missed it.
No way, they missed a... Oh my god.
I mean, okay, so first of all, they layered the Dragon Tail and the Ravage. Then they missed a brief fire. A Golem from the Warlock is able to provide a little bit of distance between them going and Lifestealer. I think also the Shadow Word was on the Lifestealer. I didn't really catch it. But still, like, missed spells from Avalus, clutch disengage from the Lifestealer, but... Oh. Surely Retsu has to die there. That feels illegal.
Yeah. That is nuts. Alright, well, the great escape from Retsu. He lives to fight another day and continue heading towards that Radiance. I like how he's just rocking back up to this lane as well. Mobe and
he doesn't care.
Still around. He's like, yeah, just proved you can't kill me. You want to do that again? I'm down.
I think if we have to, okay, so let's analyze who made the mistake, right? Was it the Ravage or was it Dragon Tail? And I feel like Jibe just didn't need to Ravage first. Because a good Lifestealer player, you see that Tide lift his arms, you're pressing Rage, right? So I think the element of, you know, surprise, the blink stun from the DK has to be the starting tool. And because of that, the fact that Jibe pressed Ravage at the same, it felt like the same frame as the Dragon Tail, did cause Retsu to live. The miscommunication for the new roster of Avalus.
Yeah, a little bit.
Straight back to farming. Yeah.
I think you're never expecting the Tidehunter to Ravage in that situation, so that to call you have to make as a Tidehunter to be like, I'm
waiting for you, boss. It's all
gonna
you.
do my spell.
You know who's having a really bad game? Stoikov. My guy is kind of struggling. He took mid tower. He waddled around the enemy jungle, but he's just bottom of the net worth, right? Like, he's 1,000 gold down against his counterpart. He went for the Dragon Lance, which technically does delay his farm speed, not going for the Maelstrom. A little bit more survivability, having that extra distance and that range. But yeah, Sniper not really entering the game.
No, he's certainly not. What is Buddy going for? I think maybe he just finished the Maelstrom to try to catch up a bit here rather than going for the Shard.
I mean, going straight Shard is a is a respect towards Ursa will have Blink. I don't want to die to Ursa, but still
Yeah.
provide some impact to my team. And that fight is inevitable, right? You got Blink on the Ursa, Pipe on the Tidehunter. If there ever was a time for Avalus to cross the river to go for a little scuffle, maybe even look towards Roshan, it would be now.
Time to take the gloves off. Avalus still waiting for the first big move to be made by them.
I mean, if you don't fight soon, the Darkster's going to have a Pipe and a mech. He's going to be out-auring the Tidehunter.
A little bit, yeah. That's coming pretty damn soon, to be honest with you. Just
1,000 gold away.
Yeah.
They've smoked up. Will they overlap their stuns? Will they combo it? To be fair, it's a lot easier to kill a Darkster than a Lifestealer with Rage. He says. There's no scan available, so Intuition is the only thing that will save Nifrit here.
Do they know where he's at, though? He is in a pretty pesky position at the moment. Oh, he gets a little close to the wave, but they can't see him in the night time.
They did see the Manabu aura, though, on the creep wave, if they were to click that.
Nefrit has been spotted. In we go. Stuns out. Dragon Tail's going to be there. Ravage is available should they really want it here. But Smiling Knight is here to make sure they've got the damage to bring him down. And maybe get a kill.
Yeah, and at the same time, Zero Tenacity were smoking themselves. So they didn't want to TP to top with the knowledge that maybe they get a pick off.
Yeah, but if that
Pinging
pick-off
for
comes in the
Seneko.
form of Seneko, I mean, they should know that Roche is the natural follow-up from this. I just don't know if they can do anything about it. You've got the shrapnel,
It's very
which is
difficult.
annoying.
Is that enough, though?
Not
Maybe
with
it
Tinker.
is. I mean, Smiling Knight is leaving the pit, now walking back in the pit. It's...
Tinker's going to keep him peachy as they'll find the Warlock as well on the sidelines here, just making absolutely sure that Smiling Knight's going to be uncontested in this one. Does Pablo have a charge? He doesn't. So, Aegis
He
picked up by
nearly did,
Smiling
though,
Knight.
with the Shrapnel Vision. I was expecting it to be like Shrapnel for Vision, Spirit Breaker charge in, he might die, but who cares, you've like attempted an Aegis still, right? But no, not to be the case. They do give away an Aegis for free. And that's not really how you want to enter the game with Zero Tenacity, right? Like, I think this is what the issues they had against gaming, right? Is they have like okay laning, good laning, they take towers, but they don't transition that first tier 1 tower take into then threatening the farm. Like the fact that this Ursa has been top net worth the entire time. Tidehunter, even though the Lifestealer annoyed him with the Phase Corrosion, they never brought more heroes to kill him a couple of times, right? It's just, they allowed them to kind of cruise into the mid game and kind of re-enter after what was a difficult time. Now Pablo getting jumped top,
That's a very
dies
clean
very
kill.
quickly. Yeah. This could be the story the next 10 minutes, right? It's just you showing a wave, Ursa plus Tide, Ursa plus DK. Heroes will get deleted.
Its early ages are just enabling the Smiling Knight to just really explode into this game. I was saying earlier, it felt like he bought the Bling Dagger, didn't really do a whole lot, but yeah, now he's certainly firing all cylinders.
He's... he's looking at BKB, okay. His quick bio was suggesting like Nullifier, but then he bought the hammer for the BKB. He's manually clicking the items from his quick buy out of order. That does feel kind of unnatural.
It's like slightly unhinged, but
Are you a one item quick buyer, or do you put multiple items in that quick buy?
you know, in the lanes, I will like queue up a whole bunch of stuff like before the game starts,
Okay.
and then I'll kind of click, I'll quick buy through that basically, unless anything needs to change. But then later on, I'll have 1 or 2 items.
Okay. I feel
Sometimes
like-
a third with maybe a shard slid in there, but I'm generally
Ooh.
just 1 or 2.
That's devilish. I don't know. Anything more than 1 just makes me uncomfortable. Like the idea that, okay, maybe it's because I'm a support and you don't get as much gold, but the idea that I, like, in the moment I buy the wrong component or something, and now I've got like half a Solar Crest, half a Glimmer, and I'm like, well, boys, good luck.
Always that's,
Just
yeah,
one
especially
item
when
only.
there's so many bugs used to exist with trying to buy like multiple items.
The double,
Gretsu.
yeah.
Gretsu, well, he needs to get infested here, and he will do. Gets inside LeBron, but that is not really the vehicle which is going to go very fast. It's not exactly a race car. It's more like a tricycle. Ravage comes out now to follow up with as well. Holy moly, that's a lot of damage. The heals coming out from Pablo, though, might be enough to keep Retsu alive and actually keep him fighting here as he gets onto Seneka. That's a good target, but he needs to stay away from that teddy bear. It is not cuddly. Nice charge from Pablo, though, moving across, stunning back Yersa and getting the kill onto Seneka. Nice bash coming in there. Stoikov, he's going to fall as well. Smiling Knight brings him down. Retsu still limping around the side of his fight. It's a lifesteal which never dies, but maybe his days are numbered now. Desire will fall as Retsu with the rage trying to get away and is going to get out of this one, but well, Nefrit might not be so lucky. Retsu jumping back in though. I mean, he has got the open wounds. Maybe they can keep trying to turn this one around, but with Nefrit being dead, Pablo falling as well, I think this might be the end for this fight for Zero Tenacity, even though Retsu's still sticking around. It genuinely feels like Retsu's playing on some third team, which no one wants to fight.
Did Pablo cancel his charge? Because at the start of that fight, I just see a 5-man vacuum, and then the Spirit Breaker, who was charging in, then stopped. My camera was slightly off to the side, so I didn't see. But either way, that could have been epic.
Jeez, Smiling Knight.
Oh. Wait, they do have a TP cancel.
Pretty hard on this one. Yeah, there you go. Assassinate queued up instantly from Stoikov. Knew the game, read him like a book, and killed him off. That was a really bad death from Smiling Knight there. Going for a crazy play onto the Warlock.
That's such a support tip, right? It's like you threw a golem out, you died, you respawned, you died, and then you tipped the enemy carry for overextending. It's like, LeBron's not really done much in the last 2 minutes, but he's the one popping off with the tips, you know? Like that's my 5 there.
That's a worth in the old chat, you know?
Yeah, it's like, nice kill, bro, I'm only the 5.
Oh, you got me.
Ooh.
God, I hate those people. Usually because I'm on the other side of those people.
I'm the 5 dying and trying to rationalize how it's good. Yeah, again, I wish I could rewatch that, but that looked like it was about to be some epic 5-man vacuum, 5-man charge.
Believe he just got unlucky with the cooling. I think the cooling skimmed him and cancelled it. But does silencing cancel the charge?
No, they would not cancel it. No. Okay.
I don't have the answers.
Because I didn't see a Ravage, I didn't see a dead shot, I just saw indecision. That's all I saw. But I've loaded up the stream on delay. If you randomly hear me go like panic, it's because I'm rewatching the fight on delay.
If we hear an audible cringe, we'll know what it is.
Yes, I will just say cringe. And then we won't talk about it. We'll just. So if you hear me say that word again, you know that he cancelled it. Nice.
Nefrit has
okay,
mech.
cool.
5 of Insight into Heaven's Halberd now as well. Very nice item against the Ursa. Super annoying for an Ursa to play into.
And you can BKB it off, and it has less kind of usage of time against melee heroes compared to ranged heroes, but still, in the clutch moments after a BKB, it is going to always be annoying to be disarmed for any amount of time.
Look at this deep dive going on here. They're going to try and go onto Retsu, but the stun immediately going to be raged off here. Retsu very quick with that one. Pablo's giving them the vision for the ride as well. Once again, the vacuum coming down. Desire is already dead, but the Ravage to turn this one around. But they don't have the damage. They don't have their Ursa at the moment. They're just backing themselves away. As, well, okay, the Ursa comes in, finds Nefrit, blows one hero up, now looks over towards Retsu as well, but Pablo's got him stunned up, and Retsu and Stoikov are doing the damage. Smiling Knight needs to leave, and he will be able to do so. BKB TP
Pablo?
out of that one. Full-on parachute cord as everyone just leaves.
Why did Pablo not try to bash him? Come on, man, you're a Spirit Breaker player. There is a BKB hero TPing in front of you. You got to right-click that guy. You got to scream for the bash.
He didn't
just
believe.
walked away.
He did not
believe.
to the frog this morning.
I will be DMing Pablo after this game. Actually, no, after the series. Let's not do it mid-series, but yeah, I will be sad Spirit Breaker face to him. That's for sure. But for Zero Tenacity, they got to praise Retsu there, right? Very quick on the rage, turning around the fight, opening up that engagement, and then Zero Tenacity. It is between their tier 2 and tier 3, so it's a very good position for them to take a fight anyways. And Avalos, you could argue, maybe not so clean on their initiations. They seem to be going for these high-risk plays, where it's like, if they don't perfectly connect, they're in such a bad place to fight. But if they do connect, they get a tier 2, maybe even pressure high ground, right? They're going for the big plays, and so far it's just not really connecting. Even though the net worth is looking good, I feel like it could be so much better with how kind of the 10 to 25 minute mark has been going for them. Just missed opportunities for Avalos in this game so far.
It's hard to kind of reflect on this one and feel like Avalos have they haven't played it super cleanly. You know, they got into a really good position in this game, and then these 2 fights down on bottom side, a couple of clumsy deaths from the Ursa as well, and all of a sudden things not looking so clean at all, really. So we'll see how the game develops from here on out. Of course, the snipers sort of coming back into it a bit due to everybody's just kind of plateauing with each other. This Ursa's still pretty far ahead compared to everybody else. We'll see. Shibe going for the Aghanim Scepter next on the Tide Hunter.
Oof. Okay. Cringe asterisks.
Are scanning.
Okay, explain.
He was charging into the heroes, but at the speed he was going, he would have connected, but he saw the Tide about to lift his arms. So in the millisecond of Tide casting Ravage, he panicked and ran away, but he would have connected. So he did cancel it, but he overthought the situation, thinking he would get hit by Ravage. But in the moment, I can understand why he chose to cancel. But it's one of those, like,
I see.
You don't have time to think about it. You have to go with intuition and your gut, and his gut told him to run away.
The risk versus reward as Warlock goes.
Yeah.
I think, I'm going to do Water Triangle and...
Just for context,
destroy.
guys, that was us talking about the fight at, like, the 21-minute mark when they were 5-man vacuum in the charge, just in case you just tuned in, when the Spirit Breaker cancelled his charge.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
God, that would have been so cool if they connected. Oh, Avalus is getting the second Roshan.
Yeah, Roshan will
Free.
give a little grumble, but no one's going to do anything about it. Interesting voice line.
I can't wait for Roshan to get stronger though. Like, obviously they're patching him to be better, right? There, like, when you move between the pits, he's throwing heroes. It applies a disarm. Like, it's doing more things, right? I just hope that each like big patch we get, they just add another layer to him. I still think Roshan is relatively easy to take, which is not so fun. I kind of wish it was more of an epic duel between, you know, both teams having to. You know, you don't want to drag teams to fight and use every resource of Roshan, but I don't know. I think small mechanics to how you take Roshan is always fun to kind of change up the game and how you do it.
Yeah, maybe Roshan should scale off, like... Maybe you should get bonuses from, like, the level of the hero that attacked him recently or something like that. I don't know, some way to scale him a bit more in games like this, where... I mean, basically, like, if you buff Roshan too much, then
Dire's middle
the
tower is under
kind of low-skill games are kind of going to get owned, because no one will be able to do it anymore.
I think the main debate is just, is soloing Roshan fun? I guess it is for some heroes, therefore it should be still enabled. I'm not saying to delete it, but I think like,
You could
complicating
buff
solo Roshan
so
is
much
fun.
more,
Yeah.
unless it would still be able to solo Rosh, you know?
Yeah, that'd be ways. But what can they do with this second Aegis? He has the BKB, then another fire. Which any hero he jumps should be able to go down with the correct follow-up stun.
Jump in, infest into the little creep here. Avalus, they just love this area of the map. They love it. It's gone bad for them every time, I feel like, but they just keep coming back for more.
At some point it has to work, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like this time they will be able to get it. The Aegis, meaning that Xerath Nasty just don't really want to fight into them super badly. Keep farming up. And you did talk about that Nullifier. It does look like Retsu wants to keep the Radiance though, and just build a Nullifier as well as the Radiance. I think it makes sense this game because you're playing with Fatal Bombs, you're playing with Darkseer, the fights have been pretty clumped. You're getting a lot of value from the damage from the Radiance. Alright, Spinite gonna get nullified. He just doesn't really care. Has one off his own. Let's see. Middle tier 2 tower. Looks like Xerath Nasty are going to try and make a defense on this one. But They're going to find the sniper here. I mean, this is a really, really delicious fishy for them to jump in on. The Ravage going to come through as well. Pablo has the BKB and keep fighting through it. Golem as well going to slow them down, but Stoikov cannot get away from Mobe. Mobe is not leaving him alone. Stoikov on the high ground trying to go for the TP, but Mobe says no. Stuns him up. The Red Suit's upon him, trying to protect the sniper and also giving him a ton of health with the open wounds as well. And Sniper on the cliff. He's just standing and delivering here. You got to do something about Stoikov. Smiling Knight's going to come close as well. No way is this working. Smiling Knight is like,
it's working.
I don't think so. There goes a dead shot connecting onto the side, but he doesn't get off the cliff. He doesn't get off the cliff, and now he's dead. The King of the Hill finally jumps down, but the fight's already kind of lost for Avalos here. Smiling Knight trying to run himself away, but there's a lot on him right now. Does have an ultimate, going to throw out the enrage, but Retsu will not leave him alone. Charge is going to connect now as they'll just Yules up the Tinker to try and deal with Smiling Knight, but he's got the jump down to the low ground, so Retsu, he will not give up on this kill. There's a nullifier coming out once again onto the Ursa, throwing the open wounds as well. Finally, they're going to go for a different target here, but Smiling Knight can maybe look to turn around. Stoikov killing off Sameko. Smiling Knight considering his options here as Pablo and Retsu continue to chase, but Pablo is low and Smiling Knight will take advantage. Now jumping onto Retsu, nullifier out onto him. He's going to get inside a creep to try and run himself around, and he is very literally just trying to body block Smiling Knight here, giving Sniper time to get over and help him out. He knows that if he just keeps on making space, keeps on pushing them back, eventually Stoikov will get involved, and he will. Smiling Knight finally dies, and now they can look over towards Jebe as well. Assassinate comes in, the right clicks are there, they'll get another. Zero Tenacity take the fight in style there. We had cliffs and we had a rundown across the entire damn map.
I mean, what a fight from Zero Tenacity, but the lack of synergy from Avalos really coming into light there. You've got your Ursa jumping into the tier 3, your DK's fighting in the enemy triangle, everyone's taking a different fight in different locations, and then on top of that, Stoikov, like you said, getting on top of that hill. That is the best place for Sniper. He loves the high ground. He loves his base, but he is so happy just A-clicking away. And now with 30-second dead on Titan, the 40-second dead on the Ursa, sure, why not try and go for a Rax here? They just need clean initiation.
Oh, okay, we got some wall coming out, some damage coming in. Avalos, you want to try and defend as 3? Okay, we'll try and fight you as 3. Mobe forced to BKB and back himself away. They can keep looking for these barracks. They're going to have to wait a minute for these creeps to come back, but they won't take long. And they do now arrive. Barracks exposed once again. Lifestealer doesn't really care about these little ghosts. Little spooky, scary ghosts from the Muerta. But 10 seconds on the Ursa. They've taken the melee barracks now. They just want to try and leave. Nice full stuff. Dodges a dead shot. Retsu gets away.
Maybe the LeBron dies. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, they got the...
okay, wait. Will Smiling Knight tip LeBron?
Don't think so.
No, I don't think he did. No revenge arc on the tips.
It feels too... I think people reveal themselves as being a bit too rattled when they tip you for a kill that someone else gets.
Yeah. Again, I think supports are allowed to tip anyone at any time because it's kind of like half their skill set is trying to play the psychological game. So I think 5s are, but I think a carry tipping, a support dying, it shows that they got to them. So I think Smiling Knight not tipping, it's proof that it didn't affect him, and he's holding in the emotions into after the game. But I mean, Avalos, they got to contain themselves. When you have Tide, DK, and Ursa as your tricore, on paper it's very simple. See hero, stun, Ursa jumps in top, you get kill. But for these fights, it seems to be kind of like every man for himself. Like they did a very good job. The Tide and Ursa starting onto the dark state, right, getting that kill, but just the follow up after just wasn't on the same page. We do have to give credit, of course. Like Spirit Breaker charging through, Sniper disengaging the entire time with his Hurricane Pike and grenade. Like it's not easy. Like, if you do fail your initiation, Zero Tenacity, like we mentioned at the start of the game, like they do have incredible survivability tools on all their cores, which just further punishes Avalos if they aren't to execute cleanly.
And it has not been clean so far from them. There's not been a single fight where it's looked like they're all moving together, they've all got the same idea on the target they want to get. Everything's been very staggered. And again, that last fight, all it took was somebody to say, Sniper's on the cliff, back away from the cliff. But no, they just wanted to keep on going. They just wanted to keep on trying to fight people under the Sniper. It's like a perfect encapsulation of this game, and also a perfect encapsulation of the points I made at the start, where I said I think we might have issues getting distracted by the Ursa and by the Lifestealer, and potentially the sniper's just able to fire away from the high ground. Of course, I did say Avlis was going to win, but I thought that would have been a
I was gonna.
bit of fact.
Are you gonna share that point? I was sorry. Are you gonna share that point? Or
Yeah, don't worry. I'd never lie to great people if Dota like that.
just say it with meaning. That's what normally goes down, right? Say it with confidence. It's true.
True.
No one
I
can-
never said Avlis were going to win.
Do you think someone's got that much energy to? Hmm?
I actually predicted it'd be 15 to 15 at 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when someone says check the replay in an argument in a Dota game. Like, you know, no one's gonna bother.
I've checked the replay a couple of times. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I do as well. But
Especially when I flame myself and I check my own replay and I'm like, God, yeah, I am right. I was terrible this game.
I am way more likely to check my replay for my own mistakes than if like a teammate's mistake. I don't really care.
I actually, a week ago, I did check a replay because an Abaddon on my team was flaming everyone, and when I watched the replay, he chased a Weaver as Abaddon, just pressing Orchid on him for the entire fight, rather than like shielding or saving my Sven. It was pretty sad.
He killed
The guy was meant to be like 13k. No, he didn't.
No.
Like 13.5k. Didn't kill the Weaver. Didn't do anything other than press Orchid. And yeah. Either way, Avlis smoked up, used the Twin Gate, running in a delightful line, hoping to find Zero Tenacity. They're gonna maybe find Stoikov.
Yeah, oh, perfect Ravage landing onto both the Sniper and the Lifestealer. Could that be any better? I don't think so. They're still trying to fight this one. I mean, they've got a nice 3-man vacuum into a 3-man charge, but the damage follow-up is obviously not there because your 1 and 2 are lying dead and buried in the ground in a very shallow grave indeed. And now the curve towards Brun. He will die. What an absolute beatdown.
It's a beatdown, but it's a blunder by the supports and Zero Tenacity. You're playing in your own triangle, but that ward's still available. Like, that's the issue there.
Wait,
that
what?
smoke, yes, it's... Yeah, that, like, sure, Avlis, they make a wonderful smoke, but they're playing on the simplest vision in the game. A high ground spot. You've played out a clutch move, and yeah. As much as it's a good smoke from Avlis, it's just a major mistake made. If your cores are hugging that area, that ward cannot be there. Sure, a low ground ward, you can miss that,
crazy, isn't
right?
it?
But yeah. Again, props to Avlis for capitalizing on the bronze mistakes there, sweeping back into the area, realizing that this kind of like this get out of jail card has been presented to them, right? It's
I mean, yeah, if you have the vision up and you see the Lifestealer and the Sniper just sitting next to each other having a good old time.
it's good there.
Holding hands,
It's-
you will come and ravage them and kill them both because hand holding is not allowed in Dota. Not between
Yeah,
your
Avlis, I
Sniper
think-
and your Lifestealer. They should never be near each other.
It's been a shaky game, but I still can see like the signs of life in Avlis. Like once they do find some of that kind of synergy between their new players, like you can obviously see why they're a good team, but it does take some painful moments for them to understand each other. Like Mobai and Desire, two brand new perspectives on the game.
Well, suddenly
weird game,
a
though.
10k gold advantage for Avlis has just been gained.
The high ground, Sniper's best friend. He's won. He won a fight there before. Can he do it again?
It already scares me though that Zero Tenacity are positioned outside the base like this. It just
Ooh.
feels...
Did you see LeBron went blank?
Huh.
Yeah.
Alright.
I get he doesn't want to be in position of like, oops, I've been jumped, but it's kind of a bold item to go for. He's really hoping to find that correct column, that correct angle.
Yeah, I mean, wants to go in deep enough, I guess. Probably going to be seeing
I mean,
that
when he
first
gets
sniper
level
most of the time.
20, it's kind of cool because level 20 Warlock, when you have the column on death, it makes sense.
Jump in on the entire enemy team.
Yeah. Oopsie, I've died. Column, right? It's cool, but.
But then you could also go for the upheaval damage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you consider
Sell
that?
it to me. Yes. I never will take it.
I'm trying to think of an angle where I can try to sell that. Because if there's Fatal Bonds, if you have Glimmer Cape and Fatal Bonds, and then you just use both of those and they don't have any dust, and you can solo a whole team, maybe.
Oh, sorry, I disconnected. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, that's fair. I can't think of a single reason why he would ever take up evil damage. I'll be honest.
There
Like,
we
what-
go.
What a mismatched talent choice.
I mean, again, a good way of describing it. I was talking to Pono the other day, and his way of looking at it was to take a talent. Actually, hold on, there's a big fight. Let's look at that first. Hold.
It's a very big fight. Well, it's
Retsu.
kind of just a carry. It's just kind of fighting each other, trying to bait Stoikov to show himself. That's all that's happening here. Retsu going to be able to stand his ground pretty easily here, taking chunks out of Mobe. There's a Ravage coming down, but doesn't really land. Just kind of catching out Pablo, and that's about it. Retsu has the BKB available, but they've actually dragged the Ursa down to the low ground, separating Retsu and Mobe to allow them to fight off on the side of the sniper way inside the base here. Just happily pewing away. Not really doing a whole lot to Jibe either, though. Retsu's still just playing a single-player game over on the sidelines here. He's having fun. And Smiling Knight may have been caught out a little bit here. That might be the Aegis. Nullifies out onto him, but they just stop doing damage to a point. Assassinate comes through, but won't be enough here with the Enrage coming down. Smiling Knight's going to be fine. Nice heals, nice shields coming out from Suneko as well, just to make sure Smiling Knight is absolutely fine, and they'll just be able to fully heal and reset.
Sniper was A-clicking that entire time. And I didn't see any core really get close to dying.
Nope.
It was 4,000 damage, but it was 4,000 damage like into like
it's
Kraken and
into
Enrages.
Tinker as well, and like,
Yeah, with the heals. Yeah.
It's not really 4,000 damage, isn't it? Let's be honest with
No.
ourselves.
Okay, Pablo. Shadow made it up. Maybe gonna be going on to the Ursa. Oh, nice dead shot though.
And another nice dead shot. These agony dead shots are ridiculous. That's still looking. Ravage comes in, they found the sniper. That's a big target. They want to try and bring him down here. The spear comes out onto him, and the answer is there, but there comes the Hurricane Pike out from Stoikov, but I don't think it matters. There's a concussive, another 4-star, everything being used. Now
And the
haste
surge.
as well, but the nullifies out onto him. Can he make it out? No, I don't think he got turning around.
They go! What?
Those open wounds inside the fountain. Stoikov realized.
And the Bastion Tiger! What a charge!
What? Oh, Smiling Knight. There is no way he is smiling after that one.
What a charge from Pablo though, to bash him from behind up into the base.
Sick.
Oh, beautiful stuff there. And Smiling, another time he's gone for a big chase. Sure, that the tier 2 who went for LeBron, he died. Now he's chasing the sniper. There was a dust on him,
Crazy.
but he Hurricane Pike during the anchor. The team helps kill the anchor. Then he concussive grenades, gets another 4-star, and at the very end of the dust, it's just beautiful position. Wow, what a teamwork
It
to
was
save
teamwork,
him there.
yeah. Everybody
Yeah.
did something there. Everybody did something. They brought
I
out
honestly
the
just I had no
4-star.
words to describe it. Like that
Literally
Ursa, like,
every
he has
single hero.
he has one punch, right? And he's like, okay, next punch he's dead. But then he's in the fountain, and it's like, oh.
Okay, Retsu just
Okay,
did-
now BKB take a range rack, shit.
Yeah, he had rage.
BKB is cooler, looks nicer.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they did all of that to kill a sniper who, again, if you want to remember the fight beforehand, did nearly no damage even though he did 4,000 damage. That was the level of commitment Smiling Knight put on this hero.
Yeah. I feel like I need to get him gone. Focusing on the buildings here, not being distracted by Jibe or Mobe. 14 seconds on the Ursa. They are now in the danger zone. Triple Fear gonna come out, but they'll walk in that direction anyway.
Smoked up.
This Aghanim's is so silly. Stun onto Retsu. Rage off, of course. Force away, infest into Nefrit. Nefrit self-surges, leaving LeBron behind. Don't think LeBron's gonna get caught here either, though.
I think the blink for LeBron is more, my team is so quick and mobile that if I
Yeah,
don't buy a blink, I'm always dead.
I'm always just left behind. The bus is gonna leave
Yeah,
without me.
I mean, that one mid-def, he's like, nah, alright, fuck it, I'm buying blink. You guys are cool, I want to be cool. I honestly don't know who's going to win this game.
No, it's great, isn't
Will
it?
Smiling Knight dive again? Will Pablo hit a clutch charge? Will Sniper eventually do damage?
Has he
So
got
many
damage, though?
questions.
He's got Silver Edge, which is actually like reasonable damage, but it's still not like MKB, Daedalus, Rapier, anything like that.
Okay.
Hey,
Smoked up.
Parker's got in my head, okay. I now see Rapier as just
It's a
another
core
damage
item.
item. Yeah.
Remember the patch where Medusa would go like Manto Rapier?
Yeah.
I think it was a couple years ago. But that was for some reason a core build on the hero.
Yep.
And they are showing that the Lifestealer is mid, as the... Did he have Radiance turned on? He did. So
Yeah.
a random creep wave getting Radiance burned is showing the smoke. And Zero Tenacity, their answer to Avarice playing on the map is warding up the enemy triangle, pushing that bot wave, maybe even hitting the bottom tier 3 to get the TPs back. And know their position. Gotta be careful if you are Zero Tenacity. Trying to set yourself up for this bottom siege. You are just ignoring. Yep. Yeah, I was like, you are just ignoring Roshan. No.
Okay.
They are giving up 3 Roshans. They've first one Darkseer died, Abaddon get it for free. Second one LeBron died, they get it for free. And a third one, I just think they misread the map. Yeah. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Also a refresher. Shard, sorry, going the way to Tidehunter.
Yeah,
Double Ravage.
Pretty big deal.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, they got a tower for it. If you're a Silver Linings kind of guy, then they got a tower. Pablo, looking for options.
Do you think Zero Tenacity will get baited? They have a sentry on the high ground spot, so they might not think there's vision there.
I mean, Avalos are here, and as in really here. Nice.
They have
Little
double cheese,
concussive
but
up to the
Water
high
and
ground.
DK.
Stoikov, though, is going to be TVS actually caught inside the Ravage. They've just taken down Nefrit immediately, and now they're coming towards the sniper. He's gone as well. 2 heroes evaporating before your very eyes, folks. Nefrit and Stoikov are gone. Guess what? There's another Ravage available whenever they fancy it.
I think wards just win games, right? The big wraparounds that they're doing, it's the ward. Again, you can just see it on the minimap, right, on that left-hand side. That is what's giving the entry to the fight for Jibe and for Mobile. Reds are just running into the middle of all of them with the rage. Nefrit as well, BK being big vacuum into Golem.
Oh my god,
Take
I
a
mean,
minute.
there's follow-up is just not really coming in though. All the BKBs being used, all of the stuns coming out. Like, sure, Avalos are being forced back, but they're also not really falling particularly low. Smiling Light starting to take hits here, but don't forget, he's got that Aegis, so he's going to be absolutely fine. Retsu going to go on to Mobe instead. Again, cheese available for Retsu. Going to come in. There's your second Ravage coming out. Curtis giving them opportunity. No, Pablo, he had the bulldoze ready and is able to break out of it and save Retsu's life, allowing Retsu to get away, maybe come back in and get another reset here. He's looking for the Dragon Knight. He wants to take down Mobe, and he's going to be able to take him away. And now they're going towards Smiling Knight, who's back from the dead, but the damage, it's a lot. Retsu, he's got to be careful. He's got the anchor out upon him. Stoikov's going to help him deal with it, though, and the Infest comes through as well to make sure that Retsu's nice and safe, but he's not. Smiling Knight comes in, takes down 1, takes down 2. They need to be careful. The Ursa is just not deterred at all. More buybacks coming through from both sides. Retsu's coming in just a second. Mobe is TPing back into this one as well. He'll be here in just a minute. Pablo bodyguarding for Stoikov here, making sure that the sniper's going to be okay and not respecting the Lifestealer as well at all here, Jibe. Jibe buys back even. He needs to go and defend something because at the moment their bottom barracks are being taken. They have got a Tinker to go and do that. Avalos, a reset as 5 heroes now. They are missing Nefrit on Zero Tenacity. No Darkseer for this high ground. But do Avalos really want to push it this hard?
I think they have to. With Darkseer being down, it is critical for them to try and take a Rax. Sure, they don't have the Dragon Form DK, but the entire time, Sniper just right-clicking the entire time. It was a...
Yeah, he got some
Imagine if
clicks off.
Stalker had one more item. Like, if he had Brooch or a Daedalus, that's such a different fight. He's probably killing all of them so much quicker, but still, after 49 minutes, it really feels like Sniper just needs that one extra item. Fully uncontested in the fight, but the sustainability of DK, Ursa Tide, plus the Tinker, eventually turning the tide in that fight and keeping them into a Rax taking position. Sure, again, many buybacks used as well, let's not forget.
This Letter, man. What a hero. Oh, here they go. They're going to go
onto the
Mobe
DK.
here. Mobe does not have buyback money. Let's get up the BKB and will not be going down to Retsu or the Sniper just yet. Yules out onto the Smiling Knight, just keeping him out of the engagement. Don't forget, Smiling Knight is the one with buyback available on the Dire team. But a reset Is being forced here. They will not be taking these middle barracks, not yet. Why do they have to work so hard for any inch of ground in this game, Avalos? Roshan's come for free. High ground comes at a ridiculously high cost. And now the game is sort of settling. I want to say it feels almost neutral. And that doesn't come easy out my mouth with a 21k gold advantage for Avalos.
The only key factor here is Ursa is the one with buyback out of all the cores in the game. So if Ursa is able to create that moment where he finally does go down, but they fight near an outpost, maybe a tier 2 tower, that's, I think, going to be the main turning point. Can Zero Tenacity, if they are to leave the base, kill the heroes that don't have the buyback, try and ignore the Ursa for now? Because if they don't, that could be like the lifeline Avalos used to break what feels like a stagnant part of the game once again. Is waiting for Roshan going to be the answer? By then, all the buybacks will be available once more, and Sniper is going to have damage. He completes the Revenant's Brooch. Is it enough damage? I mean, at this point, he just needs anything to get him over the line. He's doing so much in the fight, but so little at the same time. I've never been so conflicted.
Yeah.
It's like such an uncontested sniper in all these fights, but... Don't worry, I'm not calling for a rapier though. As soon as he buys that, Jibbe is ravaging him instantly. He doesn't want to put that much of a target on his back.
Yeah.
Again, only Ursa buyback on the side of Avalos. Warlock with the buyback on the Radiant side. He does have the Golem on death. Again, if they fight near an outpost, one Golem dies, second Golem respawns. That could be enough to turn the team fight aspect of the fight.
Certainly could. Desire might, LeBron might be the kamikaze player they need to kind of turn this one. Who knows?
And Refresher.
Yeah.
6, 12. Okay, he
could
has a
get
Lotus.
travels,
Okay.
That would be.
He does have. Okay, so LeBron barely has enough mana to use 2 Golems with Refresher, of course. We'll see. They're currently finding the Titan on the high ground. Not the best target to go on.
No, especially not with the Tinker behind
Disengaging
him,
for now.
giving him those shields. Pablo gonna have to force a BKB out here to get himself away. He's carrying a very, very precious parcel. Needs to keep it safe. Oh god, Muerta with the dead shots being super annoying. And this ward in the middle lane, by the way, didn't get taken out, so this has just been giving them vision.
It's the warding from Zero Tenacity just hasn't matched the pace of the game. It feels like that's one of the probably main reasons why I think they've struggled. Yeah. No flame LeBron, sorry, but it is hurting your team a little bit.
I'm sure if he was in our position, he'd be saying the same thing.
Yeah. If anything, it's just the difference, right? One team's utilized Gem multiple times, right, on the side of Avalos, whilst Zero Tenacity, if they had a Gem, they've not held it long enough to truly utilize it. So of course it is easier for Avalos to have the vision advantage, but yeah. Just seems to be a theme in a couple of the pickoffs. The enemy their own triangle, they had that big smoke that we spoke about. Then when they hit the Ravage on the Sniper in that kind of top corner of the map, or top left area of the map, sorry. Again, it was another dire ward that just saw everything. But it does seem like Avalos slowing down the game a little bit. Probably waiting for buybacks and Roshan. Unless they obviously get presented a free pickoff. Could be our second 60-minute game of the day.
Yeah, looking like it. And the XP difference is going to come into effect as well if we see another fight soon, because pretty much everybody on the side of Avalos, other than Muerta, is level 25. Muerta's very close as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Zero Tenacity, like a lot of heroes just aren't even close. 22 on Darkseer, 21 on Spirit Breaker. We got LeBron, who's obviously 21 as well, so it's not looking great. All those 25 make a difference. I feel like
how old is LeBron?
Will.
You said LeBron's 21.
Nah, LeBron's
and I'm now like, how?
31.
He's 34.
34?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, wait, is he younger or older than Puppy?
I think Puppy's 30.
Oh, it's Puppy again. No, he's 35.
35? Okay.
Puppy is older, yeah. Look at these
Still
position
looks
5
very
players.
youthful.
Sure. Does have good skin.
Good skin.
Yeah. Yeah. Worked with one panel on TI. I was like, man, he
Share me your routine. please.
Established, yeah.
Exfoliates every morning with his machete.
Top barracks are under attack.
It's a weird picture.
Yeah, shaving would make more sense, but it is what it is. Aghanim's queued up for Pablo.
Of course, Aghanim's, it redirects any single target spell, so you can eat a laser, you can eat the dragon tail, but that's about it. Of course, it does give magic resistance. At this stage of the game, not too critical, I'd argue. I feel like it's a lot of explosive physical damage from the gush from Tide with the Ursa right clicks. Every little will help.
Move coming out from Zero Tenacity.
The buybacks
See
are
if they-
coming back off. Go down.
Yeah, it's a really big timing for both teams, to be honest. In fact,
Economy's still holding them back a little bit, right? DK and Tidehunter, so around 1,000 gold off buyback. Life's still at 600 gold.
Under attack. Radiant's middle
Just need one kill in the fight and that will be enough.
and that's why they're trying to smoke out, right? They want to try and catch the asymmetrical fights, get someone, maybe interrupt Roshan. That's not happening.
Both teams. Ooh,
Zaya's
they're
been
drawing.
seen. Ooh, Pablo doesn't want to commit to the ulti there. Realizing that there might be a lot of heroes on that high ground. That's not really something you want to walk into, especially with the Tinker laying down the march.
That creep wave just got obliterated, like a dead shot on a gush and it just disappears.
Gone.
I mean, fair play to both teams, right? They knew kind of the position of either team. Zero Tenacity hugging the low ground, not overextending to the high ground, going back to their ward. And Avalus not breaking formation. They understand the severity of this game, and of course Roshan, in theory, should simplify the conclusion of the game, but we also thought that to be the case for the last couple of times, and Avalus have, complicated the game each time.
And here we go. Roshan is up. Ursa gets to work. Gonna claim the 4th or 5th Roshan of the game.
It's the 4th uncontested Roshan of the game.
Excellent.
Yep. Another cheese, another refresher, another Roshan's banner. God, I've just seen how littered the Avalus base is. There's a gem, there's a salve, there's a couple of dusk laying there.
Yeah, that is terrible. Clean up after
Yeah.
yourselves, guys. What is this? Come on. If this is what their base looks like, imagine what their practice room looks like.
Oh.
Gross.
Smiley Knight's Ags just got killed from the courier.
Okay.
He still has buyback god though, so it's not too crazy. But a consumed Ags with Aegis.
He doesn't
Every
right
little,
now, 200 short.
True. Yep.
If he dies without getting a kill in the fight, then it might get awkward. Shouldn't
Stoikov. If he knew what was out there,
Yeah.
he just gets to high ground. It's like the Earth is like, what's here? You know?
Smell it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Axe is going to get very silly.
Okay, everyone has buyback again. We're gonna have a 10v10
Alright.
in the next fight.
This match.
Run it back.
Oof.
Now the real question, will it be like the Secret and Parker high ground where they eventually get like the big item, they go high ground, insta win? Or do you think Zero Tenacity, they have it in them, they have the execution to win another fight, to bring on another Roshan, to to delay the game again? And part of me, I have the belief, but it's always just one Ravage that changes everything.
Do we get to the point where Avalus can take buildings without necessarily having to fully engage Zero Tenacity? I don't think we
Maybe
do.
if they
don't
have
really have those heroes, do they?
5 Book of the Deads.
Not quite what I was going for. I more meant if the DK gets like a bit more. I mean, he's got so much.
No, but no, we can expand on that. Yeah, 4 Book of the Dead then, and then the DK has Stygian.
Stygian and Axe.
Oh, they found LeBron.
They certainly have, but of course, always a bit of a bait with LeBron. The goal's going to come out. Immediate buyback coming out from him. They think they've taken this fight, or maybe they're not. Oh, maybe they are. Retsu and Pablo under the backlines trying to find the DK. The Ravage going to come through, but Retsu's still absolutely fine. Refresher to get a second BKB out from Mobe, and there's a second Golem coming down as well. A lot of spells being thrown, not a lot of heroes dying. Flying Knight still jumping around, trying to look for the sniper, or maybe even for the life stealer here. He's got that Abyssal Blade coming down onto the life stealer, but Retsu's just going to keep on attacking. And they'll just back away from each other. Looks like they found Pablo on the side. They will kill him off, but Mobe's so low, but the cheese comes out from him, keeps him alive. Retsu still trying to bring him down, but with the rage ending, it's getting scary. Ravage comes through, big stun, comes out, Bash as well, it's going to be there. Retsu's going to fall, Sniper goes down with him. This is heavy losses here for Zero Tenacity. They need to reset. The Sniper's going to need to buy back, but they're not going to have the damage here, unless they can get a kill onto Smiling Knight, but he's got the Aegis, it doesn't really matter. I think Retsu needs to back himself away, but he's really forcing this fight right now. If he goes down, that could be awful. Pablo comes flying in from the sidelines, not really contributing a whole lot to this one as LeBron just setting up some soup. They're trying to keep him alive, but Pablo is gone. Sniper finally buying back, but it's way too late. He wasn't there for his team when they needed him, and now he's going to die alone. Nefrit trying to help out here, but there's nothing to be done. The game is lost, and Avalos will be taking the first win against Zero Tenacity in the end.
Oh, I mean, what a weird game as well. Like, it felt just a lot of overplays from Avalos, but eventually, with that aggression, they do win it out. We don't get to see, the tier 5s and that, the beautiful progression of the ultra late game. And unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, it really felt like there's just two themes in this game for me. One, the Sniper just never had the items to do the damage in multiple fights where he was uncontested. And two, just the map play and the vision, just not respecting a lot of the wards available. Sure, they may have been outplayed by the fact that they didn't have a gem available whilst the enemy did, but just playing areas without the sentries, not respecting that potential observer ward, it meant that their Sniper and Lifestealer got caught off multiple times in clutch moments. So I think just the supporting the vision game just wasn't at its strongest, and then Sniper's just natural, it just felt like a counter, right? Like he's playing into DK tied Ursa. Does Sniper ever really do damage to them unless he has like 5,000 gold advantage? So yeah, a couple glaring issues for Zero Tenacity to potentially fix in the next game. And for Avalos, a lot to unpack, but they do win the game.
They get there in the end. There'll be plenty of words had by the coach, I'm sure, but overall, a win's a win. But yeah, and even at the end, I would say they weren't necessarily winning off their own backs. I don't really know why Zero Tenacity decided to make that their fight. Like, you've been doing fine on the high ground fights, taking the advantageous fights, force Avalos to come to you. So to make the decision to kind of run out the base like that, it just makes everything so awkward. When the buybacks come through, it takes such a long time for the heroes to rejoin the fights that another hero's dead, having to buy back. Like, it just didn't really make any sense to me. And I think Zero Tenacity know that as well. I think they know that was not the play they needed to make, but it's not like they could have re-engaged and gotten away. Nobody runs away from these fights. That's the thing. Like, they got so much chase on either side, is that once you've started, you're just kind of committed to the very end to see how it plays out, which is always entertaining for us, but also very bad for Zero Tenacity if you take a fight in a really kind of crap place like that. So based on some wards, based on some good patient gameplay from Avalos, they will be moving on to game number 2 with a win under their belt, and it'll be Zero Tenacity trying to force back this series and get the reverse sweep. But at the moment, it's looking pretty good for Avalos, I would say. We'll see how game number 2 comes out. Could still go either way. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, and I'll be back with game number 2 of Zero Tenacity versus Avalos.
Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the boy that builds a boat, and eyes the boy that sails her. Eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Hello and welcome back to Dream League Season 26. 26 seasons of Dream League, T Governor, isn't that crazy? Everybody wants to be there. Who's going to be there from the Western EU region? That is what we are here to find out. That's what a Qualifiers is for. We're into game number 2 of Zero Tenacity versus Avalos. Game number 1 went to 61 minutes and was a crazy back and forth matchup, but Avalos never really dropped the ball when it came to the resources game, and eventually that did pay off, and they ended up taking the first matchup here. Who's going to take the second matchup? Well, that's what we're here to find out. T-Gov, I mean, obviously we talked a little bit about the faults of Zero Tenacity. You know, their wards weren't particularly on point, unfortunately. They ended up taking a pretty bad fight to end up the game, but do you see the makings of them being able to take a game off Avalos if they play their cards right in the second game?
I was muted on VMix, my apologies. So yeah, no, luckily I've not said anything that important. It's okay. But no, I think, yes, Zero Tenacity showed signs of good fight. I just think, like, overall, when you think about the average performance of Zero Tenacity versus Avalos, even when Avalos is playing poorly, it still feels better than Zero Tenacity. So I think Zero Tenacity have to overperform to make sure that they're competitive in this series. And maybe I just don't know if I like the Stoikov sniper. Like, as much as he's winning his lane, he's taking the early tower, he's pressuring the map through just like shrapnel and just being present. It just feels like he eventually falls off. Like, I'd rather see him on like a Storm or an Ember or like his Pangolier, like any of these like active mid laners that create these like beautiful moments of the mid to late game. Like the sniper, yeah, it just feels too much emphasis on trying to win a draft than winning the game. And I hope for Stoikov's sake that we do see a slight shift, because you know, Avalos, they're making mistakes, right? And imagine you have your mid laner that can punish that mistake. You know, DK missteps his position, zip on him, kill him, do something, right? Cataclysm from an Invoker, right? So I just don't want to see Stoikov sniper. I think that's my biggest takeaway from the series so far that we've seen from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But let's jump into the draft and see what's going down in game number 2. We already have ourselves a Jakiro pick and a Tiny pick coming out from the side of Zero Tenacity, the Jakiro, and Avalos will grab themselves a Tiny. I mean, this is something which Avalos have been playing with for ages. They always like the Tiny, even when it's not like super meta, but it is pretty meta right now as well. So always going to feel pretty good.
5 seconds remaining.
In terms
We'll
of
see how the draft develops from here.
matchups.
It feels like Avalos are just giving Mobai the what's it called, the supreme treatment for secret, right? It's just play your Tiny, initiate for us, and we'll be happy.
Yeah, pretty much. Start fights, please. And that allows Jibbe to a bit more freedom in his playstyle. Doesn't necessarily have to play the initiating offlane. It can play a bit more follow-up focused.
5
Is,
seconds remaining.
I think his preference. I think that's something he prefers for sure. Tiny's just a really strong hero to draft early on as well, though. Even if it's not something you're super comfortable with.
10
It can be run carry, it can be run mid, it can be... We don't really see it support very often. Every now and again, someone tries to make it work on support once more. And, you know, it can toss back, basically. That's all you want.
I'm trying to think what Seneca might play. With the Tinker Band, the Warlock's already gone.
Profit
To be fair, it
band
could
as
just
well,
be
I
the
don't
game where we
notice
bring
that.
back Silencer.
Team pick.
Yeah,
Like,
Silencer's
Silencer's a
sort of
hero that
fallen
we-
out of favour.
Yeah.
It's definitely not bad.
I think when you have big initiating mid laners, it's nice to protect him. So I think Silencer could be the next option that falls in line for him to go for. He might just also pick up the Desire hero here to kind of protect Seneko a bit more, ensure he has a good laning partner for Smiling Knight. It really is, team to team based. Some like to sacrifice 5s in draft here, some like to sacrifice 4. Windrunner is still available. That is something that, for example, Secret, a very known draft from them would have been second pick Tiny into opening next phase with Windrunner. See what happens in the draft, but many options available that we've just mentioned.
Dire team pick.
Ooh, going for something a little different here. Avalis pulling out the Enigma. Zero.
Okay.
I don't, if it depends how you want to play it, but picking it early is never going to feel too bad.
It's a cool statement pick because Enigma is a hero that you have to think about, right? Like it's not a hero where you go, no worries, we'll deal with it later, right? It's like you need a response as soon as possible, right? And the Bristol's already banned in the first phase by Avalis. They just got rid of the Gyrocopter. Alchemist isn't a hero you see too much. Dragon Knight with a red facet, not as good in lane against it. So it's like the big 2 heroes in meta are gone. Desire likes to play his Tiny. Tusk is still available, so a potential 1-2 punch for Avalis could be like a Chen plus Tusk in the next phase. You then have Chen for the early push with the Enigma, pressuring the map. You pick Chen into Beastmaster, take away the ball. I don't mind it. I can see Chen Tusk being very good for Avalis, and Tusk is the best laning partner for an Enigma.
Yeah,
Oh, the
really
Pablo
sets up well.
Rubik. Okay. This hero I think had 5 games at Blast Slam 2 and 5 losses. It was truly quite a underwhelming hero. But into Tiny and Enigma, you still an Avalanche, happy days. Still Toss, happy days. Black Hole, it's premium, but it's not required because of how good the spells are already. And Pablo, one of the best Rubiks in Europe at the moment, at least in this tier.
Pablo's a phenomenal Rubik player, as is Desire as well. Both of them known for their Rubik plays, so 2 specialists here. See how they match up. 2 picks to come out. Fully expecting the Chen, and there it is. Seneko Chen feels like a gimme. Tusk also feels kind of...
Give me the Tusk. Give me the Tusk.
Difficult to see anything else really making as much sense, but...
10 seconds.
I wonder what they're
remaining.
discussing here. I mean, there's a chance they want to pick up... Nah.
5 seconds remaining.
You probably just want to leave
Night Stalker support is pretty good as well. If you want to go for more of a vision game, Night Stalker support could be good, but I like Tusk. Oh, they do Night Stalker. Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Yep, good call.
Thanks, mate.
Any chance for them to swap around the Enigma and the Night Stalker here?
I hope not.
Okay.
I'm trying to I'm trying to answer it in my head, but I'm like, I think Night Stalker support provides more map play and more sacrificial vision. Enigma in the off lane presents tower pressure. When you invert the hero roles, Night Stalker doesn't provide as much vision. He's playing for farm. He needs to get an item, and he wants to make rotations, but they have to be good. Enigma in the support roles, you don't take as many towers. You're kind of playing catch up a little bit on farm, so it feels like you're making both heroes weaker by putting them in the opposite role. So I want to see Night Stalker support break open the game. I want to see Enigma in the core to break open the towers.
Understood. See how that plays out for them, and if that's the approach they go for as well. Of course, they might want to fully commit to the pick-off world with Tiny being your mid laner. You go Night Stalker, maybe you go something.
Oh yeah, it's got to be mid. Oh, I want to see a last pick Smiling Knight hero.
Yeah.
We got
it will be.
that would be truly nice.
TB coming out here. I mean, obviously Tiny does give you that avalanche toss, which is a nice chunk of magic damage. But we'll see how this ends up feeling for them. Overall, looks like it won't be too contested, and good armor as well in this lane. So we should be able to match up into the Enigma Night Stalker quite nicely. The Void is very annoying, as in the spell.
The thing with Terrorblade though is your lane into Enigma is kind of awkward, right? There are moments with Jakiro plus meta and then the good positioning, you can maybe get a kill, but you don't get the kill with meta, you just ran back down, right? The Eidolons keep hitting you, you don't kill them quite nicely. Jakiro though, when I played the Jakiro Enigma matchup, it's actually nicer to put more points in Liquid Fire than to take Dual Breath, just because it's like lower cooldown, feels good to throw onto the Eidolons, and it actually kills them a little bit better. So maybe going for like 1-0-2 on Jakiro could be a good option for this lane. But yeah, it's not like the oh my god they've countered Enigma type solution. It just feels like they're trying to play the better mid game, but they're still not really answering the laning phase.
No, they're certainly not. Alright.
What are they looking for mid lane for zero tenacity? They want okay. Avalus are banning out the heroes that would force the Tiny to be uncomfortable, like a mid monkey, good against Tiny. Sniper just further complicates the game. So yeah, I don't mind the bans, but I still want to see more active on the zero. Oh, God, are they listening to the panel? I asked for this hero during the break.
Yes, you did. Yeah, well, they will deliver on zero tenacity. Pangolier going to be the final pick here, and the most likely Stoikov hero for this. Give you some tempo, give you some something to play with in the middle lane. I like this. Let's see how Avalus respond. They don't have... they've got like a minute and a half of reserve time still, so they can take their time. But I'm sure they've got something in mind for Smiling Knight here.
You know what I wish we saw more of? I want to see Smiling Knight Wraith King again. Not that it's maybe good in this draft. Into Diffusal, Pangolier early game, and the eventual scaling of Terrorblade is not great, but with the buffs to Wraith King, Smiling Knight is the Wraith King player. Like, when he went to South America briefly, he was dominating the region with Wraith King. Like, I think it was the main reason people even know his name was like his ability to play this hero at the top level. Again, not expecting it right now in the draft, but it would be cool to see. I think he does want to answer the Terrorblade more, but into heroes like Rubik and Beastmaster Jakiro who want to kind of contain and kill you, he is the counter to it. But if they have answers to Terrorblade with the Enigma and they don't care, then maybe they go for it, right? Like Blink, Armlet, Deso, even Radiance, kill off the heroes. It could be pretty good, but such a shame. I wish I saw the hero more. Maybe I've said the name enough times that it gets picked.
You can materialize it, manifest it. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Other directions they could go in here for Avalus. I mean, you don't really have much time left to discuss such things. I would... They might just lifestealer and be boring. It's not great into Beastmaster, though.
No.
Ooh, Drow. That's something a little different.
Yeah. One of the nice counters to Pangolier was the kind of realization that ranged damage is very good during Running Thunder. So, not opposed to it. It's good against Beastmaster. You have good position away from the boars. You can kill the boars. Into Terrorblade, you pierce through his armor. Yeah, it counters laning a beast. The game of TB or Pango, if you have good position, you've got a Chen to buff you up through, keeping you alive if they do jump you. You've got an Enigma to Black Hole to contain them for like a multi-shot or your just natural right click. So again, I don't mind it. I think it's quite cool. It's very tempo based, and the draft is like it's just old school Avalus, right? If they had Eki and Stormstormer, I'm like, damn, this draft is OP. They're gonna win this game instantly. But with like the mistakes they're making, with like the kind of indecision based on the two new players, it's hard to instantly jump on board and say this is the best draft they've got. But it's very iconic to their overall play style of pre-roster shuffle. So it should go well for them.
It definitely should. It makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I think this draft pick's actually pretty sick. Now I've had a bit of chance to process it. It's going to be really nice. Like I think when you're playing against Pangolier, you have two options. You can either try and beat the hell out of him inside of his ball, lock him down or kill him off. Wukong's Commander is a good example of something which can actually threaten a Pangolier inside his ball. Or you pick like a sniper or a drown, just shoot the hell out of him when he uses that ball. Add to that the fact that you've got a silencer throw out as well, which is going to mean that, you know, you can get the drop on him. Yeah, there's a lot of really good options here. So I do like this. Will they keep the drow alive? Will they be able to defend her? Well, that kind of depends on how the Smiling Knight plays this game. Had a pretty crazy game on the Ursa, but did come out with a win. So yeah, hopefully that's given them the confidence. We'll get a nice stable drow game here, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see Avalos take this one. But I wouldn't mind a game 3, because I wouldn't mind to see Zero Tenacity kind of come back into it and see what they can do in a third game here. And you know, this draft, it could definitely work. Another thing as well is that Drow doesn't really love getting reflected. I mean, no hero does, especially carries, but Drow especially pretty stats heavy.
Yeah, I think the good thing for Zero Tenacity is just the team fight that naturally scales into their lineup. Like Pablo on his Rubik, if he has good position, you still Avalanche or a Black Hole, or you know, even the silence from a Night Stalker, you can turn a lot of fights, right? So there's a lot of like X Factor and little moments that Zero Tenacity can bring. A good Rolling Thunder, a good Ice Path, a good Sunder, right? And for Avalos, it is just good lanes, tempo, break the game, don't get outplayed in the clutch fight.
So Snakeo's
Couple
pulling
outplays
some, yeah, he's pulling some
What's
Giga
this?
Brain stuff here. So he came forward,
okay.
made sure they saw him without a smoke, and now they're smoking up. So he like dropped the smoke on the floor and then went back and picked it up later. I don't know why. I don't know what this is going to do for them.
When they get the ward down under the cover of smoke, Nifrit was so close to breaking it, but it was on the right hand side.
We'll just get the ward down, and it seems to be that's that. Very aggressive ward though. Like it feels like I'm a little worried about this ward and whether it'll actually survive through the lane. We'll see, I guess. It's just annoying when you have a ward which is like so easy to de-ward and you can just never get the deny off on it. Sometimes it just ends up being a bit of extra gold. But they have no clue it's there, so it shouldn't really get killed off as Strikeoff and Mobe in the lane going to play off against each other.
Yeah, I think the most important lane is going to be the top lane, right? Between an early phase Enigma pick, not really responded with like the hardest of lane encounters, and you know, Jibe, it is probably one of his best heroes, like, taking over lanes on Enigma, farming up a storm. We'll see if they can replicate that once more. A little bit of mismicro there, killing off one of his own Eidolons.
Yeah, so it's going to feel bad. Means they definitely won't split here, but you just use the first ones to make sure you can get the CS advantage. Deny as much as you can from Retsu. Always going to be good kill potential here, though, from Retsu and LeBron. When that Metamorphosis is available, you got the slows coming out from the Dual Breath, from the Blood Grenade, and either of these heroes kind of feels like they might just be able to drop. Not much is going to stop them just running and killing.
Yeah, it's respect the meta, basically. If you respect meta, you don't die. If you overplay your hand, then sure, Retsu and LeBron, they have the tools to do it, but timing-based tools for sure. And Drow, free farming in the bot lane, 8 CS. Not really caring too much about Nifrit. Rubik, such a weak laner.
Here, though. They want to try and put a bit of harassment into Smiling Knight and maybe go for the kill. Blood Grenade comes out though, and Divine Favor Armor also going to help as well from Seneko to make sure that Smiling Knight's going to be absolutely fine.
Unfortunately, we are going to see the weaknesses of Rubik. Right, with Fade Bolt to secure a range creep and lift, that's all you've really got. Nothing else helps you kind of punish in the laning phase.
It's not much.
Imagine that was like a hoodwink or something. Yeah, if that was a mortar, Drow's dead. If that's a hoodwink, Drow's dead. For Rubik? Nah, sorry mate. Yeah, Ringmaster, Drow's dead. Rubik's like, yeah, you know what, you're allowed to live. Pressure wand and walk away.
But again, if any of those heroes were picked, then I don't think we'd be seeing a Drow this game because they know that she wouldn't have a lane. So Smiling Knight saw the opportunity to pick up this very weak early hero. And yeah, so far so good. Doing great in this lane so far.
Oh, top lane, little bit of a scuffle. Silence, right on top of Jakiro.
Yeah, and that'll take him down. Jibbe going to get the first blood. Those Eidolons being a huge issue for LeBron.
It's more worrying that the Jakiro was in the lane, because when we looked at it, he was inside the creep wave, instantly getting silenced. So the kind of poor positioning a little bit from LeBron there, but if he doesn't stand there, then maybe the Terrorblade will go instead. It's such a scary lane.
Yeah.
You have to play for Eidolon. If you don't kill Eidolons in this lane, you are going to eventually die on either hero. They are so potent.
That is the threat. Just got to stay away. Again, not really seeing the opportunity for Etsu just yet. Actually pops the meta now, but meta, reflection, it's just not really much follow-up. They're not really going for anything. They're just trying to clear through these Eidolons. They're doing so much damage. Retsu thought he could stand his ground and clear them out, but they're just not being able to do so.
I think Jibe also Maleficent Illusion, which would have done a bit more damage to Retsu there.
Yeah,
So even when you don't hit your spells...
Nefrit down at bottom, getting Sword low from the Drow, but we'll be okay. It's good harassment coming out.
So much bruising happening top left.
Yeah, I think Jibe might be... No, never mind. LeBron and Retsu can't chase. I mean, Retsu's meta's gone now as well, so absolutely no chance of getting this kill.
Unfortunately, LeBron wasn't playing turbo mode and could ship out a rapier to do enough damage there. Hui, 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 hui. Oh, that's just Marcy. Marcy's just playing turbo mode. I just realized with the instant courier. It's all clicked.
Yeah, that's true.
Some Valve Deb was a turbo enjoyer when they changed that Marcy facet. Or innate. Sorry.
I hate that ability.
It's the fact that like you need the items to be on your courier. It doesn't
you.
even like auto
Yes.
take your quick buy. That's like the bewildering part.
Yeah. I played the hero. I was like, oh, I can't wait to just instantly have my items. Call it to me like 5 times without loading up the courier first. I'm just like
5 times.
Yeah, literally. I played the entire game all in it once. It was so annoying. Every time I'd be like, right, I'm not going to forget next time. I've got such a long cooldown, you just forget by the next time it comes about.
To be fair, it's just a button press, right? Like, deliver items, wait, press Marcy button, you're good.
It was 2 AM and I was drunk, okay? It's not...
No, I get it, but even... It's the first time you do it, you're like, why does surely auto-taking stash make sense, right?
Yeah.
Well, either way, a hero that's not in the game. The CS, look, the net worth though. The CS doesn't really show it as much, but 2,700 net worth to the Drow, to the 1,500 of the Beastmaster. Demolishing the bot lane. And often Beastmaster is a hero that you can't lose lane on Beastmaster. Yes, you are a hero that can come back into the game, but your entire game is built on, you know, early timings. The early ags to think about early towers and Roshan and map progression. And Stoikov rotating down here on the Pangolier. LeBron by the Twin Gate. They really want to kill this Drow Ranger. She is currently holding her 4th point. Has Gust if she wants to level it. Stoikov doesn't want to kind of waste too much time. Is walking back to mid. Didn't see the opportunity.
No. Didn't really seem like a good opportunity at all there. Like I was, I think it's a very hard hero to really rotate upon. Even though he is kind of low mana, still got that 7-1 available. Jibe getting jumped up in the top side though. LeBron and Retsu doing the damage. They might just be able to take him down here. He will fall. Bobe though looking for a bit of revenge, but the Ice Path is down, slowing at this. But if they can kill off Retsu, it would be pretty huge. Desire closing the gap and will be able to kill and bring him down. So nice return kill coming out from Avalus. Nice response to the aggression from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and Retsu going for the tip as well. He's, you know, annoyed by the Enigma's presence, tipping him when he goes for the kill. But then to die after, such a weak tip. You gotta live if you tip someone.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
LeBron, gotta be careful. There's 5 Eidolons and a Tiny in the area. Already the TV's half HP.
He might just be dead to the
Oh, he's just dead!
Oh, yep, there the tree finds him.
Wait, and now Retsu's gotta run away?
That's a bit of a freebie. And 2 seconds left on that crash landing. The damage from the toss will be pretty severe. They need to bring in some TP. TP in, but immediately cancelled. He's not coming. Retsu is alone. Amobe
this is a disaster.
Letting him go. Avalanche is there. He's looking for a target. Toss back over towards the illusion. There comes Soneko coming in from the portal. Retsu, his days are numbered, and that number just hit.
3, 2, 1.
And 0. There you go. We got there eventually.
That was clean. That was good. That was good casting.
Great casting, yeah.
Yeah, great casting.
Really flowed. That's what people like. Desire getting chased down by Stoikov in the middle lane. It's actually Jibbe falling over on the top side. LeBron finds himself a target. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder used onto Desire here. Pablo also trying to get in and take a couple of chunks out of Mr. Desire here, but they're really struggling to finish the job. They will kill him off eventually as Jibbe gets a return kill onto LeBron up in the top side and starts doing some pressure to that tower.
What an absolute awful turn of events for Zero Tenacity. The
Yeah.
TB uses meta, kills Enigma. Then LeBron looks at 5 Eidolons, dies to them.
Yeah.
Then Retsu watches his Jakiro die, loses half his HP, they dive him. Sure, they get a kill on mid lane, but then Desire's in a great position, cancelling the TP of the Pangolier, which creates this, symphony of, meme and chase in the top lane. But we already said that top lane was volatile. Enigma can take over the lane at any point, but to die in this capacity, twice, that is not what you want to see on your Jakiro or your Terrorblade. And Avalus, 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah,
This is often what we see when they pick up the Enigma. They seem to create this moment every time they play the hero. They are, one of the stronger Enigma teams for sure.
Enigma, it's pretty scary. You gotta respect it. I'm not sure they have these side lanes. Just neither of them were able to do really much. And
I just
now-
I like Moba just walking to top lane though. I like the fact that he just, he sees an opportunity, he, waddles up, gets a couple kills, doesn't rush back to mid lane, allows Desire to sit there. Sure, he dies, but I think that kind of natural swap of mid lane and 4 really helps in the early game. Like, bringing that high-leveled hero over. Sure, Stoikov going to continue having an okay game, 2-0, 54 CS. That could be the kind of the savior to his early game. If he finds a good role. Let's get the Arcane Rune.
Okay, a good couple of rolls could help.
But like, who does he want to kill though? Does he want to stop the Enigma who's taken over his jungle? Does he want to kill the Smiling Knight, the Drow Ranger who's completely free farm in the bottom lane? It's a difficult choice, and at the moment he is looking to go top, but Mobai, very good positioning there. Kind of scouts out their move, warns his Enigma, and now runs back to mid very safely. Pablo trying to desperately get level 6. Of course, Rubik kind of a lost hero until his ultimate.
Yeah, that's for sure.
There wasn't a player like if you ask me right now, of like the qualifier teams, like which player would you like to see play Rubik? Without a shadow of a doubt, I would say Pablo every single time. Like, he is an incredible Rubik player, but the fact that he can't play Rubik at a pretty good Rubik meta, like Jakiro's in meta, Tiny's in meta, Enigma's in meta, like all these heroes, and you still can't truly pick Rubik with confidence, it is a sign the hero is pretty weak. But I do hope to see Pablo kind of show us why the hero in the right hands can perform.
I hope you'll find some opportunities. And Mobe kind of giving them an opportunity now, but the Hand of God coming out to make sure that they're not dropping too low here on the side of Avalus. Mobe, though, on the run, trying to get away. Ratsu trying to chase him down, though, has a lot of damage to offer with that ulti. Dual Breath out upon him as well, but they just can't finish him off. And my God, the multi-shot from the sidelines, from that Drow, doing far too much to Retsu. And they actually catch him off in the end. The toss is going to be there. Avalus are all over them right now. Seneko maybe going in a little too deep on this one, but they can't finish the job. Will finally drop. They get Seneko at the very least. Not a great trade yet.
Another toss.
Not the toss coming through. Nefrid almost drops for that one. Desire, oh, he wants to finish this so badly, but he's so low. Ooh, Knight's about to run out, and yeah, Nefrid's just going to go for the safe TP out. Ooh.
Stoikov?
Stoikov trying to guess it. Yeah, that's
I mean, how silly is it that, like, the entire fight for Desire, he was just he's just a flying mango tree. He's just there, just chilling in the tree line, like, oh, look at me, I have all this vision. And then Tiny's like, oh, thanks, mate. Toss, toss, toss. It's like an artillery in the lane.
Yeah,
so scary for Zero Tenacity to fight into.
Thankfully, Pablo gets tree throw, just what he wanted. An awkward game for Zero Tenacity. Game number 1 was pretty close, pretty entertaining. This game, the side lane's just absolutely falling apart at the seams. And Avalus doing everything they can to take advantage.
I think if I had one free choice for, like, to influence the next patch, it would just be to change the vision of Night Stalker to scale based on his level in Ultimate or something. I'd like his level 1 ult vision to be heavily reduced, and then maybe at max level he can have like his normal nighttime like flying vision, but that'd be my one request in a future patch.
Alright, I'll pass it on.
Thanks, mate. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I know that, you know, the devs are great Western European lower bracket Game 2 Avalus Zero Tenacity fans, so yeah, just scale and Ultimate the vision. Make the hero a lot more enjoyable to play against.
That'd be fun. A lot of cute things you can come up with. Just poking this tower, trying to get the fortification. I like how Snake only sends forward one creeper there. The noble sacrifice to get the fortification out from the tower.
Yep. Nice scan as well from Zero Tenacity. They respect the fact that against Night Stalker you have to play near high ground ward spots. It's also a reason why Night Stalker is so good in the current patch, right? With the map changes, there's not as many hills to play around. Yeah. Like half of the hills got removed, so it kind of makes fighting against a hero even harder. To kind of like force the fight to this position, it's kind of unrealistic in a fast-paced game.
Yeah, I think the other big winner from that was Monkey King as well, who's also really enjoys the lack of high ground vision these days.
Sure. Yeah. Any elusive hero that wants to play, you know, around the map can now scurry around the tree line a lot better. Retsu showing top for a second with the silence and the blink avalanche. Toss him back to the Enigma.
That's a really big kill. He's not going to get a chance to get off the Thunder, especially not with a black hole. As Stoikov just comes
He stole black hole.
Stolen though by Pablo, immediately used onto Desire and onto Jibe. Nice response here from Zero Tenacity, but it doesn't change the fact that their Terrorblade did die, and that is not a good thing at all.
It does feel like the damage from Avalus, they were missing something, and maybe just didn't expect him to be so tanky, but with the start with the silence and the Avatos throwing back to Enigma, I think that flight time maybe delayed a bit of the damage as well, and having to use the black hole was not too optimal.
Not optimal, no, but making sure he doesn't get off the Sunder there was very, very important.
Yes. Pablo Rubik, though, in position, has black hole. Will have one more black hole if he doesn't want to steal any other spell, but instantly the aggression continues. Yeah, it's so relentless, right? Like, this draft, what cooldown are you really waiting for? Sure, there's a black hole in the game, but with Drow and Tiny, Chen, there's so many opportunities to keep breaking down your opponent and looking for a fight. I feel like Stoikov has to be everywhere. This poor Pangolier. Like, if he ever does a bad TP, his team's going to remind him, for sure.
Yeah, he's the linchpin holding everything together. It is barely holding together at the moment. You can see on the net worth, all three cores on the side of Avalus looking in an excellent position. Smiling Knight, Mobe, Jibe, all feeling amazing. Drought, she has herself the Dragon Lance going straight for the Aghanim faction, which is already completed, so going to have that one ready to roll. What do you think of this Drow Aghanims?
It's in the correct game when you're able to, you know, build up the stacks, get the hyperthermia going. It's very good.
Oh, Stoikov just gets seen here with Smiling Knight, but caught inside the Lotus Fountain, gets pretty awkward pretty quickly, but the rest of Zero Tenacity arriving for this one. The run's going to be the first casualty as he's just targeted down by all of these creeps. Smiling Knight and Stoikov still fighting on the sidelines, and this is not a fight which Stoikov is winning. He is going to be dropping his first death here. As Drow gets that streak, Mobe has to be a little careful here, but Retsu has been spotted at Avalus. Oh, they want him badly. Drum's going to be available in just a second here. They're going to change their attention over towards Nefrit. Maybe they don't get anybody here. Oh, hey Pablo. Trying to sneak in around the back for a little black hole, were you? No, he's actually stolen the crippling fear, and now he's dead. Pablo and Nefrit both are going to fall. Mobe lives. Another huge win for Avalus as they continue to step forward in this game. 8k gold advantage at 17 minutes.
Vision's just OP. What else do you want me to say? Desire presses ultimate. They see the entire fight. They see that Stoikov, of course, by himself. The rest of his team is hugging the right-hand side of the tree line. Then they disengage, and as they walk away, he's like, oh wait, Pablo's TPing on the left. Beastmaster's running on the right. So then the Tiny chases the Beast. The Night Stalker cancels TP. They get 4 kills. You cannot be the one getting jumped first if you're Zero Tenacity. If you're getting jumped, then already the Tiny has that kind of damage. The Night Stalker is going to set up in a really good position, and you'll never be able to, outmaneuver the fight. And we already said that Zero Tenacity, they struggled in game 1. Their vision was not the strongest. Now they're playing into a Night Stalker. Their warding and vision and positioning, has to be perfect. Any mistake, they will punish you. And that is exactly what Mobai and Desire are doing between the Night Stalker and the Tiny. The vision and then the avalanche tosses from the Tiny is completely breaking Zero Tenacity in any fight they can take. Is LeBron really looking to go first item Blink Dagger on Jakiro?
There's no way.
I mean, if he does, is he gonna blink on top of Drow and stop her from proccing her ultimate?
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be so chat.
What are you gonna do? Hurricane Pike me?
Kill me? Yes. No, I mean, if he actually commits with this and blinks on Drow, then fair play. He sees a problem, he's trying to find a solution. I love that style of Dota, but it's also like, you make a mistake and GG, you don't have a utility item to save your core.
Yeah, please 4-staff me, Jakiro. Oh, sorry. Please solo crest me, Jakiro. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm on the front lines, macro powering the Drow. Okay.
God, I actually really want him to buy Blink now.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
In my head, I was like, is it good? Is it yours? Maybe it's just Blink to cancel Black Hole as well. Blink around the fight, get the ice path. My guy's cooking, that's for sure. Bye-bye though, on the cover of smoke, finds the Pangolier.
Yeah,
they tried to force him,
target
but,
to bring down, and I think they're just going to be able to do so. The damage is there, and Stoikov will die.
So it's a nice attempt from Pablo with the 4-staff, but the toss mid 4-staff caught him and kept him in position. That probably would have been enough to save him.
I just kind of feel that this game might be
LeBron. Had to be careful there. No, it is. As soon as you lose any bit of map against Night Stalker, it's so much harder to play. Roaring up the Tiny.
Yeah, it's a tricky
Jakiro is going from behind.
Is helping out, and yeah, they will be able to kill him off. Nefrit bringing him down. Mobe, a little caught out there. And looking in the neighborhood, they want to try and get a response for this Avalus. But Smite Knight's having some issues with some illusions at the moment. Retsu moving across and putting a bit of pressure. Come back.
LeBron might get the TP cancel.
Ooh, force away. Drow's in trouble. People need to come to Smite Knight's rescue right now. That said, they're actually pretty. Oh, okay. There's still a tower here, so they can't exactly just run past it to try and kill the Drow.
I mean, if he hit the stun, then yeah, he's in trouble. But Smiling Knight quickly sees the Jakiro and does cancel his twin gate teleportation. Now smoke up from Zero Tenacity. They can go Roshan if they want to. But it looks like they're maybe going to try and get a pick off first and maybe open up the pit that way.
It seems tricky, especially without Terrorblade, but Desire is all alone out here. I mean, this is really,
he blinked in. Yeah, it's a very good kill.
Alright. Zero Tenacity finding ways to come back into this game. Some very sneaky plays using that portal. I love to see a nice team portal to immediately get to another part of the map where the human brain just doesn't comprehend people moving through portals like this. So you just don't really, if you don't think about it, you don't think about it, you know?
No, I don't. That sounded as bad as the if the tree falls in the forest but no one's there, did it? Or something? Yeah, can you...
What do you mean as bad? That's a great philosophical question to discuss.
My apologies, my philosophy isn't up to scratch nowadays.
It's alright.
I don't read.
Go read some Plato or something.
I'll add it to my to-do list. Oh, somehow Avalus are the ones that are going Roshan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they bleed away a few kills. They just want to get a big objective to make them feel confident again. I don't really think Zero Tenacity are in the mood for contesting. But it isn't really the case anyway. Smile Knight going to be able to grab himself an Aegis. Feels really good for this Drow now. She's going to be able to stand.
Oh, massive timing. Let's look at Jakiro real quick.
He's almost 10
there. Gold away. Will he purchase the Blink Dagger? Will he second guess himself? Does he think this is the item?
Has his team spotted his quick buy yet?
He buys a 4-staff!
You buy a 4-staff, damn it, LeBron! Carry checked the support items, laid down the law. LeBron says, yes, sir, right away, sir. I was just kidding, sir. Secretly, like, damn it.
Oh, I knew it, man. I knew it. This Blink is such a bait. There's no way he's... Oh, God.
Gotcha, though.
He got him.
Uh-oh, Jibbe's on him.
Oh, wait. Where's your 4-star for LeBron?
See, if he had a Blink Dagger, then it still would have been on the career, so still be dead. Oh, he's got Black Hole!
Black Hole? And there's the smiling knight tip.
Yeah.
He's been holding on for a game for that one. At least we know Black Hole can't be stolen, right?
True,
Next fight.
true, yep.
Jibbe's
I don't know if
protecting his
that's
own
worth.
team
I
from
just,
his...
if you're going for a high ground push like this and you've not got Black Hole because it was just used on a Jakiro. I mean,
No, come on. He doesn't have Blink. It's not like... Jibbe's not playing for Black Hole. He's got a pipe,
Yeah.
a drum, a 4-staff. He's kind of playing on, like, you know, some soft utility. Be ready. Black Hole's always been a novelty with this type of build, so I can see him just, I want kill, I get killed, right? But
Blink out from Desire here. Strykov and Desire kind of blinking with each other.
he can be forced, yeah. They're not leaving though. Okay, into the last minute.
Dire's tower is under attack.
I'm trying to oust
Well, we know
Zero
one
Tenacity
thing.
from the side of the map, but it hasn't really worked out. Strykov's still in the neighborhood, still going to farm, still going to cut waves.
At least we know that Avalos don't mind just pressing ultimates. Desire sees
yeah.
hero? Oh. Jibbe sees hero? Black Hole. Retsu doesn't really have anything. He has 13,000 gold farm, but when you look at his inventory,
Yeah, that Manta only really takes you so far. Does
Yep.
give him ways to shove out lanes, but yeah, ultimately, probably feeling a bit despair right now. It's been a bit of a, I mean, it's not been an awkward Aegis, but it's been a bit of a slow Aegis. You know, Smile Knight's just been pushing right up to the enemy base each time, doing damage to the towers, finally going for the tier 2, because that's a much more realistic objective. Let's see if they can take it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's the Solar Crest out into the Drow from the Chen. There is aggression coming out from Zero Tenacity. They're trying to make some plays happen away from the Drow, away from the Aegis. Might not work out for them though, as Avalos, they've taken the tower, now they're TPing back, looking for an opportunity. Retsu didn't notice Smiling Knight TPing in right behind him and is forced to just fight into Drow right now, but Drow has the Aegis, so this is going to be a death for Retsu, just straight up. Strykov trying to help out, but can't really do a whole lot. Seneko gets that kill as the carry goes down once again. Retsu just not really being able to stand up to anybody this game. Very awkward fight up in the top lane. Nefrit, Pablo, LeBron, all just reconvening on the other side of the map, going, yeah, well, let's just keep on farming away from Avalos. Eventually they'll leave us alone. Eventually this Aegis will run out. And it will. It'll be on in 40 seconds, so no high ground push with this, but, you know, this is a pretty classic first usage of Aegis.
Dire are scanning.
Use it to
The
farm
fight
up
for-
a ton and shove waves like crazy.
yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Zero Tenacity, their fight is just keep pushing waves, hope to see a hero by themselves. Nifrit, he's been trying to go for these kills, but they just took the Tormentor, so straight into Twin Gate and get the kill. Mobai kind of by himself, but not really due to his proximity to the teleport. And it feels a little bit of desperate plays are occurring. Like the best fight for Zero Tenacity is in their base, like try and allow for the Drought to overextend. But you don't have any like key repositioning. There's no way to exploit someone walking up the high ground. So we'll see how they navigate that one. And their Terror just doesn't do any damage at the moment.
It really doesn't. Quite disappointing. I mean, he might. We just haven't got to see him actually attack anything yet, because every single fight he's just getting killed or running away.
So he kind of wants a BKB to stand his ground against like Tiny and Nightstalker, but then he doesn't want it against Enigma, and then he can't buy like Butterfly and all these cool items. And it's just weird. It's just a weird game for Terrorblade. It's why Drow complicates it so much, and then of course the rest of the heroes further complicate it because now Chen can save whoever Terrorblade right clicks. BKB, you do no damage. You go like AC to try and play against the Drow, then you're also kind of not really doing damage. It's always a difficult game when you're behind on net worth, especially when you're down like 4,000 gold.
Yeah, never gonna feel great.
Radiant are
Tricky position to play from, but we haven't really seen much life being shown from Zero Tenacity. They're trying to make moves, trying to make some plays, but none of their plans are really yielding much in terms of results. So kind of sent back to the drawing board each time. Now smoke up from Avalus. Start to shove mid once again. If Mobe can find someone here, if anybody comes to try to clear this wave, then they will be in trouble. And yep, there you go. Pablo comes in and the damage comes out and he will fall. Now, straight onto the tower. This is what they wanted. An opportunity to push this high ground to get these barracks, and I think they may just get it. Zero Tenacity, they're trying to get together. They're trying to be in a position where they can contest this. Retsu's nearby. Macropie is coming down. Fortunately, Drow just doesn't really care. Playing around the other side here. She's got the Glacier down as well as Stoikov running through. Mobe could be in trouble. BKB comes out, but he is very, very low here. Right clicks are coming from the TB, but it is not enough. Jibe, though, he's the one who's going to drop. But look at the damage coming out from Smiling Knight onto Stoikov. Stoikov ain't surviving this one. He goes down. Ice Path from LeBron slows down Smiling Knight for the time being. Multi-shot doesn't connect, but the barracks are undefended now. Smiling Knight just needs to come up that high ground, finish the job. Fortification is there. Anybody coming back? We've got the Rubik coming back in just 2 seconds time. Drow on her Glacier is going to be able to finish the job on this tower.
It looked like trying to go for end for a second.
Oh, toss back onto the Beastmaster. May not be trying to end, but they're certainly trying to do permanent damage to Zero Tenacity, which they already have, to be honest. Retsu's got to be a little careful. You cannot stay close to the Drow. Look at the range coming from that Glacier. Smino still absolutely fine during this Mobe, finding more opportunities, blowing up LeBron. The buyback is going to be there, but they are not doing a good job of staying alive or protecting their buildings or playing Dota right now for Zero Tenacity. They can't do a thing about this Drow. Look at Smino Knight's confidence. Drow Ranger just sitting on the high ground, just continuing to blast away at this tower. Glacier spam is so obnoxious.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Daedalus now complete as well. You don't want to get close to it.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Thing is, they're going to have to do something, right? They're going to have to try and find an entry to the fight, and Meta isn't cooldown for another 17 seconds. It really feels like it's all on Pablo's shoulder. He needs to find some like epic still. Avalanche or Black Hole, one of these spells might be enough to turn around a fight, but that's also being wildly optimistic, assuming that maybe Smiling Knight forgets to A-click or something.
Yeah, and no Blink Dagger on Pablo makes everything 10 times harder as well. We'll try and force staff him to find one of these.
Big
players.
Avatos already
Not
onto 2.
gonna be easy, yes indeedy. Shoikov and Retsu so low to start this one off. Smiling Knight just trying to finish the job, and look at the damage coming out. The Glacier is brutal, and now the Black Hole coming out on
Stolen Black Hole?
Retsu, yeah, will be taken here. Pablo trying to get out with his prize, but I'm not sure they're going to let him. Toss back onto the Rubik. He is gone, and he's going to cool it. GG there. Smiling Knight going godlike on this Drow. Absolutely MVP for Smiling Knight here. 9-0-5. Sees the niche pick opportunity, goes for it, and it pays off massively.
I mean, this is the Avalus that we're used to watching, right? It's just constant aggression, really good laning, breaking down the map, and sure, you could, if you want to be hypercritical, there are some moments where things look a little bit weird with initiations, but on the overall level of gameplay, it was very good. Nightstalker breaking open the vision, his synergy with Mobai, utilizing that vision to keep getting the tosses, to keep poking them. Jibe playing very sacrificial. Even in the last fight, when he had to buy back, he only went into that position because Mobai had blinked in, didn't connect on his toss, was out of position. He helped keep him alive to then use his buyback to continue the fight. So I think there are signs of life in Avalus, even though they are in the lower bracket and looking to be slightly weaker than before their roster changes. When they get their drafts, they are very scary to go against, and I think their next round will be against Na'Vi Jr., which is going to be like the ultimate test. Like that is probably the favorite now of the lower bracket teams, outside of maybe like a Capybaras or Gaming Gladiators, whoever loses that series. But yeah, Navi Junior, that's their next round, and it's not going to be easy, but Avalus at least are making improvements.
They are indeed. They're responding quickly to the changes. Each time we're seeing them, it's looking a little bit better each time. Their series versus Capybaras weren't exactly great. But this time, they get the 2-0, and they continue their journey here in the lower bracket. And as you say, they will play up against Navi Junior. So, yeah, another move forward for this team. How exciting as we continue moving on here in the Dream League Season 26 qualifiers. With that series, we are all done with the lower bracket round 1. Zero Tenacity. They put up a good fight. They did give us some good games, but unfortunately, they just couldn't cut the mustard, and they'll be dropping out in the second day here, joining Passion UA as a first round eliminated team. This team, they have their ups, they have their downs, but ultimately they just couldn't put it together today, and they'll live to fight another day. So now we're going to throw it over to a short break, after which we shall be back with the final match of the day. And we got an upper bracket match for you guys. We figured we'd take a break from the lower bracket, jump up to the upper. We got Gaming Gladiators versus Capybaras coming out in about an hour and 40. So stick around. We'll see you then for the final match of the day after a pretty long break. So we'll see you on the other side, folks.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a caviar flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering, tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering, tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering, tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that thee that thy grace appear, the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany chief a twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes, and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old, sin auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht, for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in the speak shelan.
gentle kiss. And when his tender hands round thee fold in a soft embrace, I listen and approve these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Giova in luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora in bella speranza tiene monterà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora in bella speranza tiene monterà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Resta in danza donna mia, venite qua. Verso un bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, mamma mia, si salterà. La 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 la.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
a fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn Fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls meadows of London,
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
It's upper bracket time now in Dream League Season 26. Gaming Gladiators versus the Cappy Space Barras. You're not allowed to say Capybaras. It is Cappy Break Barras. Tigo doesn't like them, so he's lost. He's gone.
I have a butterfly.
Cool.
Thank
Beautiful
you.
butterflies landed on your nose. How pretty. All right, that was a fun intervention. And yeah, we got a matchup here. The losing team will go down to the lower bracket. The winning team, they're just straight up going to qualify. This is basically a repeat of the last series from yesterday in terms of the stakes. Gaiman have played one game so far. Capybaras have played one game so far. So one series so far. One more win, and you're there. It's that easy. This is what happens when you have 3 slots for qualifications. So, yeah, I think let's just be reasonable here, T Governor. Let's not try to sugarcoat it or give people the old narrative rundown. Let's give them the realistic rundown. What chances are you giving the Capybaras?
I think if you went purely on pre-qualifier logic, it'd be like 80-20 to gaming, right? Very simple. Like, you have to respect the caliber of players on Capybaras. It's not going to be a full shutout. But after how they played against Avilus and the way they commanded the game, you know, the strength of their tricore, the support duo as well, maybe it's like 60-40 to gaming. Of course, I think gaming a little bit turbulent, you could argue, with like some results, recent results. Even though they get to like finals, there's always seems to be some like, but that could be better type logic with the team. Again, you are talking about a team that used to win everything and now isn't winning everything. But yeah, I think you have to respect Capybaras, but I am favoring gaming, especially how they played against Zero Tenacity. I think they were doing the motions of a team that was refinding their new style of Dota. Again, I didn't watch the previous tournament, so I have no idea if that's just a copy-paste, but at least for me, comparing it to, let's say, Blast Slam 2 to this qualifier, it does feel like a very different gaming, and a gaming that is aggressive and really getting into that kind of early game and breaking their opponents like they used to when they were winning multiple majors.
Yeah, I think we've seen kind of whispers of that, but it hasn't really come into full effect. But the Maldi edition definitely seems to have suited them well. I was very unsure about it, but yeah, they did look really strong in their last tournament at the Fisher event, so excited to see more of that. What more can they give us? We're certainly interested to find out. And yeah, Capybaras, of course. So if you guys don't know, this team is Kiritich, Copy, Infernal, Lelis, and Fly. So a lot of the kind of old Nouns team, and then also Kiritich and Infernal jumping in as well. So it's not like this team is kind of like an experience together. You have these 3
It's
players,
Nouns.
especially
It's just Nouns
Duo as well. It's not Nouns, T Governor. It's Nouns. If it was one player removed, then I'd be like,
what?
Yeah,
Come
okay,
on.
it's
All right.
Nouns, but
People
2 players
call
removed,
jiggling.
and do they have a coach?
No. But they didn't really
No,
have a coach
so
at the
Double
end
A's
of
not
Nouns
there.
anyway. He wasn't the coach. He was the manager. Don't do this.
He
Come
was
on.
coach for one event.
No, that's whatever. Bonkers also was a coach for OG technically, but my guy was the manager.
And if
Okay,
if
you hit a nerve. You hit a
multi-drift-
nerve.
If you drift into both, then that makes you a core addition of the team. If you manage and coach, then you become the
All right.
team.
But the point is,
Yakult.
when we think, God, don't get me started on Yakult. That guy. Anyway,
I love
Capybaras. Yeah, I think it is a moving towards more towards Nouns, right? Jiggling had 2 Nouns players. Now there's 3 on Capybaras. Of course, with Infernal and Kiritich. I think the key thing is, with Capybaras, they've got a carry player who's commanding the game straight away, right? Like when you look at Night Pulse, right? When they were rising up when they were still a team with Dream, he was quite a statement carry player. You felt like he had that aura of the game, and that's exactly what happened in their first round against Avilus. When you have Kiritich, like he's playing the TA, the Terrorblade, he's just destroying the game, right? And that's exactly what I'm looking for in this next game, is we're seeing Ace being able to play Tidehunter and Sand King. He's buying Boots of Travel, farming up, joining fights. But if he's against a team that is truly going to try and shut him down in laning phase, that greediness of the Boots of Travel might be punished. So my main observation for this series is the Boots of Travel on Ace a strategical thing he wants to do to elevate gaming? Or is it just him having fun in a series where they thought they'd already won? You know, like that's kind of the thing, because it's going to get harder. Like this is a very formidable safe lane. Like the captaining of Fly with Kiritich, like rank 8 carry player. Like that is going to be,
It's no joke.
you can't mess around in that lane.
Yeah, you are going to get dismantled very, very quickly if you try to play around, play with fire a bit too much there. So yeah, great point. We'll see how that safe lane goes, the experience there. Also mid, of course, as well. Copy is just such a he's such an unpredictable player. Like you never know what he's gonna do. I'm never really sure what he's gonna pull out of the bag. He can be go toe to toe for the best of them. That is one thing I would always say about Copy. Is like he can win lane versus like Malrine, and then the next day he can lose lane versus like the worst team at the tournament. You know, that's just how Copy rolls. Which is, you know, you need to get a bit more consistency with that. But in a series like this, that's kind of what you want to hear. You want to know that he can take on Quinn and see what he can do. We do have the draft now available, so let's jump into it for this first game between these two teams. Oh, got a bit of hay fever. That's how warm it is today, Tigo.
Yeah, it's your fault for opening your window. Why are you allowed to breathe? Come on. You got to have that PC ventilation and every window closed.
Yeah, that's my mistake. My bad, everyone. Might be a bit of a stuffed up cast. We'll get through it. Don't worry. So we got TA, Nature's Prophet, Tinker, and we got Terrorblade banned out. Terrorblade banned a little interesting. Meanwhile, inside of Cappy Bar,
we've been seeing Terrorblade banned. Yeah, we've been seeing Terrorblade banned in all the other series. Pretty much, it's high value hero. What is the hero that's been pushed through the draft? Tiny is now available. That we've seen banned out from other teams. Ringmaster, yeah. I was just kind of forgetting what the heroes that are let through the pool. Technically, Darks is through the pool, Tiny's through the pool, Ringmaster is, and Magnus. They're like the big four that come to mind.
10 seconds remaining.
I've enjoyed seeing Ringmaster. His save is so ridiculous. It's the range on it. It's such a crazy range.
I'd like them to remove the talent. Probably would make it easier.
What's the talent? Oh, the extra
additional range.
Yeah, that does sound correct.
Yeah.
Game Gladiators respond with a first pick Phantom Assassin. All right, not been a super successful hero in these qualifiers so far. Certainly not the hero it was a few months ago when it was all the hotness, all the rage, but a few nerfs down the line. People still like it, but slightly more volatile than it used to be.
But we did see Ringmaster lose, right, against Tundra. Tundra, one of the stronger Ringmaster teams of Whiteman. I think they demonstrated that any gap closing vision-based lineups will be able to threaten Ringmaster immensely. Hence why I think Night Stalker is a critical ban potentially for Capybaras. They've already banned out the Warlock, which is the the hero you have to with a PA. Warlock PA, best lane in Dota, you could argue. Second to that, maybe Tusk Gyrocopter. But yeah, you need to think about protecting this Ringmaster. As PA, one dagger and a jump, he's dead. Whoever you save, if there is some additional vision, you just kind of ignore the front line, and you're always looking for that back line. I honestly like the PA response. You also are a nullifier buyer, eventually, to deal with the Escape Act. When Ringmaster was first released, it was undispellable. And then they very quickly realized, oh my god, that's actually broken.
That's a little silly.
A little silly, yeah. But okay, Capybaras, they ban out the Keeper of Light. And pacing is a key enjoying factor of gaming's qualifier run so far. Their first series was so fast-paced, it was a treat to watch.
Yeah, it was good. We'll get the silencer coming out from Gaming Gladiators. So this has been a very underappreciated hero, I would say, when it comes to these qualifiers. We haven't really seen a whole lot of it, but here it is coming out from Game, and they know the strength of this hero. I'm probably a little surprised that the Capybaras have let it through.
It's kind of hard to ban Silencer, right? If you respect Beastmaster and Night Stalker and Warlocks and Tinies and Tinkers and all this, like you can list so many good heroes that Silencer just feels like it's good, but teams feel like they can play against it. It's rare you see the Silencer ban nowadays.
This is true.
Capybaras do not really caring about the Silencer picking big team fight. Normally against Silencer, you have a couple options to play against it. It is early game pacing to try and take over the map and like low team fight spells. So even if you get global, it's like, okay, we can just wait, take the fight after. But they don't care. They want explosive control. Get that Blink Ravage, get another hero that can maybe follow up on that. And then you don't care about global if you're the initiator and you're very quick. You just outplay the Silencer in that regard.
Yeah,
Also
play up into him always makes sense, and Tide can be pretty annoying as well.
It's also the lane, something that we didn't talk about. right? Tidehunter and Windrunner. You play the lane really well with Kraken. You don't die. Windrunner as well. Windrun, you don't die. So it is going to be an offlane duo that should just be able to cruise through the first 10-15 minutes of the game. I'm going to go for the Muerta. Sure. Additional silence. You blink in, you either get globaled or you blink into the calling.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of
BKB is
turnaround.
rid on capybaras, please.
Will they buy them that early on? Always the age-old question. They are going to need to reveal another core though, be it Ace or Quinn. Potentially, like a Sand King or a flexible hero between both lanes could be an option if they want to draft this way. If not, they could just lock in the hero they don't care about lane counters, and that is going to be the Centaur. Again, re-emerging a little bit into meta, at least in this qualifiers. It feels like the stocks have risen. It's kind of a combination of supports with somewhat low lockdown, but kind of good impact, do get dismantled by a nice Stampede. Same thing here, right? You've got a Fear, a Shackle, a Ravage. If these spells don't connect and you just Stampede away, you can just disjoint the fight. I like Centaur. It feels just like a generically stable hero that does his job. And CK is a hero we do not see often, but that's an explosive hero.
Yeah, that's a big pickup. I like that. All this silence, and we're just gonna cudgel you. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get out a big old club and smack you in the head with it. Yeah, I mean, if you have this extremely high skilled carry player, why not just throw him on a CK? You know, let him show off. I'm absolutely down for this.
It has kill threat, right? Like even though Centaur is tanky, with the Armlet and the Orchid build, eventually Bloodthorn, you're gonna have that true strike against the PA. You're gonna be able to, you know, punish an early Centaur before he has like Shivas and, you know, his tankier items. I like it. It really just makes a statement in the game. Like, we want to be the aggressors. You have a good lane against the PA with the Tidehunter. You have a good amount of explosive damage against the Silencer. Do you really kill Centaur? No, sorry, the CK with like Centaur PA. Like, whilst PA's farming Battle Fury, like I think the mid lane will be critical to not fixing, but dealing with this CK. And already an OD ban. Capybaras, they don't want to feel like they're on a timer, right? PA and an OD scaling. I feel like a Pangolier might be another good ban for Capybaras, just for the nuisance of an eventual like Aghanims and Basher Diffusal, just like running throughout the fight. Oh, this, I don't know. I've been excited for for CK to be picked. I feel like there have been some games where it's been like viable, but no one wants to go for it. And this game, it can be very good. It just eats the heroes alive before they get tankier.
Yeah, exactly what's needed, I would say. We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, it is an all-or-nothing hero. You kind of want this guy to be farming pretty well and getting into the game. Playing from ahead is always preferable to playing from behind, especially on this hero which wants to like pick people off and get big kills. It's going to be really, really difficult to get this hero online in a safe way.
It's also for like gaming, because they have last pick, they are going to give Quinn is it a good Huskar game? You can pick Huskar. Is it a good, you know, sniper game? You got sniper. You know, whatever he sees as like I beat my mid lane, he'll play it. Because as long as Quinn is able to stop the mid laner from entering the game with confidence, then you are going to have to play, you know, recovery. And CK, as much as you do pressure in the early game, you're still locked behind needing an Armlet and a Treads and an Orchid. And if you get the PA into a decent bit of farm, by the time he gets Orchid, a PA might have a Battle Fury, right? Like, which puts even more emphasis on, please, you've got to get kills with the CK. And, the Kunkka ban, again. I've been saying, it's been rising in popularity. I think Copy needs to find the mid hero that is not too punishable and can play most matchups. Right, with the Tiny and the Kunkka gone there, like the good melee options. He cannot get Huskard, that is.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a world where
open to it.
I mean, there is a world where they just pick Sniper, right? Which then forces the draft in a different direction for gaming. Then they have to think about like a Storm or some jumping hero, and now you have more greed on your Tricore where they all need a bit of items. I think Capybaras, if they want to, they can kind of sacrifice Copy for what he wants to play just to try and win out the draft. So
a lot of time spent over this ban for the Capybaras. And it will be the puck taken out of the pool, which suggests they are looking for maybe
relatively low lockdown.
Shaker
It could be Pangolier.
or
If you're banning puck, it's
Pango.
probably a sign of Pangolier.
Yeah.
It looks like Pango doesn't have hard lockdown. He's kind of rolling around. It's not very good into puck. You then don't have the best stuns. Think, go. Just name a hero randomly. Go, quickly.
Ember. Oh, okay, Queen of Pain. Well, that's not what I was the hero I was trying to think of. But Queen of Pain, pretty cool. Going to give you a lot of extra damage. Just, yeah, another big threat. A lot of magic damage, which is something that was certainly lacking in this draft previously to this. So, yeah, makes sense. Gives you ways to kill off the Phantom Assassin before the CK's online, which is also really important. So, yeah, I think this makes sense.
Trying to think what you picked mid here.
He's got a lot of time to think about it, Quinn.
How long? Oh, he's got a whole minute.
He's got and the rest.
I'm thinking like you could technically like Ember with Flame Guard into Mage Slayer, just run around the map. Because Quops don't really go dagger to bully lane; they go for scream. So like Ember's actually kind of okay. Then you eventually get like Shivas and these items to deal with the illusions against illusion heroes. You want to have a Shiva buyer. Need to think more about the Quinn hero pool. It's not only do you have to lane into Quap, but you also want to provide some element of assistance to the team fight.
You don't want to get like just bopped by the Chaos Knight either. I think Ember is probably what I'm looking at.
You could also technically mid Sand King, just Sandstorm, buy a Sentry, push lane. Is the blind talent still a thing for Sand King? I have no idea. Let me check. Hero,
Great.
Sand.
Using
It is.
all their reserve
It is
time on this
25, yeah.
one. And they are going to pull out the Huskar. Okay.
I said
we shouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
I said, they can't get Huskard.
Yeah. Don't get Huskard. Don't get Huskard. I mean, I wouldn't say they've gotten Huskard here. I think the Queen still plays this lane. I could be wrong, but I think Queen of Pain still has ways to play this. I don't know if that's through Dagger or through just being careful with your blinks, but...
I mean, you are a ranged hero, which helps a little bit against Huskar, but Huskar, level 1, annoying, level 3 with 2-point spear, and maybe like whenever she gets the silencer on Huskar, that's going to be annoying. So I guess level 4 actually, but the lane will get difficult for Quap with time. So level 4, level 5, that's when I'm accepting Quap to need assistance. But luckily for the Queen of Pain, she does have a winner on her Ringmaster that like to make moves. Issue for them is Silencer and Wurter also like to make moves. Especially last word on Silencer, you put that on a Queen of Pain, she blinks in or wastes a scream by accident and she'll be silenced up. And yeah, I think the supports will really have to help the Queen of Pain. And as much as the early 4 minutes should be okay, it's inevitable that the Huskar will take over that lane, and but also very killable. You put a Sonic Wave on him, plus a Shackle Shot, Power Shot as well. Like Power Shot with the Kill Shot facet. Huskar likes to play on low HP.
That's pretty nice.
Like Lela's at any moment can just snipe Quinn from a mile away.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, you've got the Ringmaster for the save. You've got him for the extra strength as well, which can make a big difference when you're playing into those burning spears. He does want to try and finish heroes off. If you can't do that, then things can get very awkward very quickly for Quinn if they're able to save the targets he jumps on. So it's good. It's not the best Huskar game, but it's still a good Huskar game, and I'm fully expecting Quinn to kind of destroy the lane. One thing I might like to see from him in this game, which is a little unconventional, but I think could be really good, is going for an earlier Ags than usual. Maybe like Armlet, maybe like a Sange into Aghanims could be really cool for Quinn. Just give you that extra bit of lockdown, which the team sort of... I mean, they've got so much silence, but just some
I think Glimmer is... What you're looking for is the Glimmer. That's kind of the main variation on the kind of the Huskar, right? It's like Armlet into, like you said, the Sand, but they go for a Glimmer as well. And then it's jumping in, Magic Barrier, super stuff. Hope you lose on Huskar. Excellent stuff from Lela's.
Incredibly based.
Yeah. He's trying to put all the energy there. Would be very cool to see a new form team just instantly make their way to a tournament. Unfortunately, it isn't a LAN. You're not going to see the players flown out to play on site, but still, to even participate in a Tier 1 event is always going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Give these players a chance to shine on an international stage as people fly over for it to play online. Always going to be cool and exciting. And of course, more value in international events now since the Dota 2 Pro Tracket changes. It's going to mean that the international experience is even more valuable.
Sure. True. So where are we going with this one?
Well, you don't have the stats, do you?
No.
Only way to know is by experiencing it firsthand, or by watching it online.
I don't think if you get, if you lose the qualifier, like banned from their Twitch account, you're not allowed to watch.
Yeah, you can't watch. That's how it
part
goes.
of the T's and C's for playing in the qualifier. If lose, you don't get any access to the game.
Copy, I'm gonna have to suffer a little bit on mid, but Lelis is at the very least given him the bad luck already supporting.
You know what the worst thing is about gaming picking Husker? It's that Quinn's now the drafter, which means that normally it's like when you're not the drafter, Quinn has to like go, guys, can I play Husker? But now he's just putting it on himself, and they're killing Tidehunter.
Yes, they are. Watson and Maldic able to get the damage out, and Lelis also looking in a spot of bother here. Doesn't have wind run, so oh my god, so much damage coming out from Malady. Decides thinks about juking in the trees, doesn't juke in the trees, dies.
No, I love
2
this a
kills
lot.
down on the bottom side.
No, I think Malady, he's doing it nicely. I see a lot of Silencer players for some reason going like 3-0-2 on Silencer, just fully skipping Glaive. And Glaive is a spell that you could argue it kind of scales out away from the Silencer. Because as the game progresses, you're not right-clicking. The only time you truly right-click on support is during the laning phase. So not getting that casual point, it stops your laning, your threat, your ability to constantly pressure outside of cooldowns. And I like that he leveled it level 1 and he utilized it perfectly. Eats through the tanky heroes quite nicely.
Absolutely. It's a very good thing to take advantage of when you can, and yeah, this little teeny weeny little Thailand is having a horrible time. Also at mid, Copy having to blink away. Waiting by the water rune, really wants to get that bottle out, but it's so far away. It's just started its little journey, that courier, so Copy gonna have to wait a bit of time.
And a key thing to note, the Copy has gone for 2 points in Dagger. So he is going to try and play on the bullying, the spam. Webpass was talking about it, maybe some lack of the bottle changes, no refills to mid. You don't want to scream and push wave as much, right? You're not going to get constant refill, constant mana. Maybe if he gets a trusty shovel down the line, he could then look to go for it, but I can see the logic behind Dagger. That's resource intense, but he is not enjoying the lane. He's just playing on the fringe of it the entire time as Ace. Getting brought low, Ringmaster CK, they just want to kill the entire time.
Yeah, they will do, won't they? It's pretty aggressive here, and well, Toku's going to be on the receiving end of that one. Tries to save his life with the cooling, but well, we'll keep him alive for now. Again, Kiritich and Fly, they're more than happy to go aggressively, look for kills, but they also won't throw the lane by going too aggressively on any kills or miss out on too much CS or anything like that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, they're just getting outplayed in lanes. Like, just look at the CS. Does that speak for yourself?
This is looking pretty bad.
It's 4 minutes in and you got nearly 20 CS in all cores of gaming. Tide just hit 10 CS, and he's got the most of anyone on Capybaras. The laning efficiency of gaming is, it's coming to light right now. As expected, Quinn with the level 4 is able to start walking up the high ground more confidence. Doesn't really care about Dagger.
Yeah, he never really has. This lane has not been close at any point. This is way worse than I was expecting. Coffee is getting absolutely worked. Cannot come near the creeps without Quinn just immediately running at him.
I think my perspective on the lane was... Sorry, gone?
Well, we have down the bottom side the fight taking place as Lelis will kill off Maldy, and Watson kills off the Tidehunter as well. But yeah, the facet choice is kind of interesting on the Queen of Pain as well. Not going for the usual sadist.
I've not really
this
played
was-
enough co-op, so I'm now reminding myself what it is real quick.
Well, this one's like very defensive, whilst the other one's really aggressive.
She returns. Oh, okay. So it's what, kind of like a blade mill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mini blade now.
Sure.
Could have been an
Oh,
idea
and
for
she's
Answer
buying
the
blade mail.
Asgard, didn't really
Look,
work.
no, she's going
Oh,
Treads
okay,
blade
yeah.
mail. Yep. I'm like, oh, is that just a mini blade mail? Honestly, I've just not seen any bondage. Never thought I'd say that on broadcast before. But like I said, I've not seen any of it. So this is the first time experiencing it with you, chat. And because normally we see the masochist approach from Queen of Pain.
Indeed, we do.
God, Valve made me say that, just to be clear.
Ooh, one more glaive. Won't be finding it. Watson doesn't jump in for that one either. It's a little deep there. Don't want to be baited and have those TPs come on in. They'll hang themselves back. Yeah, this bottom lane's been very successful for Gaming Gladiators, as has the middle lane, as has the top lane. It's not looking good so far across the board. Yeesh.
Oh, yeah, no, Sorry, us talking about Queen of Pain facet, I just have to look around at other ones, but we'll look at Infernal potentially die bottom first.
Yeah, not potentially,
He's gone.
definitely.
But the CK facet basically just means when it's tier 1, he gets tier 2, etc. So he basically gets an earlier tier neutral item every single time.
Yeah, I haven't seen this
If
one
I read that
in play
correctly.
either.
I read that correctly, right?
Yes, you did.
That is... I think I played one game against CK, and it was just a shock of like, wait, what? Why has he got a tier 4? And then it clicked. But it's been like one game out of hundreds on the patch, and no one's really played CK, but... Yeah, we'll get to see how that one works out throughout the game. You know, conceptually, bring in a... What's that? We can watch Infernal die again, watch it check in.
Artifacts, or is it the...
I'd assume it's both.
enchantment as well? No, it's just his artifact, so...
Is it just... Oh, is it just artifact?
That's
Oh,
just
yeah,
the
literally...
active,
yeah,
yeah.
it does say artifact. No, you are right. It's just the active. Yeah.
So it's
Well,
a
Infernal's
little
having
less,
a terrible
less
lane
crazy,
bottom.
but...
Yeah. No, it's still good. It's still good. But as much as we're talking about artifacts and whatnot on CK, and then the double blade mail attempt from Queen of Pain, they aren't really doing well in lanes. So I think all this excitement about the new facets, will it truly come online? We'll have to wait and see. But, no, I'm excited to see if CK works. There is a chance that PH accidentally kills herself on Queen of Pain.
Yep, true.
And that's
That'd be
about
funny.
it. Yep.
The tanky quap going for blade mail is certainly going to be a choice. The thing is, I just feel like all of these ideas, I don't know if they're even going to matter. I mean, 13 CS on this Queen of Pain is just... Copy is dirt poor. Like, Copy is brown boots nowhere close to power trips. Can't stress how badly Copy's game is at the moment. Nice escape, but not going to make a difference. Watson's still going to cut down Fly up in the top lane. Rotates in, gets the kill, and continues expanding his own game. Is he even bothered? Yeah, he is going to go for the Battle Fury. I was going to say he might just go for, like, straight into Deso, judging by how this game's going right now. This is...
He's securing his game. He's respecting the fact that at least the CK is farming. But yeah, the net worth is not looking good. The fact that the Windrunner is the same net worth nearly as the Tide and the Queen of Pain.
Here we
Tofu,
go,
though.
first active movement coming out from the CK as he moves in towards the middle lane, trying to bring down Tofu. The silence is annoying though, and now in comes a Huskar, jumping on in. Tame the Beast gonna come on through, stopping Quinn, getting the Quill. Quinn getting so low. Where is that power shot to finish the job? It's not quite here yet. He's gonna try and own up for it. There you go. Lelis brings down Quinn, but Kiritich is dead to Watson in the meantime as well. That's not distract from the fact that the enemy carry did die. Malditch though, falling low, will fall. Watson moving across towards Lelis here. Lelis has the wind run though. Might just be able to turn this one around, and he does. Gaming Gladiators completely overextending in the middle lane and feeding away 3 massive kills back towards all the way of the capybaras.
Yeah, such a deep dive from Gaming. Like Tofu by himself is behind the tower. Then Quinn jumps in as well. And normally, when you're jumping in on Huskar, that's normally because you've got the inner fire to kind of protect you, right? To cushion you with a little bit of silence at 1.5 second level 1, but he doesn't have it. So he kind of just jumps in with no real kind of impact upon a rival, just the right clicks. And yeah, Capybaras having all their heroes there, able to kind of expertly Just punish gaming and the constant aggression that they're applying. It doesn't really
Look at
impact the
this.
net worth too much, but I mean,
Look,
as he
look,
wants it.
Ladison fly.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Here it is. Power shot time.
2. Oh.
Wait, he's going for the. Oh, come on. Armlet on.
Oh, he's got the armlet. This
Okay,
gets
wait.
awkward.
Patience.
He
Quinn's
might just
gonna
walk up
down the
He's
river.
gonna walk to the next camp, right? No.
No, he's just walking to mid. Come on, Leles. No.
Dire's top tower is
Now it's daytime. Maybe they're waiting for daytime, but Quinn walking to
See
mid.
him on lane now.
Here it is.
Well,
Power shot.
what? Oh!
That was so underwhelming.
Yeah, that
But-
was awful.
We did see all vision, right? At nighttime, he didn't see.
yeah,
it, right?
obviously,
So,
of course.
so he's just seeing the fog the entire time, but
And to be clear, if they try to go for some, like, people will be like, why are they just going on him? If they run at him, then he's just going to turn on his armlet, and everyone's going to TP, and they're both going to die, and then we'll be like,
yeah, it'd be rough. He now has inner fire as well, which does fix the previous attempt at fighting.
indubitably.
At least for Capybaras, we can entertain the fact that they won one big fight in mid, which gives them some life. Like their net worth, if they didn't win that fight, there'd still be 2k net worth on Quap and Tidehunter. That's how rough it would have been. So it was pretty critical for them to feel like they're having a game at least.
Indeed. Talking about feeling like you're having a game, Queen of Pain, despite the action of mid, still not really picking up anything of value. Looking for the blade mail, but still so far away.
I'm just scared for Copy that his game plan is buying blade mail with the bondage facet to then jump into a team that's already outscaling you. Like you kind of need to be ahead with levels and HP to really utilize this kind of like you kill me but I kill you logic. When you're behind, you are just squishier. So again, I'm a little scared for them.
Oh, Infernal's does have a nice big stack to farm here, so something to help him get back into the game. He needs this. He needs this very badly. In fact, I'm almost a little surprised they didn't give this to the Queen of Pain and let Infernal take the Ancients, but Infernal wants both. Jump onto Malady.
Malady.
Yeah,
That's not your side of the river.
Be dead here.
Deny.
Oh. Okay. Infernal comes in, snipes a kill with a gush, stops out the deny. Not bad.
Fortunately for
There we go,
Capybaras,
another successful move.
I was going to say, like, we don't really see CK because of this very reason, right? Like, if you don't get kills in lane, if you don't get to progress any early tower for gold, your big item is an armlet, which then leads to, I need an orchid. Compared to PA, where, sure, let's say PA didn't have a perfect lane. Maybe she had, like, 1,000 less net worth. She still would have double broadsword looking towards Battle Fury, and then you know she'll just skyrocket with net worth. It's same thing for, like, Terrorblade and Sven, all these heroes. Infernal, though, having to Ravage to...
Ravage.
Oh, just to kill PA? Okay, sure.
Okay.
Malady could have globaled when he daggered on the PA, but decided to hold it. Then the PA got full combo. A little bit of miscommunication potentially between Watson and Malady there. I feel like probably could have committed if they played that one differently.
I'm just wondering how many fights in a row they need to mess up before they actually come back, before this laning phase advantage disappears for Gaming Gladiators.
Their draft is so strong though that even with the mistakes, Ace is farming, Huskard's farming. Like, I guess the issue will be like, does Ace die during this, right? Like, PA dies bottom, then Ace dies top. Like, if they keep like chain feeding like every other minute, then you know eventually, sure, the network will go back to Capybaras, but it kind of feels like the momentum is still heavily towards gaming, and that these deaths are kind of brushed off. They're like, whatever, who cares?
Yeah, I do feel like though earlier on it kind of felt like guaranteed win. Like I wouldn't expect anybody to come back from that horrific laning phase into misplay, and now we're in the point where it's not a guaranteed win anymore. Like I believe there's a much bigger chance for Capybaras to come back than there was like 5 minutes ago.
I would say it went from after laning phase where it felt like it was like 20% for Capybaras. It's now like 24%, 25%. Like, I'm gonna need to see some like BKB Huskar jumping in, dying, to really have belief that the trajectory of this game is going their way. Ace does have
Okay,
Blade
nice.
Mail Crimson Guard at 14 minutes.
Yeah, that is an issue. I definitely, by no means do I think that Capybaras are back into this one or standing much of a chance at all. But
Okay, just to try and improve this point. Ace is tanking 3 heroes top. Quinn soloing Roshan. Tofu's jungling. Like, it's 15 minutes into the game, and game are not really forced to have to be together. Malady's just off in the enemy triangle by himself.
oh, Roshan's going for a walk, which is going to be kind of awkward. Oh no!
Oh.
What's and why?
I don't really. You know, the sad thing was,
he didn't want to be thrown around.
at the start of that, when he daggered it, I was like, let us learn something new about Roshan. Watson, as a rank, technically 1 in the world if you ignore the Wind Trader guy #1, he's clearly got some tech to show us right there. No, he just wanted to get tossed about.
wanted to go for a little ride. Wanted to see what it was like. I mean, that's the first thing I did when I saw the change. The first time I saw Roshan running past, I just ran at him like, throw me. I don't know what it feels like to be thrown. Roshan does die. No attempt by Capybaras to investigate, see what was going on. Interrupt, perhaps? Nope. Just chilling.
Win.
Copy. Global comes out. Has the blade mail, though. Alright. It's kind of whatever.
And a very quick Aegis.
Yep. Quit speedrunning the Aegis. Bondage, ladies and gentlemen. You haven't seen it before, but now you have.
I just don't know what to say about Copy's gameplay. Like, I understand, like, the build makes sense, right, with the facet and the blade mail, but it doesn't feel very rewarding. Like,
what do you mean?
Like,
that was sick.
like mid laners are like this, like they get active runes, they jump, they're playing min-maxing, but Copy's like, haha, I'm blade mail. His entire philosophy of this game is just, I hope they do more damage to me.
If I die, I'll bring someone down with me, and so far so good.
Then it gets Mjolnir as well, we'll put that on him, so it's like he's proccing Mjolnir and blade mails, and Quinn's now jumping in onto the Tidehunter. They do have Ravage. And they've
Gonna
got
use
Quinn.
it, and down goes Quinn. That's going to be more than enough to bring him down. Infernal will trade the life, but absolutely worthwhile. Quinn dead. Malady not looking too healthy on the front lines either, but Fly can't do it by himself. He needs some help, and Kiritich is going to be that hero. Copy jumping in once again as well. Finds Malady, brings him down. Stun out onto Ace, but Ace is a tanky old fella. Got himself the Blade Mail, the Crimson Guard. Not a hero that can be brought down too easily, so I think, well, the side of Cappy might just have to accept that this is all they're getting for now, but I mean, they'll be happy about it. Another kill onto Quinn, always going to feel good.
Yeah, he just didn't want to press BKB, right? He committed the fight, starting to go on the Queen of Pain for like 4 or 5 seconds. Then he gets leashed up. Then the Ravage comes in, and obviously after the leash during the Sonic Wave, it's just a bit too late to press it, but yeah, Quinn. Another dive from Quinn. 2 deaths now. You could argue the first one, a little forced, trying to go for Malady at the tier 1. This time around, holding the BKBs for as long as possible. Dying and not pressing it. It's a bit of a weird game from gaming. Like, they're still out farming them. They're out scaling. But the moves they're making, the deaths they have it, just feels just a little wrong. But it is testament to how they want to play, right? Like, if we compare their playstyle of yesterday to today, it is identical. It's very aggressive. They're diving tier 2s. They've taken a tier 2 at 18 minutes in top. Yesterday, they took like a mid tier 2 at like, what, 12 minutes or something? They clearly want to be a hyper-aggressive team. And that will naturally come with mistakes being made. As the deeper you go on the map, the easier it is to fight for the defending team. They are spooked up now. Ace has the Blink Dagger. Probably going to find Copy here. Oh!
Okay.
That's awkward.
Yeah. A little premature on the global there. Allowing Capybaras to get themselves back. Lelis making some stacks.
Kiritich does have the Orchid though on the CK. That will be the potential comeback here. It's getting jumped.
Yeah, they are going to be able to find Lelis by the looks of it. Not much you can do about this one. Lelis falls. Now the stacks should be able to be taken by Gaming Gladiators. Poor Capybaras thought they could, at the very least, stack to get them back into this one, but no. These will be taken away as well.
Copy's so excited to blink in. He's like, ooh, he's so giddy to press blade mail. You can sense it. Look at him. Hold. Okay, he doesn't blink in.
No. There are a bit too many heroes here to split the damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, you think Quinn would be like, what are you doing? I'm just gonna press BKB and not care about you. Which... The sad thing is, like, I just looking at the... Oh, wait, Stampede. Tide Hunter.
Alright, we'll go on to Infernal, and yeah, Infernal will be dropping here. More heroes TPing in from the Capybaras, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to help out their Watermelon friend. He will be dropping. Quinn gets to work with pushing down this lane and trying to get a bit of damage onto this tier 2.
I think Kiritich understands how volatile this game is for him. One bad fight on the CK, and he will disappear with his farming. Like, again, his farming isn't, you know, crazily impressive. It's not as if he's, you know, keeping up with the PA or even, you know, keeping up with the offlane Centaur, but he understands that a bad fight in this type of game will probably be an inevitable GG, and he now TPs to mid. He's hoping to find Quinn, going for the stun, but the BKB, this time Quinn presses it. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be okay for now. He still had that armlet turned off as well, so he can just pop straight back up to full pretty much and gets the opportunity. See, Copy was waiting there on the sidelines, but didn't find the opportunity to bring him down through that BKB. Tofu with the Invis rune. Just gonna go and stare at Copy. Oh, we're gonna do a bit more than stare at him actually. Gonna get the silence coming out. Ace comes in from the side as well, and between them, looks like they will have enough damage to bring down Copy. Global Silence gets used here as well. Ravage is available if Infernal really wants to go for this one. Instead, they'll just look for the kill on the sideline, bring down Tofu. Ravage is out now just as Watson jumped in. Well timed from Infernal, but is it going to make a difference? Quinn jump and then being chased back. Kiritich is really clubbing him here. Stun available, used as he goes to chase down the Huskar. Kiritich and Copy onto the high ground, looking to bring down Quinn, but he's going to force them back with the Inner Fire, silencing them. I don't think it's going to matter though. The entirety of the Capybara get on top of Quinn and kill him off. Watson just doesn't see the opportunity, despite having that BKB. Didn't see the right moment to get in there and follow up on that Huskar's movement. So once again, the Capybara is doing better in the fights, and we have not had a fight which has really gone that well for Game of Gladiators going so far. They've just played the lanes and played the map so well. They're ridiculously far ahead, but they can't turn that into a fighting advantage, then who knows what this game will have in store for us.
Luckily for gaming, right, it is a buyback on Copy. The net worth continues to go for gaming, so sure,
yeah,
right. The fights look okay for Capybaras, but the fact that they can't, you know, generate any gold from them, they can't, you know, elevate the Corpse game or bring the Tide into a better position. It's just like, it's okay for now, but they're just, you know, they're stemming the bleeding. It's just non-stop aggression from gaming, which we do like to see. Of course, that fight would go better if Quinn didn't have to use the BKB earlier to then take the fight after, right? So BKB management will be, you know, critical. But Kiritich, he's back to his farming position on the map. He has been seen, and he will be owned down. He doesn't have TP.
No, he's a dead one.
But the value of his facet, at least, he does have Nemesis Curse. So if he is in an aggressive position, sure, he will take more damage, but that explosive potential of a CK, having the tier 3 item already, compared to the others with tier 2.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Again, every little thing is going to help build up to a fighting position. I'm a little upset he was looking at Blink Dagger, but then he went for the Yasha instead. And I understand the Blink might be a little bit too risky in this type of game, but you jump the Huskar before he gets BKB off, or you jump like Wurter or Silencer, you are going to 100-0 them. He's delaying that for now. Again, trying to secure his game, trying his best to keep up with the ever-scaling Tricore of gaming.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yep.
It's a tough task.
It is just like death by 1,000 cuts though. Like, every time gaming fights, they're just like, they're punching Capybaras in the gut, and eventually they're just going to be, they're crawling into the fight where, oh well, there you go. They get Mana D, but they need to get a bigger kill to... I think critically, Roshan is the place to fight for Capybaras. It can respawn in the next 2.5 minutes. They have Sonic Wave, they have Ravage, you know, they got such beautiful spells to use at the Roche Pit, but they need to be ready for it.
A few things that need to happen. You need to make sure you're catching out the silencer at the start of the fight. Make sure that Global's not coming out. You need to make sure that you get a nice power shot onto Quinn at the right time when he gets low. That can be really difficult with the armlet, but we'll see if they're able to pull that off.
Ace has a heart. It's 25 minutes into the game. He has... Oh, well, and Copy's dead. Why did he die?
Yeah, it's just global silence with Tofu and Watson to follow up.
Pretty
Just
despair.
there to click. Yeah, thought he was safe going into his own triangle. He was wrong.
It feels
No,
like the
unfortunately,
best
he got
version...
advantage.
Like, the best version of Ace Dota is when he doesn't really need to help his team. When he can, like, blissfully farm, you know, put on the opera music, you know, chill in the jungle. He joins the fight when he needs to. Like, when there's no expectation on Ace being in the fight, he seems to always just farm so much, become this, like, you know, like another carry, right? And it's been some time since we've seen him play to this level, but when he was on Sand King, he did it. Yesterday on the Tide, he did it. When he got to play Dawnbreaker in 7.37, it kind of felt like he had the same effect. And now on Centaur, 3 games in a row, 3 different heroes. Kind of the ethos of his Dota has been, I will join the fights that I want to join, but I am farming. And gaming often do look their best when Ace can create this this playstyle. Good luck trying to kill him. He low-key is telling Copy, like, nice try buying Blade Mail, bro, but I'm the Blade Mail hero. He did the build to send a message to Copy.
He did, yeah. And I mean, this is a crazy build as well, because obviously you've got horsepower, which means that heart is going to give you movement speed, and you've already got the Crimson, which means the heart is going to give you block to your allies. So much extra value in this heart than what meets the eye, but there is a fight going on here as Maldi has been brought down. It does seem like Capybaras are more than happy to just come and collect their free kill onto Maldi, and then probably just run back to the lanes and die all over the map again.
Yeah, half
kind
the
of the
kills.
story of this game.
Yeah, so half the kills have been on Silencer. Malady is he's providing a little bit of a lifeline. Oh, Ace blinking in, finding Fly.
I do love the Ringmaster's running animation.
It's very good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
When toying with the idea of starting Roshan, the rest of the team smoked up behind. They've got good vision thanks to this illusion. So Radiant Sentry down here as well, so good information grabbed by Gaming. Gonna go kill off another illusion. Quinn going for the big wraparound here along with Ace, and they find Fly. Fly will just get absolutely annihilated to start this one off. Now Stampede down the river to get on top of the Windrunner as well. Lullis also going to be removed from the equation. Quinn gets the double kill. Now the rest just need to try and get themselves away. Kiritich and Infernal.
Oh, look at the
What are
turn.
they doing here? These cheeky badgers. Yeah, they're looking to come back in on this one. Ravage coming down with the Sonic Wave cutting through as well. Watson very, very low here. Might just be dropping. The BKB is down. It's keeping him alive for now. Quinn as well, trying to hold them back, silencing them up and stop them from killing off the Phantom Assassin. Now Kiritich, though, dropping low. Ace back in again. Finishes the job onto the CK. It was a nice try, a nice move from the Capybaras. Almost caught Gaming Gladiators off guard, but Watson narrowly escapes. Nobody ends up dropping except for the Muerta. And now Quinn will claim his prize.
Fair play to Capybaras to even try to go for that type of play, right? Like, your team is dying, sure Global was used. If you find that jump, you might get the kill, but the initiation, there's a slight bit of disjoint between the Tidehunter and the CK. They went on different targets, it allowed the PA to live, and maybe if they got the kill, that could have been like the eureka moment, the that's how we can do it, but not to be the case, and Gaming continued to very weirdly skirmish their way throughout this this game. It kind of feels like, what's the best way to describe this? It's as if like their Discord server went down and they still have to play this competitive match. Like they have no comms, but they have to win. Like they're typing at most. It feels like I'ma go in, you keep farming, I'ma go in. All right, like just silently playing this game. And it's working. They're very good. But it feels like there's zero communication happening.
It does feel like they may be chilling a bit.
Other voice services are available. Maybe they use TeamSpeak or whatever. But you get the point.
Go back to being used. Not going to make a difference for Fly though. That's a pretty nice play using the Tame the Beast and the Whoopee Cushion to try and get himself out. But Ace will find him. Forces a Stampede. and brings down poor old Fly. Middle lane, copy's been seen. They're just going to go for the global once again. More than happy to just global this guy up and make sure they get the kill onto the quad. It's very sad, but they're just not afraid to use global silence to kill off this Queen of Pain.
No, why not?
Why wouldn't you?
Get kill, run down lane. Ace is about to have an AC 30 minutes.
RAC, cool.
He has nearly double the net worth of Queen of Pain.
Excellent. Watson does have double the net worth, the Queen of Pain. That is pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, here's the wraparound.
Blade Mail Mjolnir is so crazy. Like,
again, I think the build would work in a game where your lane is dominating. If you win your mid lane and bring this to the fights, it's going to look insane.
no
But in a
one does.
losing lane, not the case. But for now, Capybaras is smoked up. 3 heroes, Blink Ravage is available. They're fighting into an Aegis. They're fighting into multiple BKBs. Stampede, AC. Globalism cooldown for another 45 seconds.
What can they do? Can they make some magic happen here? They're trying to get on top of them to find an easy target, and they will be able to kill off Tofu to start off this fight. Kiritich, though, now all of a sudden looking in a horrible position. The escape act is not going to get him out of here. He's going to try and go for the turnaround here. Nice toggle, but oh, crit. Goodbye. As, well, the Huskar completely undeterred from this. Like, sure, he's low, but he's still got himself an Aegis, continuing to fight through everything with the Satanic. They'll take down Flight, they'll take down Infernal. This might be the end of the game. Buybacks coming out from the side of Capybaras as Kiritich just runs in, gets low, tries to run back all the way back to base again just to keep himself alive. Oh, Copy won't make it. Ace takes off his head, and Ace... Don't go into the...
He's trying to get the shard. He's trying to get the shard.
What? There you go. GG comes out. They're like, yeah, we ain't getting farmed. Not today. Not by Ace. Keep play. He will go down. Kiritich dies in response.
He ruined his scoreline. He was 4-0-10.
He did. Perfect game gone.
Right. What a bad performance from Ace. Oh my god. No, yeah. Really good game there. From gaming, and I say really good, not in the sense of it was like the most flawless, oh my god, 0 to end a game type one, but more they kept fighting. They had an identity for game plan. They kept executing on that. They didn't allow like a weird death or a weird call to stop their aggression. I think that kind of mentality is just proof of where gaming is trying to move towards as a team. Sure, it's not perfect, it's not refined. They're not, going, undefeated type of style, but I respect it. Like, if once they clean up their act a little bit, like there was a couple of times where global wasn't used when a PA jumped in. Sometimes Quinn would go where he didn't have like the correct entry to the fight, but he still commits, and it looked a little bit weird. But once you fix those things, they're just gonna be so dominating as an early aggressive team. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
It was a very swaggery game, wasn't it? One where it kind of feels like everyone was just going into it going, we're just better. We can just do whatever. I'm just gonna pick my PA. I'm just gonna pick my Huskar.
Yeah.
Communication maybe wasn't at like the top tier of like what we saw from gaming.
Well, it felt it at least.
Like they don't care. When you got this much swagger, this much confidence, and that is a power in itself. Like that is hard to play into. A lot of Dota players at the top level will tell you that Dota is won and lost of vibes sometimes. So Gaming Gladiators certainly feeling themselves here, making sure this game is not close and absolutely tearing the Capybaras apart in game number 1. Fully expecting a similar result in game number 2, but who knows? Maybe Capybaras can come back and show us what they're made of. We will find out very shortly. We're going to jump over to a quick break, then we'll be back with game number 2 between these two teams.
Kindness yet for all the lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht gedoli wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Good morning, good evening, good whatever it is to you, and welcome back to this series. We are watching a bit of a beatdown, unfortunately. No other way to say it. Game number 1 was an absolute destruction. I'm anticipating a Huskar ban, but it's Gaming Gladiators versus the Capybaras. Game number 1, as I said, not pretty. We're gonna wipe our minds of that one. Get into game number 2 with a new mindset here. Maybe ban out some Huskars and everything. You know, let's just get into the draft for this one and see exactly what's gonna go on game number 2. You don't get to say anything on camera, T, Governor.
10 seconds.
You're no longer on camera, so you can't talk now.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right.
I took you very literally.
That's fine. That's fine. We're done with the cameras now. Because of course you're not actually casting. You are just an AI which you've sold to people. You've trained it up on all your casts, and now you don't have to do any work. You just sell your AI to people, and yeah, done. Easy life.
As much as I would love to join that joke, the thought of doing that is so sad and so empty inside that I love my game too much to ever do that. That'd be so empty. What?
I just want to listen to it once. That's all I want. I just want to listen to it once.
I'll do it, but like for behind closed doors, just for you. Yeah.
Please do. I love dystopia. It's so good. I love all my art being soulless husks.
How sad would you be to do that? Actually, that'd be so sad.
10 seconds remaining.
And the more I think, God, you just made me upset now.
Yeah, I know.
The thought of people doing it and like actually making money is
Someone's gonna try it at some point. I'm telling you. It probably
then
won't be Dota, because.
But then it just becomes the voice and not the knowledge, because the knowledge can be one database and the voice could be the person. So then it like further amplifies like not needing to like respect the craft you work in. God damn, that's scary.
Would have another better knowledge than us. We tapped into the service.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, this draft, please bring me back to something I can control, my own life.
Alrighty, well, we've got a Terrorblade and a Ringmaster to start things out. Gaming Gladiators, once again, just first facing their carry. They do not care. And Capybara's going to answer with the Ringmaster, a hero they've been enjoying quite a lot.
Yeah.
Fly,
It's good.
very practiced on this Ringmaster.
Yeah, no complaints with the hero. Does so much. And I feel like we did see some weaknesses with the Ringmaster, right? When you have multiple forms of jump and kind of backline closing heroes, it's hard to play the Ringmaster because you're focusing more on yourself than your team. In the last game, there's a Husker with a life break, PA with the blink, plus then the Centaur with the Stampede and a blink dagger. Like it was, yeah, 3 cores, 3 ways to stop Ringmaster from standing his ground and, you know, saving his team. Already with the Terrorblade, somewhat not really enabling that backline jump, but waves will be pushed. And most likely the Watson hero. They don't really flex it to ace, and with the closing pick in the in this phase, I would expect ace to, you know, probably return to the Centaur or the Tide, or, you know, any offlane that can farm and exist is exactly what they need. Especially when you have Terrorblade. It's like Terrorblade push one lane, Tide pushes the other. As long as the supports are good to secure the laning phase, you just create economy for free.
10 seconds remaining.
You sure do.
5 seconds.
Free economy is always nice. Free map pressure is also always nice as well. And that is something which will never be underrated in Dota. A lot of times when these new heroes come up and people go, whoa, why are they playing this hero on support? It's like, it pushes waves. It just pushes waves. That's like, it does one cool thing and it pushes waves. That's almost always the answer when these things happen. Which is always funny to look into. For example, Spirit Breaker. Why do we have patches where Spirit Breaker is the first phase hero every single time, highest contested? Well, it's usually when he can clear waves with like 2 spells.
A spell and a passive, let's be generous.
I remember the days. Spirit Breaker just charging around every single lane, just shoving waves relentlessly no matter what the game happened.
Then they decided to destroy the hero. Feels
Yeah,
bad,
they
man.
kind of did. They gutted him. They wanted his meat. I still think Tinker was like, I think Tinker's in a weird place now, kind of interesting at least, but like Tinker with his like heat-seeking missiles, laser, and Scyther Vice, which you could just permanently Scyther Vice people. Like, what? How did we put up with that for so long?
We didn't. What do you mean? One guy had fun, and then 9 other players suffered. It was the mid lane version of like Techies, right? It was like, if you play Tinker, it's his game. If you play Brood, it's his game. If you play Techies, it's his game. And oh my, finally, we get to see Brewmaster. I asked for Brew actually in the Avila series, but now we get to see Capybaras pick it up. Of course, if you're in a good game, you can get Vessel plus Radiance. You have the Air Panda to deal some damage to illusions. I think that's still a thing. Again, it's been some patches, but I'll blindly assume it is. I'll keep an eye out in the game. And yeah, just overall, I think the hero is not respected that much, but it should be played a little bit more.
Okay. I believe so. I'd like to see more of it. Brewmaster, always a fun one to see.
One pivot that actually would stop Brew from having fun is by putting the Terrorblade to offlane and then picking like Tusk Gyrocopter in the safe lane. Any way to kill the pandas feels really good, but instead gaming, not really overreacting to the Brewmaster at the moment. They go for the Keeper of Light, a natural pairing with the Terrorblade. Meta is for some reason not his ultimate. Crazy concept, which means Chakra does reduce its cooldown. So between the two of them, you can just keep Chakring him, teleport to him, Chakra him, and do everything in your power to ensure that that spell is off cooldown as quick as possible. And Silencer, a classic counter to Brewmaster. Jump in before the split. He doesn't like to buy Lotus or Manta really until much later on. So you'll always be able to kill him off if you have the damage. They don't at the moment though.
10 seconds remaining.
Not quite yet, but I'm sure they will pick it up later on in the draft. Usually with the Terrorblade, you want to get some big magic damage hero. Or Huskar. I respect Capybaras for not banning out the Huskar yet. You know, they're like, all right, let's just at least leave it to the last two. Don't let them get in our heads. Don't let them know that they're in our heads.
Radiant team pick.
Jakira going to come out. One more hero. Looking for mid or carry. What do we want to see here? Nothing which is too susceptible to Silencer, of course. But you can't really draft around this hero. There's no hero in the game which likes being silenced, so...
I think it's often a reason why gaming is such a hard team to draft against, because in this pick position, when you're second pick, you need to sacrifice a core, either to the hard counter of Ace in the off lane, or to Quinn in the mid lane, who's going to get again, we joke about it, but the Huskar or a Lina or some Queen of Pain, or like a sniper, like a lane dominator. So it's like you either give Ace the free lane to scale on the off lane, or you give Quinn the counter matchup. That's always very difficult. For now though, they do pick up the Slark, which most likely will be Kiritich in the safe lane role, which gives more information towards Ace, and we'll see where they want to go with it. Trying to think what offlaners Ace likes to play that go into the Slark. The ones that we've seen playing so far all kind of get countered by Slark, so maybe it's quite a cool anti-gaming pick. And they don't go for it yet. They do pick up the Storm Spirit. No major lockdown for Capybaras. It's an Ice Path, it's a Fear, it's nothing too special. It's quite a free Storm Spirit game. Instant ban from the puck. Of course, if there's plenty of offlaners, then you take the hero that's more valued. They value the Storm, and now they'll protect it with a couple bans.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like the Storm pick. Gives you some catch, gives you that damage you need to bring down a Brewmaster inside of the Silence, and not too susceptible by getting bullied, you know, has some sort of escape against a Brew as well. The last thing you want is some low mobility hero into Brew who can just be chased down by the Pandas, which is a real threat because those guys do a lot of damage, especially early on. Slark's definitely an interesting pick though. Like, it's pretty high risk, isn't it?
10 seconds remaining.
It is. It's very tempo based, and
5 seconds
I've seen so many Slark games where you just farm a Diffusal Ags, get 1-2 kills, and now you never get a kill again, right? And it is volatile. Centaur ban though for Capybaras. I need to double check Ace's hero pool. I'm scratching my head on what his hero is.
Gaming gladiators turn to ban.
Whether it's the Silencer or the Kotl on
It'll be Kotl position 4 most likely.
Tofu, okay.
Yeah, which then opens up for a lot of spam available, like a Legion Commander, for example. But they still ban the Gyrocopter. I already mentioned that it's a good counter to Brewmaster earlier in the draft, and they're going, you know what, Terrorblade could go off lane. They still pick the Gyro, so they're respecting it, which is fair. Keeping your eye open for this is good. I mean, Beast is already first phase banned. Could they Brood off lane here? The lane's a bit awkward, but you do get Spiderlings and eventually take over that side of the map. So Brood, I mean, honestly could be an option. Anyone who utilizes Chakra early on could be very annoying. Like the Legion. Even Magnus is fine with the Shockwave spam. You play a bit more defensive on lane. I mean, actually, you could probably theorize many different offlaners that can play into the Slark because of the Kotl.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of stuff which is previously not that great could actually be relatively decent. Or even like Tidehunter is going through the head. I know it's really bad against Slark, but if you have that refresh on the Anchor Smash, then I think it might be okay.
That one's probably a little bit more difficult. That's more a blinding light type thing, but I mean, is Bristle available? You could even Bristle if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's
Just
true.
keep coiling. The Kotl opens up so many fun heroes. That's fine. Stuns. Who needs stuns? You got a global, yeah.
Agreed.
I like Bristle. I like Legion. I like. Or you could even be creative and go Axe if you wanted to. Just keep spinning.
Yeah, Axe could be
Probably
very
not.
cool.
The axe is more just skip waves and play away from the Slark, not obviously hug him. That's a bit weird.
Actually. Especially with
Cringe.
Jakira and Ringmaster, two heroes which are just going to obliterate Axe's game.
Doom.
Boom.
Doom, sure.
All these exciting, fun options, and then...
Oh, to be very clear, I decided on this pick, I was only trying to cook the fun, exciting picks. I did not want to think of any stable, boring, like, haha,
Absolutely.
it's in meta. I was reaching. I was going for, like, the, you know, the big stars, but such is life. And now they Huskar!
Oh my god, they didn't ban it out. What are you doing?
Copy's like, fuck you, quit. I'm gonna take the Huskar.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
God, the
see how
pressure.
it feels.
Yeah. Oh no. But do you really want to pick Huskar against Quinn? It's like, imagine picking Huskar against Quinn and losing, right? Like, you Huskar the Huskar player, but you can't Huskar him because he knows how to deal with it. That aside, sure. He is going to be able to bully the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit at least does, you know, like to jungle. He's not like a mid laner that if pushed to the jungle, it feels, you know, abnormal for him. Worst case scenario, Kotl can go to mid. He can illuminate out the wave, maybe even chakra the storm while he's jungling. So I feel like there's already like a defensive mechanism available when the lane gets difficult, built in between the Kotl, the storm, and the jungle. But we'll see how Capybaras want to take it. This is very, very aggressive. A Slark in the lane against Doom potentially could chase him down. A Brewmaster against a Terrorblade should be able to farm. You pair that with the tower taking potential of a Jakiro, the team fight of a Ringmaster, the laning prowess of a Huskar. Like, this is a lineup should win some lanes and take over the early game, and we'll see if they can do it. But yeah, God, what a statement from Capybaras actually to kind of yoink the philosophy of gaming and throw it back at them.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good pick if you try to ignore the Doom, which hopefully you can. But yeah, Doom is always going to be an issue for Huskar, unfortunately. However, if you take that out of the equation, it might cause you some issues. So we'll see how this game at number 2 goes down with the stolen Huskar into Quinn. I mean, Quinn should be shut down. It just depends, like, can Quinn jungle? Can Quinn find farm elsewhere? Or does he find a way to play into the Huskar? Well, we've seen some really cool stuff coming out from Quinn previously when in one of these horrible matchups where he's just cutting waves or finding another way to get the farm in, you know, being creative. So
he'll find
we'll
ways.
see what his
He'll find
solution
ways.
is for this one.
Yeah, no, he's got the plan. I think it's just you need to execute on Capybaras. Like, you expect the kind of the small plays to be occurring from gaming, and also I think the last time we saw Quinn play Storm, he was very sacrificial. Like, the way he was jumping in, it was hilarious. Like, he was dying a couple of times, and it looked very confusing. But it's that layered aggression. He goes in first, baits out a spell. Now suddenly Ace and Watson capitalize on that, right? And this will probably be the same game. He's gonna have to go a little crazy. Like, from laning phase, it will be annoying. From mid game, once he gets to like BKB, he should look pretty good. But I hope build wise, he has a couple options. I think Orchid this game, like Kaya Orchid, could be really good, especially if he keeps hunting that Brewmaster. Don't allow him to be greedy and get Vessel and Radiance. If you put a target on his back and go, hey, please buy a Lotus, buy a Manta, buy something to survive, that could be enough to disrupt the aggression from Capybaras. So yeah, Copy, your last pick the Huskar. You need to do as much as you can to stop Quinn from entering this game.
We'll see if they're able to do that. They need to, not worry about overreacting to a Storm rotation, making sure that they make sure that, you know, you get those Dooms off on him and everything like that. I think they can shut him down. I think they can. He will like to play like a lunatic, as you say. This is how he does this. So we'll see. Game 2 now on the cards. Huskar
You know how
versus
Lela's
Storm Spirit in the middle lane.
Don't forget, Lela's typed in the last game, like, I hope you lose, you picked Huskar. Imagine if Quinn copied the same all chat. And then he loses. Just in case you're just tuning in for game 2, Lela's did last game say, I hope you lose because you picked Huskar. Gaming then won, like, 30 minutes later. Also, we did have some interesting facets last game. Do we have anything this time? Not really. Everyone has gone for what you could argue is somewhat maybe the favourite facet for each hero.
Watson, gotta be a little careful here. We'll be alright. There's some intense ward fight going on over this camp.
It just seems to be that the meta for the top ward, if we quickly look at the dire safe lane small camp, it's all about the tree positioning, right? It's the Offlane puts it inside there. The Dire puts it in the top tree that you just see there highlighted on screen. It's just hide the sentry, but now everyone knows about the spots. It's not as important because it's just eat the tree, check, move on with the laning phase. It's Quinn.
A little bit of fighting going on here as
A
Quinn's actually in
little.
trouble. It might just be a first blood. Kiritich is going to be able to get that. The worst hero in the game to get first blood on, because now you have +1 permanent agility. How do you play into this, Tico? I just don't know. Lane's over. He's got 1 agi.
When you said it like that, I really don't know how to respond to you.
It's just too much to deal with.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Lane. Time to watch Quinn get cooked now.
Oh yeah, because of the Huskar matchup. I kind of forgot Huskar was there. I was like, bro, you're unhinged. Oh, copy. Be careful.
Not going super hard for him. You don't have a point in Berserker's Blood as of yet.
I mean, this is a true test of the mid lane, right? Again, like Huskar is the shut you out mid laner. Quinn was able to do it. It really is gonna. All eyes are on copy.
There you go. Inner fire gained, and now Quinn has to not be here anymore.
What a cool hero.
Yes, super fun. Like every time in a game and someone comes up against a Huskar, I'm always just like, just don't feed. You
Yeah,
can be level
hit.
1 at 10 minutes. I don't care as long as you're just not dying.
I'm just not looking away from mid lane. I feel like at any minute there's a like Quinn's about to hit level 3. If copy's too far up, there is a world where Quinn just goes for the instant vortex, pulls him on the tower. Door! He's 7 XP away. That would have been so cool actually. If he
Top
made the
lane,
play, but he didn't,
Infernal,
yep.
getting very low, and is going to drop. That'll be a nice kill to start the game off for Watson. Not respecting the Metamorphosis at level 2. Getting caught out. Might have not had... Yeah, didn't have the level 2, so... Just getting beaten on down. Although, well, he's going to die to Lelis here. Lelis just stacking up the impalements, and now using the whoopee cushion to get himself away.
I just need the camera to look at Quinn real quick, just for the screenshot, because Reddit might like it. It's 2 minutes in, look where Quinn is. Ah, Kiritich is butt dying, sure.
Good job, Web Pass, ignoring
Good job.
the...
No, he's catching. He's like, we make a request, he doesn't get missed a kill, and he gets the request.
Goes
That's why
into
he's
the queue.
best. Yeah, he's in the queue, exactly. I'm just testing him, you know, it's like potentially last game of the day, we've done 3 series, and, you know, keeping him on his toes. But you've lied to me though, Nomad. You said that Slark with 1 agi is, you know, game's already over. Why is he dying?
Yeah, no, he messed up big time. No reason to die when you've got 1 agi. So yeah, Quinn reduced to the jungle. He Huskar'd, now he got Huskar'd. Is what it is. At the very least, Copy won't be able to put a ton of tower pressure on, really. Just shove the wave in a bit, farm up, and enjoy his free lane. And Quinn's kind of just like, yeah, cool, good for you, enjoy it. Fly, being bounced around a little bit by Toto. I do love what I've seen from Coddle so far. This recall thing is really awesome. I'm a big fan.
I just don't like the fact that Shard. I mean, I like the fact, sorry, let me rephrase that. The Shard is so good in that you have 2 heroes that you can recall, right? So it's like, you recall someone to you, recall to an ally, and now suddenly it's like, you bring 2 heroes to any hero on the map, and it's like, IO needs to have Tether and an ultimate, and Kotl can just pretty much do that with just with a Shard. It's quite insane. Maldi though
such
stepped
a
up.
high, like, oh, Maldi is going to be falling to Infernal here, but Infernal might turn around and die as well, but no, they're probably not actually. Watson doesn't have the Metamorphosis at the moment, so the Panda's going to be okay for the time being. Lelis also threatening quite a lot with the amount of damage he can put out. Quinn back to the fountain once again to get a refill. Is he going to try and contest mid after this one?
I mean, for the sake of everyone's pubs, I'm happy that his jungling isn't that efficient.
Yeah.
Like, if he was like, if he was like 300 gold behind the Huskar, it's like, oh my god, is Storm jungle viable? But it's just that awkwardly bad. that people shouldn't be trying it. It really is like the worst case scenario for a Storm Spirit. But like we said in the draft, it at least is an option for a Storm Spirit compared to other mid laners.
God, even fortifying for that range creep, that
Yeah.
that is some serious levels of just get out of my lane. Just leave.
He's not even really getting any of the XP either. It's very unfortunate for him. Now, oh come on, let's leave him alone, man. He's getting Huskard. What are you?
Let's get
They
a ward
really
up
are-
there,
yeah.
see what he's up to, maybe look for a Tame the Beast.
No, he's just gonna wait for Quinn to get low from the neutral camps and maybe even look for the kill. Oh, with the bottle charge, back to full HP. How is this the most riveting part of the game? We're just watching a jungling
Just
storm.
taking his XP, is that what's going on? He's gonna
Yeah,
follow
no, he
it
also
around.
is.
Well,
Yeah.
Infernal is just gonna leave, TP out, should be fine.
He
Oh
didn't
God, don't block
TP
his
to
camp.
base though, so he's blocking the camp.
Oh my God.
He could body block the other one. Go on, Lellis. Body block the other one. No. Oh,
Send in a funhouse mirror. Oh, hello, how are you?
Is under attack.
My illusion, which has giant hands for some reason. Oh, walks in, sees Tofu. In comes Coffee, flying across onto Quinn, starting to get those burn stacks coming in. But Tofu is here to help out, and a lot of other heroes coming across here as Maldi's going to go onto Lelis with those glaives, taking him pretty damn low. A couple more clicks will be required. Lelis trying to get denied and is successful in doing so. Thank you very much, Boglets. Quinn thought he could come into middle lane for a minute and get himself a couple of creeps, but that's not going to happen. Fly moves across, sees the double damage. Huskar will most likely pick that one up. Is Quinn going to have to walk back to base once again?
Dire are scanning.
I think Qualifiers, they're gonna be careful there, right? Like the fact that their aggression, with completely free from Huskar, nearly led to their support dying and Storm just being in the proximity to get a bit of XP. They're the mistakes that kind of create the comeback. Sure, it's double the net worth on the Huskar. Need to be careful. Need to be disciplined. Can't get carried away with the free lane.
Nice jump on the top lane onto Watson. Watson, he is level 6, but a nice timing on the fear from Lelis. Make sure that Thunder will not come off, and Watson will be going down. Copy now picking up the armlet of... completely forgot what it's called for a minute there.
No, you got it, you got it.
Yep.
Mordigan.
We just never call it the full name, do we?
Is under attack.
No. But also we say Rosh, not Roshan, right? Like, I think we're pretty, we abbreviate. I think for gaming, actually, they RNG lost their mid tower. Because if Huskar didn't have DD rune, or amp damage, my apologies, this tower would still be pretty healthy in the mid lane, and Kotl could have kept it alive a little bit longer, but
Is under
with the amp damage copy, expertly focused on the objective, and through taking top passively with Brewmaster, taking mid, they are going to have a lot of options to smoke through the enemy jungle, with both tier 1s being taken.
55 to 36 on CS, but that 36 CS does come from the jungle, so some of it not quite as valuable.
Oh yeah, we're looking at net worth now. It's 4,000
Yeah,
to
I know,
Huskar,
I know.
2,000 to Storm.
That sums it up, really, doesn't it? Copy looking. Seeing if there's an opportunity here, but there is certainly not one in Quinn. He's like, oh, maybe,
Oh, bot
maybe I
lane,
can
Doom.
hit a few creeps. Kiritich falling. There's your first Doom of the game. It's a classic, really, isn't it? We saw this the last Doom we saw today, where you hit level
Malady,
6,
see
you
ya.
drop the Doom, you get the kill. Yeah, split comes out, Mardy goes down.
Quick, had a little look at the dead body location. I mean, to be fair, Slark is 500 gold away from the diffusal blade.
He's doing alright, as Copy jumping in deep here onto Tofu and easily takes him down, and seeing all of these big, beautiful stacks. Boys, get in here. You got some creeps to farm. Not sure he
I'm
can
not
do this
expecting it.
alone.
No, I think he has to respect the team around him. But it's a build that I see in top level pubs. It's the armlet into blink dagger. Not expecting it here because of you have to scale into the game with BKB.
Oh, Copy's coming in again. I mean, he doesn't really care about the stacks. He just wants to kill off Malady, and that is he absolutely will. not denied by the creeps. Quinn just ignoring his support, desperately trying to take the rest of these creeps, but I don't think he's going to get to do so. Fly's here as well to make sure these guys go down, and between him and Copy, they're going to take them all. That is rough.
Intermission potentially. He was posturing it. He thought about it for a second, but no, he didn't. No, he's just going for the BKB. He's just trying to secure his game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
10 minutes in on this one. 2,000 gold advantage for the Qualifiers. This Huskar's paid off massively so far. Will it keep on doing so in this game? Game in, they on the back foot for the first time this series. See if it can turn into anything more than just a one-laning phase. Can they turn that into mid-game aggression and start to set themselves up for a victory here, Capybaras?
It's all going to be about Watson, right? Watson with the Terrorblade. His itemization naturally does play into what Husker doesn't like. He likes to buy Skadi, he can go Butterfly, Hurricane Pike for the repositioning, even Manta for the Wave Shove. So if Watson continues to go uncontested, you could argue this lead on the Husker doesn't really mean much if he can turn that around with one important fight.
On forward onto the Doom. Kiritic looking for a little bit of revenge for earlier. Ace trying to get himself away, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do so. A bit too much damage coming on through. Tofu even TPing himself in here. Quinn looking for the opportunity here on to Fly. Fly on the Jakiro. Pretty easy to bring down. Shouldn't be too much trouble. As Tofu will recall in and make sure that Quinn's able to get the kill.
Yeah, that's pretty important to kill, right? 4,000 gold onto the Storm. He's still kind of keeping that 2,000 net worth difference from the Husker alive, and if anything, kind of clawing back at it. With time, with XP, especially with Coddle, dragging him around the map, he's just going to farm maybe at the same rate as this free lane in the Husker. And the Brewmaster, he went straight for the Radiance. He's not even thinking of any other item, but doomed up. Copy's in the area. We'll see what can happen here. Big zip from Quinn from the right-hand side.
Ooh,
And Copy.
good damage out onto Copy, to be honest. Copy very low indeed, but Kiritic's going to jump in and then we'll take him down. Quinn is gone. Infernal going to live through it all. Now look for the turnaround here onto Ace. Does he have the split available? He certainly does. Use it now.
Kill
Nice
Copy.
ice path from Fly as well. Ace to full also. Tofu. He's just trying to get out here, but Watson's sort of being left behind. But, I mean, if your Terrorblade dies here, that's really massive, and he's going to. The Wheel of Wonder's down, and Watson is dead.
Copy's going to be pretty annoyed after that fight. He just didn't toggle one of the right clicks from the Terrorblade, and Terrorblade just got the kill. And for gaming at least, I'm trying to work out if you're gaming, do you take that as worth? We'll see if they get any exit kills potentially. Quinn is straight back into the fight. Yeah.
Yep, that is the Tofu effect, but he might just be caught back into feed straight again. Oh my god, Tofu gets a kill as well, so it's not even like he got a kill for that. That is
You
so
said
bad.
that's the... Wait, the TP? See ya!
Fight.
I like how you said that's the Tofu effect, like in a praising way, and then it soon become the Tofu effect was, I kill my mid laner and steal the kill.
Yeah, that's the Tofu effect.
That's the Tofu effect.
It's a blessing and a curse. This Coddle is so funny. The way he just zips around the map, drags you around the map. You don't really get to play your game anymore. Tofu just becomes a chess master. You're simply his pawn.
Yeah, gaming. They understand that this game will last a long time. Of course, Doom going for the Midas, not thinking about like dropping to blink. They're just trying to sit back, farm as much as possible, and poke where necessary to ensure they don't give Capybaras free access to every single objective. 14-minute wisdom. Yeah, Kiritic. Jakiro is in position.
Ooh, very good timing there from Kiritic, and Quinn's going to go down again. Watson also not looking too pretty here, but you've got to stay away. The Sunder is available, will be used, but Fly, he's getting busy onto Watson here. Wants to stand his ground, and Kiritic's able to heal up, turn around, and kill him. Watson is dead.
Oh no, Ace is back in from Tofu.
Why?
Did he just... That's why.
Okay, well, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
now
okay,
Malady
gets drawn. God. I think it's okay. I think there's just
Yeah, this
someone's
one's fine,
going.
yeah.
Dying. Oh my god. The monk of gameplay from Tofu. He's like, I'm bringing you into Doom the Slug. I don't want to.
upper
Don't make
management's
me.
watching the game, and Tofu's like, if I just ruin the stats
Oh,
line for
God.
my teammates.
Teleported right in front of the Huskar. He does survive this time in the fountain, just about, but
No,
Good
I know. Tofu's
God.
screenshot on the scoreboard. Look at my team: 5 death Malady, 3 death Doom. You know, what can you do?
he's gonna buy a blink dagger and just teleport them to him. Just like blink into the fountain
Blink
at this
out.
rate.
Oh god. Contract
Tofu is a
renewals are next
menace.
week. On a more serious note, though, Malady is not really in sync with the initiations of his team. Couple games now with the globals. This time the Storm jumps in. I feel like any time you jump in on Storm, that just has to be a global. I understand that you want to process the fight first, see if it's really used. You don't want to waste it, but in that moment, jumping a Slark, just global. Prevent the ultra, prevent the Dark Pack. Even if the support's there, it doesn't matter. You're protecting your silencer. No, your Storm Spirit, sorry, but you allow for the Wheel of Wonder, you allow for the Ice Buff to come out, and then you put the global down. It was just that a little too out of sync for the quality of this game, what is required to put gaming in a winning position.
I completely agree. I think whoever's... I mean, it doesn't even need to be communicated, you know, if your Storm's jumping like that, then Maldy needs to be pressing Global Silence, but I'm sure they've had that conversation. I'm sure Quineth would have very politely and calmly let him know.
Yep. Thank you very much, Silencer. I appreciate your efforts, but could that please be a second earlier? Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure he talks the same way in his pubs too.
To filter Quinn's language.
No. Quinn Pub and Quinn Pro is very different. I'll stand it. Yeah.
We've all heard that.
He's actually more unhinged in the pro team. It's crazy.
Kiritich on the hunt, using the smoke.
They do have global.
Oh, Quinn zips straight up into him and doesn't get a chance to get away. He might just be dead here. Copy comes across as well, but they've got the invis. Doesn't matter. He's dead. The silence out from Copy, and Quinn will go down again. Tofu.
Luckily, doesn't have ultimate to bring in a teammate.
Yeah. Fortunately for everybody else on his team.
Alright, Inferno picked up the Radiance on the Brewmaster. And Copy... double bash. Is going Roshan. They did ping it on Keeper of Light. Maybe. Ooh! If this isn't quick enough, Storm TP's back in with the recoil of Coddle, zip straight in.
Yeah,
there
they've
is
got
a
a chance here. It's a very short window, but they might just manage it. But no, it's not happening.
Oh, God, these bashes are tantalizingly close. And
Goodness gracious.
oh my golly gosh.
I spilled my tea. It's down the bottom lane. There's somebody else getting spilt here, and that is Lelis's blood. He will fall to Watson. Give away an Aegis. They get a kill into Lelis. Not a good trade. It does look like Capybaras are set up to do very well in this game too. Maybe even win it.
Whoa. Let's not get carried away here.
I'm getting carried away. It's a 4K gold launch. It's an Aegis on the Huskar. Things are going great.
Okay. It's a lane-winning team who have won lanes. I gotta see him take a big fight. I gotta see that 5-on-5 before I get invested in the Capybaras.
I wouldn't have faith if it was just like Copy farmed on Huskar. I wouldn't care about that. But Kiritich is having a great game as well. He's been moving. He's been schmoving.
But there is a Doom in the game. That
Yeah,
net
Doom, one
worth
of
can
them.
go straight to 0. Sure, true. Oh, Copy is doomed. Funny
Yeah,
enough,
well,
we bring it
he's
up.
one of them.
He's under the tier 2.
Yeah, he is a little bit.
He took a page out of Quinn's book for the Huskar gameplay last game, it seems.
Yeah, he's like, right, I just gotta do. Someone said to him at the start of the game, just do what Quinn did, and he's like, got it, boss.
Got it, boss. Tier 2 early on, no worries. Only hold the Aegis for like 45 seconds. Okay, chief. Check.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh.
attack.
They're setting up on Tom and Pop, sorry.
Yeah, Tofu is here, looking at Lelis. Lelis should be brought down, although that damn box is very annoying. There's still a tier 1 available. Kiritich going to double jump forward onto Tofu here. Has the vision to put down to get on top of... Did he have he's just got sentries. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's trying to deward, of course. Dewarding the enemy hero. Oh, nice
Good
pounce.
Slark. That ward ran away from him. Very weird, but does die regardless. Kiritich gets the kill.
being bottom. Ringmaster, Brewmaster.
Two masters.
Yes.
Frightful combination.
Of circus and alcohol.
Good combo. Doom's gonna be fine. TP's out, no interrupt for the Huskar.
Watson, what? Oh, the bold position. He's just standing on the high ground, watching the Brew run at him. He left when the Brew walked up. He's like, okay. I'm kind of expecting more though from Capybaras. This isn't why I'm not too excited to hype up them winning the game. Is them converting the lane win and early Aegis into buildings is relatively difficult. Slark plays the map, Huskar plays the map, looking for kill. Brew, sure with ult can hit a tower with the Earth Panda, but in the early game to mid game, you want to utilize the ultimate to progress the team fight, and that's where I'm not seeing the smoke to hunt the TB, the smoke to kill the Doom. That you're not stopping the farming on the Tricore, and Terrorblade, Doom, even the Storm to some degree, trying his best to catch up. Like they're not pulling ahead. The 4K lead has still been a 4K lead, and that's why I'm a little worried for them. I need to see more explosive kind of map players. And it would have helped maybe if Copy retained the Aegis a little bit longer, but the solo dive on the bot tier 2 did kind of thwart that ability to go aggressive, it seems.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal. At least Quinn got a kill with his.
Hey, stop comparing.
Apologies.
No worries.
Kiritich just continuing to use his advantage to farm really deep down lanes. This is usual high MMR carry stuff. Just when you're this far ahead, you know you can't die. Just farming really deep and being in places where normally you wouldn't be able to be to create more map for your team. Ooh, jump across from Tofu to get across to Quinn. Always interesting when he's caught by an Atos but still able to teleport out of there.
Yeah, one of the kind of questions we asked during the draft was, will Storm go for an Orchid based on the Brewmaster? But of how kind of poorly the games went, he's just gone for survivability, go for the Kyre and the Sange, tank up as much as possible. If he does complete the Witchblade, additional armor, kind of additional ways to, oops, if I get caught, maybe I can survive. And, good damage through the right clicks. Capybaras kind of sweeping the map, Slark leading the charge, the rest of the team kind of playing the middle portion. You can see on the minimap, Brewmaster kind of frantically drawing, like, please guys, we know they're there. I want to kill them. He's trying to cool his team down. And, and now with the Invis Copy, is trying to find someone. Might run into Tofu here. But he does have a Glimmer Cape. Okay, flying in position with Dusto. And surprise!
Yep, he's a goner. Nice try, Tofu. Does get brought down. Brought on his warding mission. Other hero dead. Big pickup from Watson though. He's going to be able to grab his Orchid. This could be good for catching out the Brewmaster, as you mentioned. Your Storm's not getting it, so Watson will fill in the blanks.
Sure. Even into Slark, right? Like if you can combo it nicely. I've seen Terrorblades, be very active on the map. Ace though getting jumped into. He does have the Congressions of the Deep. Plus a BKB, so should be okay.
Comes out, turning it around. Kiritich going for the TP out here, and will just about make it. Ooh, he was caught. Could have been caught for a second there, but Quinn wasn't ready for it.
It's another thing to think about in the Doom vs Slark matchup, right? Like having the Congressions and AoE stun. Slark, sure you used to have the War Stomp from the Centaur, but it's just another way of stunning the Slark. It'd be pretty helpful.
Hello, Copy. Doom comes out. BKB immediately answered by the Huskar, but I'm not sure it's going to make a difference. Even with the Global Silence coming down, he's just dead. Quinn takes him out. That's a therapy kill if ever I've seen it. The Hustler trying to get himself away. The Gaming Gladiators, they are on his back. Nice usage of the escape back, though. Is it going to make a difference? Kiritich popping the ult, just trying to escape, using the Aghanims to get himself a bit of distance here, slowing down Ace, but Quinn will not let him leave. Electric Vortex coming on down, damage coming in, and Kiritich is dead. Quinn brings him down. It's a triple kill onto the enemy team. 3 of them dead. And they don't lose anybody on Gaming Gladiators. This game suddenly just evened out.
I mean, it's the power of the draft, right? You've got the Doom instantly onto the Huskar. You get the kill. Quinn constantly getting buffed up by Tofu, chakra after chakra, recall for that additional chakra, just ensuring that he can continue that chase. And you know, between the Doom and the Storm, they eventually do get that Slark kill, and the entire time Watson just A-clicking throughout the fight. And yeah, the value of the Orchid. He gets it on the Slark, he prevents the instant jump away with the Aghanims, and between everyone on gaming, they perfectly get 3 very critical kills to bring that economy to their side, and they finally take a net worth lead. Watson, top net worth, now 15,500. Doom right behind him, and you know, Storm Spirit, don't forget, he was 2,000 net worth to the 4,000 of Huskar. He's now only like 1k net worth away. Like, he has kept his job, focused on the farm, ensured he's ready to fight for his team, and it's only going to get harder for Capybaras. They're smoked up, they feel the need to be aggressive. They are the ones who are meant to own this map, but they've been thwarted, only finding the Keeper Light, only finding, you know, the measly support now and again, time and time. But yeah, another smoke into nothing. It's just getting outplayed on the map.
If you want to have
wait,
some fun
hold,
as well,
they,
just
wait, they might find Quinn. 1 second, hold. Oh, he zips out. Sorry, back to you. What's fun?
It's fun. Just next time Tofu's ulti's up, just double click on his hero portrait and just go on a journey around the map. It's a good time.
Does it give you whiplash?
No, it's like a fun evening drive. You know, it's just warm enough to have the window down.
Oh, Malady in the bot lane. Is he having fun?
No, he's being hacked apart by an angry fish.
Radiant's top tower is under
It's
It is
okay.
continuing to find opportunities.
Alright, press recall, Tofu. We're looking at you. No man has demanded that we watch you.
Yep, here we go.
Wow.
This time he's teleporting other people around. That's less fun. Last time he literally just like chain cast a bunch of them on himself and just went like boop, 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 and was just bouncing around all over the place. It's actually insane. This is very disappointing. I'm sorry, everybody. I've let you all down. But mostly Tofu has let us down. Scribbles drawn by Infernal.
Smoke up as well.
He
4
says.
heroes. Yep. Playing behind Watson.
Yeah, the smoke has been red, but how do they respond to it?
This is the fight. Whoever wins it should be able to play for Roshan soon after. Ace just jumping in straight away onto Infernal.
Yeah, they want to try and take him down before he gets off that primal split. And with the Doom coming out, they're actually struggling to chase him down. Everybody's split here, but they managed to get the jump onto Quinn. Kiritich catches him off guard, and they can take him down with the help of Copy. He will die. Infernal does eventually fall to Ace as Ace finally concludes his fight. Watson, he's jumping in deep here. Don't look at the wheel. He looked at the wheel. Now he's taking so much damage. Tofu coming in, trying to help him out. Can he get on the Sundered? No, he cannot. Watson is gone, but Kiritich has fallen as well. Ace just seems to be the king of this fight, running at everybody. Copy cowering from the Doom. He cannot stand his ground here. At least he feels he can't. He's going to jump in and maybe just die. Nice toggles, keeping him alive a little bit longer. He's trying. He's toggling. Copy 1v3. He does have Lullis behind him, but it's not going to be enough. Ace will die, but takes Copy down with him. Jesus, what a massacre that fight was. Ace just killing everybody.
Yeah, and a fight where the Slark just didn't get his all the BKB off. Quite an uncomfortable engagement there, but you know. Both teams really focusing on the key heroes. As soon as Storm zips in and he looks vulnerable, they get on top of him. The Brewmaster, such a key target to go on. They get the Doom, but it's only like the last tick of Doom that actually got the killing blow. It was so close to Infernal getting the Brew split off, which would have fully turned that fight around. Gaming, I think they got to be a little careful. It's like in an item's time, if they execute like that, Capybaras will be able to turn it around. Infernal, he had to really see a split in the last couple of fights. It's always been a jump him first. I think he needs to play a little bit more careful if possible. You could argue it could go either way, but still leaning on that scaling of gaming. As they get Lelas.
Yeah,
Again in the same spot top. We've seen this death before.
Oh, hold on.
The Depth
Kiritich
Shroud.
comes in,
Okay.
saves the day. Yeah, what an ability that one is. Malady will be falling. The rest of the team goes looking in for more here, but Tofu being annoying, TPing people around to stopping them from really being able to close the gap onto anybody. So just a kill onto Malady. Gaming Gladiators have the advantage, but will
We
not
also-
stop the Capybaras from getting into the pit.
We also don't see Yashakai on Doom too often, right? But I'm guessing into Slark, the car speed bonus is probably enough to kind of make or break if you get the Doom or not. Kiritich, though, jumping onto Tofu. Has to wait for his 4-star.
Roshan as a bait beautifully, getting Tofu. That's a key pick off the Gaming Gladiators. This is going to make their fight so much harder. Ace getting himself back. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Copy and Infernal back into the pit.
Is it not? Okay,
Oh, no.
Slark's going to take it, yeah.
This is going to get all
Oh,
really,
no.
really quickly.
Hey, no, it's gonna die, it's
Roshan,
gonna die,
He's on
it's
the
gonna
move.
die.
They're going to try and kill it.
Oh, Queen got it! Woo!
Runs through it in the river, picks up the Aegis.
And then the
on
Doom,
a
no!
moving Roshan. Are you shitting me?
we
Brings
are.
down Copy, looking for more. Kiritich is gone as well. Everybody is getting taken out there, but Quinn getting low actually inside of the wheel. He's going to jump on forwards. He doesn't care. He's got an Aegis. Infernal is coming out the other side. Squid actually ends up finishing off Fly, getting the credit for that one. Lela's TPing out of the trees. He's going to leave. Infernal, though, might be in some trouble. They're following that Panda to the ends of the earth. They want the Panda to come out the
5
other
more
side.
seconds.
Might not be okay here, Watson. He wants to finish the job. Walk it out, damage in. He's got the Manta and the box to hide inside as well. Maybe stacking those up wasn't the best move. And now under the tier 4s, dragging him back. Infernal trying to get himself away. The evasion. It's going to keep him alive. He might just live through this for now. Infernal does live. But, yeah, their base is also fine as well. So short 2 towers up in this top lane. But what a steal from Quinn, I mean. On the moving Roshan as well. I don't know how he pulled that one off.
You have to feel so bad for Capybaras. Like, that's one of those moments where you watch the replay, you see like a key hero just not hitting the Roshan, like who didn't do the damage to allow him to leave the pit. They knew it was going to be turning daytime. They knew it was going to be moving to the bottom side of the pit, and Quinn, he was ready. He was in position. As soon as he sees it walk down the river, he's like, wait a second, guys, it's my time to shine. Zips on through, takes the Aegis, but you've got to be more, just cleaner execution. It's so easy to say, right, as a spectator, but for Capybaras to go to the pit, to not actually kill it before it moves to the bottom, it is a blunder. Maybe they just expected more damage from the Huskar. They had 21 stats of Burning Spears. Like, you kind of think Roshan should fall, but it doesn't, and wow. Gaming, kind of 3v5, clutch up the fight, and then with the power of Kotal, they bring everyone into the engagement. 8,000 gold now, and all 3 cores of Gaming have finally overtaken the Capybaras Tricor, who were demolishing the early game.
Yeah, they really are. They really were, sorry. And now, well, it's all Gaming Gladiators favored. 9k gold advantage. The Terrorblades are looking like a monster. Slark struggling to go up his damage in the fight. Coffee just getting doomed up in these fights.
And
Really
Ace,
hard.
his build is kind of toxic, right? He gets the caster speed bonus for the Ashakaya. He then sees that Huskar went for a Lincoln's, so just instantly buys a Halberd. So now it's like, congrats, you invested in an item that I've already countered. Unlike, who was playing Doom earlier? Was it, I think it was Gambit Paris or Bayuk from Passion UA, who had the mana burn the entire time. Ace clearly values the Congressions of the Deep, right? That AoE stun, 1.4 seconds. So he doesn't want to lose that spell, hence why he's buying an item to break the Lincolns instead. But again, different Doom players, different perspectives on what neutral creep they like, and slightly different builds.
Yeah, specifically this game playing into the Slark, you know, it just makes sense. You want to make sure that you get that stun through the ulti and through the Depth Shroud.
Again, just to be clear, the mana burn, of course, is just a Lincoln's break against Huskar. He, doesn't have mana. Just before someone's like, well, of course he doesn't have mana. Burn. You know that one guy in chat would say it. Leave me alone.
Is there?
It's actually me. Self-flame. Oh, trying to jump on Kiritich. Double jump. The force, the
Congressions? Where's the Congressions? Oh, there they are. That's why he doesn't want to get rid of it, folks. That's why he's keeping hold of that one. Kiritich now has no choice but to just try and stand his ground inside the Depth Shroud, but when he comes out the other side, he's a dead little fishy. It's a beachside barbecue, and Slark's on the menu for Gaming Gladiators in the top lane.
I mean, the synergy there from Gaming. They identify the fact that Slark double pounce, the support's forcing the Doom, knowing he has the AoE stun. They get him right into position, and yeah. Slark.
So sick.
Caught off by himself. It's often the problem of Slark. You might control the early game, but the ability to impact the game, to influence the fights, it unfortunately does fade away as time progresses.
As do all things. Quinn gonna see the double damage, grabs it up for himself.
Don't forget, they did steal the gem, right? In the previous fight, right? A couple fights ago, sorry. When they killed Copy with the Doom, Quinn then killed Fly and got a free gem. So the reason why the map feels so hard to play is just no wards available for Capybaras.
Radiant are
Yeah, just
scanning.
taking them all. Yep, you can see here. Fly purchased a gem, Quinn steals it, and now the wards are only red. They're only gaming.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Very
Oh, they're
blind.
trying to set up onto Infernal. They TP everyone in. Quinn
Yep.
kills himself.
Tofu bringing the whole gang. He will get off the split though, so it's going to be a little tricky.
They're not chasing him. This is one of the most awkward kills of a brew I've seen in some time, but it is probably going to work. Watson's now coming from the south. Well, he's not dead.
Counted it early, okay. I think it was early anyway. Either way, he's dead.
That'd have been a pretty cool juke actually if he cancelled it, ran behind the tree, turned off Radiance, and just waited. Oh, Fly's gotta be careful.
Up in the hot
Yo,
top
oh,
lane.
Fly doesn't know! Fly doesn't know! Fly! He doesn't know that gives vision! He lacks critical information! Yo, weapons, can you... Oh wait, I can draw.
Quinn just pinged
This
it
is
as well.
this is dire vision, guys.
Yeah.
Always know that. This is dire vision. Very scary. Never go here. Same thing for Radiant. You can actually see it better on Radiant due to the nighttime, but there's the Radiant vision. Never stand here.
The funny thing is, Fly actually pinged it after he died as well. He was like, "Oh, guys, that gives vision."
Yeah,
In
yeah.
case you didn't know.
No, he probably does know, but in the moment when you're talking to your team, you're clicking around, you know, you just click a little bit too far. I'm pretty sure he knows, but for the sake of the cast, he doesn't know! There you go. Sounds a lot better.
We're going into Ace here. Trying to bring him down before he can get off an ulti, but that's not really going to work. Microphone just not really doing that much damage this late into the game. Another global side's coming down. Coffee, he's getting low here. He's trying to run out, but he's going to get doomed up to seal his fate. That is a dead Huskar. Dead Kiritich as well in the backlines as Watson finds him. Looking like the beginning of the end here for the Capybaras. There is no buyback on the Slark, and Infernal caught out of the backlines as well. Of course, still doesn't have the split because he died earlier on with it. Buyback's available on the Huskar and on the Panda. Immediately coming out for Brewmaster. They're going to get back into the fight here, but they are not leaving on Gaming Gladiators. They're just going to keep the pressure coming in. Jump in, Quinn, somehow getting caught inside that ice bar. They'll move over to the Brewmaster once again. Brew, this time, as I mentioned, does have the split. That should be enough to force back Gaming for now. You don't want to give them any opportunity to turn this one around. Sorry, I'm enjoying the Tofu show again. It's just for me. It's just for me.
Yeah, sorry, you okay?
He only does it for me. Just flying around the place so quickly. Just into all his teammates. It's crazy. 25k gold advantage now for Gaming Gladiators. All of their cores successfully above all of the cores on the side of Capybaras. Watson, he's got himself the Bloodthorn, the Hurricane Pike, the Mantis Style, and the Butterfly, and BKB to go along with it. Ace sitting pretty with the Blink, with the Octarine, Yashikaya. Kiritich trying to find an opportunity onto Watson here. Watson, just shoot the TP out of it. See you later, buddy. Basher was available, but I don't think Slark had the sight there.
You know a hero is conceptually broken when he can just drag 25,000 net worth heroes to the corners of the map to keep hunting for that 15k net worth heroes, like desperately trying to farm. At any minute he can bring 55,000 gold into a fight. I think when you word it like that,
way.
you really think Connor's broken.
Suddenly get the idea that they might be doing Roche here, so Quinn keeps on jumping forwards, trying to find more. Jakira's going to be that more. And there's the heals coming out, the mana chakras for Tofu, just to make sure that Quinn can finish the job. Has enough gas in the tank to do so. I'll kill off Fly. And into the pit we shall go for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh
They
yeah.
may try and fight this.
They might. I mean, they're posturing. They're looking. Using that time vision from Slark. There is a Doom available and a Global. You are missing a Jakiro. It would be an optimistic fight into 28,000 gold deficit. Yep. So wait, whilst they do Roshan, do you think Aui's going to give Quinn that North American treatment? Just first pick him Storm Spirit every game at ESL Raleigh because he's standing in for Falcons.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, he's even though he had a bad lane, he's still playing really well. I could see a world where he gets Bulbard at Raleigh.
They could hold him. He needs to make it to the grand finals for that to happen. Though Slark getting jumped down to the bottom side, and he is just gone. And that should be it. 80 seconds, no Slark. Game in are not going to let them get away with this one. They Huskar them, then they get Huskar'd, but they come out the other side. And now they're looking to secure game number 2 and their ticket to DreamLeague Season 26. One last hurrah may be possible from Capybaras here. They do have this double fortify to try and buy time for their Slark to come back. But game in, ever the clinical team, going to go for the middle barracks before going for the end.
Quite hypnotic making all these illusions, yeah.
And
GG.
GG comes out. They're done. Well, not the kind of big finale we were hoping for this game, and maybe not the big NC's qualifiers that the gaming fans were hoping for, but nevertheless, 2-2-0s is definitely what the gaming fans will be wanting to see, and they will secure their spot at DreamLeague Season 26 without too much difficulty here.
Yeah, I think for gaming at least, you're seeing a improvement of aggression from them. That early game, like the speed in which they take towers, like the fact that we saw mid tier 2 yesterday at 30 minutes falling, we're seeing like top tier 2 falling early on as well. Like they really are doing quite a good job at like just the aggression of the game. But yeah, also I kind of blended the Capybaras taking tier 2, but it's fine. Either way, gaming Gladiators, and even when they're behind, they find ways to recover. I would argue that the Huskar pick from Capybaras felt a little bit too much of a mid laner, I want to beat the enemy mid perspective, because like having the Huskar, there's a Doom available in the enemy team. When the fight's got critical, all you do is Doom the Huskar, you get to play out a good fight, right? So maybe not the best Huskar drafted, but against gaming, you always feel like you want to Huskar them for them Huskaring you, right? And yeah, gaming, looking good. Improvements are required though, but they are looking good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just feel like there's a bit of a casual aura coming into this one. You know, they're not too worried about what's going to go down. They had a lot of self-confidence coming into it. And yeah, as long as they did their homework, which I believe they did, you know, they prepared for their series, and then they just come in, they play their Dota, and they kind of swagger through it. So yeah, not breaking too much of a sweat here, and securing the 2-0, and I'm very excited to see them, of course, playing at DreamLeague Season 26, alongside the other qualified team from this region, which of course was Tundra yesterday, which means there's only one more slot available for this region, and well, now the predictable teams are out of the way. We've got Tundra and Gaming Gladiators both qualifying. Now it gets a little bit interesting. Who is going to qualify between Team Secret, Na'Vi Jr., Avalus, and Capybaras? That is what we're going to find out tomorrow. That is when we'll be back for the next round of the Western EU qualifiers. We'll start off with two streams, as we have Na'Vi Jr. versus Avalus and Secret versus Capybaras. What's up, T?
Quick thing, we've got to say it. Tofu MVP of that game. Splendid work, sir. We forgot to say it, but I felt like it was required. Yeah, there we go. Now, back to you to send it to the end of stream.
Send it to the end of time. Absolutely, let's do it. So yeah, two streams happening tomorrow. We'll have Team Secret versus Capybaras to find out who's going through from that one. Then we'll have Na'Vi Jr. versus Avalus as the other stream going on. Those will be simultaneous series, and then we will have the final series of the qualifiers between the winners of those two series to find out who is going to be our final team making it through. Very quickly, T Governor, the last thing from you: who do you think it's going to be? Who do you think is going to qualify tomorrow?
Na'Vi Jr.
All right. I think I am going to go for...
It's so hard, man. It's so hard.
I might be leaning Avalus. I might go for it. Yeah, I know.
I thought you were going to say Secret. I think my head tells me Na'Vi Jr., but for some reason, why not? Why not Secret finally do it? Probably not though, but why not? There it is.
I'd most like Navi Junior to qualify though. I think they're probably my favorite team, but also Havelis, very fun to watch, and it's cool to see them trying out with a new player. You know, Mobe kind of unexplored talent, could be fun. Secret, obviously, they got some all stars in there. Very exciting draft for players, see what they can do. And Capybaras always got a soft spot for these guys. You know, the Nouns guys plus Infernal and Kiritich. I always want to see them succeed because they were a lot of fun to watch play on Nouns. So yeah, anybody can qualify. It'd be really fun either way. Tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited. We should get some nice close series tomorrow as well. So see you tomorrow, bright and early, for those series. For today, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.